Pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is hereby called to order. I want to say good morning to all present, listening, and viewing. Welcome to today's meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. Today, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Justice and the Bureau of Corrections on their budget requests for the upcoming fiscal year. From the budget presentations, we hope to glean better understanding of each agency's performance, as well as operational challenges, successes, and needs. Again, I encourage the community to follow along with these budget hearings for the upcoming fiscal year, which begins October 1st. On today's agenda, we will also revisit Bill number 36-0092, which was held in the committee on May 23rd. Since this lease involved the St. John community, the committee will recess a little bit later on and to allow for us to travel over to St. John and reconvene in the Cleone Cricky conference room. At this time, I'd like to encourage everyone to turn your cell phones off or place them on mute as to not interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk for the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick absent. Senator Maurice C. James.
Here.
Senator Maurice James present. Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Senator Vailey present. Mr. Chair, 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Also, let the record reflect the presence of non-committee members, Senator Franklin Johnson over in the St. Croix chamber, as well as Clifford Joseph in the St. Croix chamber. And we also have the secretary, Mr. Avery Lewis, Senator Avery Lewis, here in the St. Thomas, St. John chamber. Any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Very well. I would also like to recognize the non-committee members, Angel Borges Jr., as well as Carla J. Joseph. Morning. So we do have a full house, and we look forward to today's hearing. And at this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Wednesday, June 18, 2005, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Bureau of Corrections, invited testifier, Winnie Testamark, Director. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m., Department of Justice, invited testifier, Honorable Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, Attorney General. Continuation of the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance hearing on Wednesday, June 18, 2025, 6 p.m. in the Cleone H. Creaky Legislative Conference Room on St. John to receive testimony on the following bill. Block 3, 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Bill number 36-0092, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and St. John Taxi Services Corporation for parcel number D-2, Estate Cruz Bay Town, Cruz Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands. Invited testifiers, Mr. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Mr. Sean L. Claxton, President, St. John Taxi Service Corporation. Ms. Carmen Wesselhoff, taxi driver. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the Bureau of Corrections seated. Director Testamark, good morning. Welcome. And again, are you prepared to defend the governor's proposed budget for the Bureau of Corrections in the amount of $37,702,232? I'll give you an opportunity to introduce your staff, do a mic check of each of them before we proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning, Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Support Services, Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning, Phyllis Hodge-Gums, Human Resource Manager.
Good morning, Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chief Strategy Officer.
Good morning, Sandra Nesbitt, Financial Specialist.
Good morning, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to each and every one of you. Director, you could go ahead and present your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Chairman Novell E. Francis Jr., Vice Chairman Marvin Blyden, esteemed members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, Senator Vailey, Senator DeGraff, Senator Fonseca, Senator Frederick, and Senator James. Distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and all those joining us in person and virtually. My name is Winnie Testamark, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Today, I appear before you with deep respect and a renewed sense of purpose to present Governor Albert Bryan Jr. fiscal year 2026 proposed executive budget for the Bureau of Corrections. Before we delve into the details of our testimony, allow me to introduce the committed leadership team that stands beside me, each a pillar in our daily operations and strategic vision. Peter Abrams, Assistant Director, Support Service. Dr. Linda Colwood, Medical Director. Dr. Kaiser Colwood, Chief Strategist and Acting PIO. Ms. Phyllis Hodge-Gums, Human Resource Manager, and Ms. Sandra Nesbitt, Financial Specialist. Several other key members of our management team are also present in the chambers, ready to provide insight and clarity where needed. At the heart of our work is a mission grounded in public service, to ensure the supervision of those in our care, to support their path towards reintegration, to protect our community, and to safeguard the dedicated men and women who serve within our agency. We envision becoming an accredited model correctional agency respected not just locally, but globally for innovation, stability, and effectiveness. The fiscal year 2026 budget is more than numbers on a page. It is a strategic investment in safety, rehabilitation, and human dignity. Governor Bryan's proposal reinforces the belief that strong correctional management is not an afterthought, but a cornerstone of public safety. This budget fuels the programs and systems that help reduce recidivism, promote second chances, and protect our Virgin Islands. As I reflect on this journey, I am filled with gratitude and pride. The Bureau of Corrections has weathered storms both literally and figuratively. And through it all, our staff have stood strong, resolute, and committed. Their perseverance is more than commendable, it is inspirational. I offer my deepest thanks to each and every team member who has continued to serve with honor, integrity, and heart, even when the road has been difficult. I also want to take a moment to spotlight two shining examples of that commitment. Correction Officer Sherry Ann Gilbert out of the St. Croix District and Chief Correction Officer Jelani Charleswell, St. Thomas District, our 2025 Employees of the Year. These two professionals have demonstrated exceptional leadership, dedication, and excellence, setting a powerful standard for us all. Their work uplifts not just our operations, but the spirit of service that drives the Bureau forward. Senators, this is not just a budget presentation. It is a continuation of a journey, one of transformation, resilience, and progress. We are rewriting what it means to be a correctional institution in the 21st century, and with your support, we will continue to build a bureau that is safe, just, and forward-thinking for all. We are well on our way. The Bureau's fiscal year 2026 budget is more than a series of line items and percentages. It is a journey of strategy, unwavering commitment, and a clear vision for a safer, more rehabilitative correctional system. With a proposed budget of $37.7 million, the Bureau marks a 4.0% increase from the current year, $36.2 million. A reflection not just of rising costs, but of rising standards. Behind every dollar is a mission. This budget underscores a deliberate investment in strengthening prison security, expanding reentry and rehabilitation programs, and enhancing the quality of comprehensive inmate care. Every initiative, every program funded is a step towards creating safer communities and reducing long-term costs through smarter corrections. At the heart of our operations are sworn staff and support staff, inclusive of clinicians, counselors, human resources, information technology, and maintenance who work tirelessly around the clock. Personnel costs are the cornerstone of our expenditures, with 222 positions budgeted for 2026. These 158 are currently filled, and 61 remain vacant, and 3 are newly created to address emerging needs. Some positions are funded at 50%, some at 75%, allowing us flexibility while remaining fiscally responsible. Among these positions, 163 are classified, while 59 are unclassified, each essential to the functioning of a system that never sleeps. Our projected payroll for fiscal year 2026 is $15.5 million, representing 41.3% of the overall budget. An additional $6.5 million, or 17.4%, is allocated for fringe benefits. Combined, payroll and benefits accounts for 58.7% of the total budget, underscoring our continued investment in the dedicated personnel who maintains 24/7 emergency readiness, manage medical and mental health needs, and safeguard the well-being of both inmates and staff. The remaining 41.2% of the budget is reserved for operational needs. As of June 16, 2025, the Bureau has expended $12.1 million, representing 51.4% of the fiscal year 25 budget. This level of performance speaks to our disciplined approach to spending, focused, intentional, and transparent. Overtime costs for 2024 was $4.9 million. To date, fiscal year 2025, as of June 16th, our overtime expenditure is $2.9 million. Our journey through the numbers is, at its core, a journey towards impact. By balancing personnel investments with program sustainability, we reinforce a system built on care, accountability, and hope. The numbers tells a narrative of allocation, but the outcome is transformation. Behind every secure facility and successful rehabilitation story stands a correctional professional. Comprising 43% of the Bureau's workforce, these individuals are the steadfast backbone of our agency. Their service has not gone unnoticed, and they are continually recognized. On average, correctional officers saw 45.4% pay increase, with some receiving as much as 72%. These are more than numbers. They are investments in the stability and morale of our frontline workers. By addressing long overdue compensation, we are promoting retention, professionalism, and long-term institutional success. Here are some of the things that the Bureau is doing to support its correctional professionals. LESU raises fully implemented. SIU, last salary changes became effective October 2024, have been fully implemented, and they all now reflect the retroactive payments. The negotiations of the collective bargaining agreements. Our focus is on renegotiating several critical collective bargaining agreements to maintain momentum, including those LESU, USW, and SIU. The Bureau is equally focused on attracting the next generation of correctional professionals. Through expanded recruitment efforts, including radio campaigns, career fairs, we are reaching more potential candidates across both districts. Since 2019, 26 recruits have joined the Bureau, and 14 becoming full-time correctional officers. As of February 2025, we received 20 correctional officers' application, 11 in St. Croix, 9 St. Thomas, and 14 applicants were eligible to test. Among these, 3 passed or were waived, while 6 did not show and 3 did not pass. Our correctional professionals is our most valuable asset, and providing them with the tools, training, and compensation to succeed is not just a goal, it is a responsibility we take seriously. Following personnel and fringe benefits, operational costs represents the third largest expenditure, totaling $15.5 million, or 41.2% of the Bureau's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. These costs include critical services necessary to operate our facilities and meet federal consent decrees requirements. The largest share, $7.9 million, is allocated for housing and feeding inmates held off island, not including separate healthcare expenses for those same inmates. We continue to prioritize transparent operations and timely payments while meeting our compliance obligations under the consent decrees. As of June 16, 2025, the Bureau has 67 outstanding vendor payments totaling $2.5 million, all in various stages of the ERP payment process. Our procurement team remains in constant communication with vendors to address delays and ensure essential services are never disrupted. To date, all submitted invoices have been entered into the system and are actively being processed. As of June 16, 2025, the Bureau of Corrections houses a total of 351 inmates. Of those, 191 are held locally, 111 at the John A. Bell Correctional Facility, and 80 at the Alexander A. Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex. The local population consists of 179 males and 12 females. An additional 160 inmates are housed in the mainland facilities, 21 in Florida, 32 in Virginia, and 107 in Mississippi. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections is responsible for the care and custody of diverse inmate populations, including individuals with mental illness and the geriatric. Regardless of where they are housed, on island or off island, the Bureau bears the full cost of housing, food, transportation, and health care for all inmates under its jurisdiction. Notably, the cost of housing inmates locally is more than twice that of housing them off island. The current estimated cost to house an inmate within the territory is approximately $321 a day, compared to $103 per day at the off-island location. In fiscal year 2024, the Bureau expended $823,000 on inmates' medical care, comprising of $602,000 for local health care services and $222,000 for off-island treatment. In fiscal year 2025 to date, total medical costs have reached $1.1 million, including $836,000 for local services and $301,000 for off-island medical care. Of the local medical care costs, $32,000 represents payments made to Wang Louis for current invoices in fiscal year 2025, for which no settlement yet has been reached for possible outstanding bills. And fiscal year 2024, $163,000 has been paid. Additionally, $576,000 reflects a finalized settlement related to past due balances with Snyder Regional Medical Center. These funds are critical in addressing the complex healthcare needs of our inmate population, particularly among those with chronic conditions, mental health challenges, and age-related illnesses. Mental health care remains a critical component of correctional health care. Consequently, the Bureau of Corrections has become one of the primary providers of mental health services in the territory. Presently, approximately 40% of inmates within the Bureau receive some form of mental health treatment. In fiscal year 2024, the Bureau spent $469,000 to provide psychological and psychiatric support services. In fiscal year 2025, to date, expenditures totals $349,000. These investments are essential to meeting the behavioral needs of the incarcerated population, including those facing serious mental illness, substance abuse disorders, and trauma-related conditions. Each year, in partnership with the U.S. VI Department of Justice and Inspire VI, we proudly host a Family Fun Day, an event that strengthens family bonds and supports the emotional well-being of those in our care. This year, we welcome 71 adults and 47 children on Saturday, June 14th on St. Croix, while the St. Thomas event is scheduled for Saturday, June 21st, 2025. These gatherings are a meaningful part of our commitment to holistic rehabilitation and community connection. To ensure the continued welfare and humane treatment of our off-island inmates, a Bureau delegation visited contracted correctional facilities in Florida and Mississippi from February 2nd to the 8th, 2025. These visits include meeting with prison officials, one-on-one discussions with inmates, and a thorough review of inmate files. A similar oversight visit to facilities in Virginia is scheduled for later this year. The Bureau has continued the strategic partnership with the U.S. Marshals Service to provide housing and essential services for federal detainees. This collaboration not only generates valuable revenue, but also strengthens the Bureau's long-term operational sustainability. The Bureau receives $100 per day for each detainee housed under this agreement. In fiscal year 2024, this partnership generated $398,000 in revenue. Fiscal year 2025 to date, we have received $333,000, which is deposited into the general fund. The Bureau remains under 2 active consent decrees, one each facility, John A. Bell on St. Croix and the Criminal Justice Complex on St. Thomas. In fiscal year 2026, $2.1 million is allocated to pay court-appointed monitors and subject matter experts as legally mandated under the consent decree frameworks. To move towards resolution, DOJ and the Bureau jointly retained Butler Snow, a law firm with extensive experience in resolving complex correctional litigation and terminating consent decrees. The firm operates under the direct supervision of Department of Justice. The 30th Independent Monitor's Report highlights significant progress, particularly in the areas of medical and mental health services. In April 2025, the Territory, Government of the Virgin Islands, in collaboration with the United States Department of Justice, filed a joint motion requesting the removal of the medical care provisions from the long-standing consent decree of over 36 years. The motion seeks to terminate court-ordered monitoring of medical services at John A. Bell Correctional Facility on St. Croix. This milestone reflects a significant step forward in the Bureau's ongoing efforts to demonstrate sustained compliance and self-sufficiency. For the first time in over 36 years, the Bureau of Corrections and the Justice Department are moving to reduce federal oversight, signaling that the facility now meets the standards necessary to provide adequate and consistent medical care without continued court intervention. In the St. Thomas case, the Bureau continues to ensure monthly status reports are submitted consistently to document progress and demonstrate commitment to compliance. Fiscal year 2026 budget underscores the Territory's intent to exit these costly federal consent decrees. The Bureau's funding priorities demonstrate a strong and deliberate commitment to enhancing public safety and institutional effectiveness. Key areas of focus includes addressing correctional officers' vacancies to ensure adequate staffing and improve facility security, expanding and sustaining comprehensive medical and mental health services to meet the diverse needs of the inmate population, and recruiting essential civilian personnel to support the Bureau's strategic initiatives and operational goals. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections continues to successfully leverage grants and alternative funding streams to reduce the financial burden on the general fund. By securing external funds for offender programming, medical services, and infrastructure improvements, the Bureau maximizes its resources while enhancing operational capacity. Every dollar obtained through grants represents a direct offset to locally funded expenditures. As of fiscal year 2025, the Bureau has no expiring grants and maintains a portfolio of 12 open SCAP grants, State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, SCAP grants, totaling $1.6 million. Additionally, BOC has submitted application for Broadband Equity, Access and Deployment, the BEAD program grants through the Office of Management and Budget, totaling $499,000 and an additional $499,000 respectively. These grant resources will significantly expand offender rehabilitation efforts and support reentry preparation, thereby enhancing public safety. The overarching goal is to promote responsible citizenship among returning citizens and contribute to a stronger, safer, and more economically stable Virgin Islands. Under the leadership of the Brian Roach administration, the Bureau has achieved measurable progress aligned with its long-term mission. BOC remains committed to professional excellence, institutional reform, and public safety through the following accomplishments. As part of its continued upward trajectory, the Bureau has prioritized staff development through comprehensive training initiatives. BOC currently holds a 93.1% key performance indicator rating in training, an exceptional national benchmark in corrections workforce development. This high performance metric reflects the dedication of BOC's personnel to professional growth, innovation, and excellence in correctional service. In fiscal year 2025 to date, the Bureau has spent $31.4 thousand on training, and fiscal year 2024, $71.5 thousand. This investment supports a capable, motivated workforce committed to achieving the Bureau's strategic goals. The Bureau has also made significant strides in the design and execution of a comprehensive reentry program to reduce recidivism and promote successful reintegration. This initiative emphasizes education, vocational training, substance abuse treatment, and mental health support to prepare individuals for productive lives post-release. By equipping returning citizens with critical life and employability skills, the program enhances public safety, reduces reliance on social support systems, and fosters personal accountability. Reentry initiatives also strengthens family connections and community integration, supporting long-term economic stability and lower crime rates. These efforts reflect the Bureau's core values of dignity, justice, and rehabilitation, and its commitment to humane, transformative correctional practices. In 2024, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections reached a transformative milestone in its ongoing mission to foster rehabilitation and empower successful reintegration. Across the St. Croix and St. Thomas districts, 575 individuals were released from custody, each one representing a life with renewed potential. A closer look at the 2022 cohort, tracked over a 3-year period, revealed that only 65 individuals, just 11%, were rearrested. This impressive outcome stands in stark contrast to the national recidivism rate of 68% and is a powerful testament to the effectiveness of the Bureau's targeted initiatives. By delivering robust rehabilitation programs, expanding access to educational and vocational training, providing consistent counseling and reentry support, and forging strong partnerships with community organizations, the Bureau has built a model of correctional excellence, one rooted in restoration and opportunity. This progress is more than statistical success. The data is proof of a system functioning with integrity, compassion, and vision. It shows that with the right resources, unwavering support, and a firm belief in second chances, transformation is not just a possibility, it is a reality, unfolding every day in the Virgin Islands. BOC remains at the forefront of educational innovation through strong partnership and pioneering programs implementation. In partnership with the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, the Bureau proudly hosts the Transforming Lives Academy, the first of its kind initiative within the territory's correctional system. This program allows incarcerated individuals to complete high school coursework and earn a Penn Foster High School diploma. Graduation are held in a live format ceremony, with the next scheduled for St. Thomas on June 20, 2025. And the most recently, graduation was held on St. Croix, June 13, which we graduated 32 graduates. Through collaboration with promising people, BOC has introduced groundbreaking virtual reality training to its educational portfolio. Participants have lauded the immersive, hands-on learning approach as more engaging and effective than traditional methods. As the first correctional agency to deploy this technology, the Bureau of Corrections is setting a new standard for modernized learning that promotes rehabilitation and enhances future employability. This type of training is particularly relevant and relatable to our population, which has an average age of 24. As of June 16, 2025, a total of 42 inmates are enrolled in a range of educational and therapeutic programs. John A. Bell, 28 students. Criminal Justice Complex, 14. Programs include Thinking for a Change, Reentry Pilot Program, Penn Foster High School, Pre-GED, UVI coursework, Rehabilitation and Prevention Group, Parenting Inside and Out, Know Your Rights, Credit Recovery, ICWA's Workforce Solutions, Nucleus, and Introduction to Computers. In steadfast alignment with the Bureau of Corrections' rehabilitative mission, the inmate work program is designed to ensure that every able-bodied individual is meaningfully engaged in work that not only supports daily institutional operations, but also adds value to the broader Virgin Islands community. Work assignments encompass a wide range of disciplines, including facility maintenance, culinary arts, agriculture and horticulture, and public works. These assignments serve as more than just daily tasks. They are pathways to skill development, personal accountability, and the cultivation of a strong work ethic. By actively participating, inmates gain hands-on experience that prepares them for reintegration while simultaneously generating substantial cost savings for the government of the Virgin Islands. Inmates proudly contribute to high-impact projects in collaboration with agencies such as Government House, Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture, Virgin Islands Department of Labor, and the Department of Public Works, demonstrating both capability and a commitment to giving back. As of June 16, 2025, 68 inmates are actively engaged in work programs. John A. Bell, 52, and Alexander Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex, 16. 16 inmates from a fiscal standpoint. The approval of 20 inmates to participate in external work programs has generated meaningful returns with cost savings of $63,000 for 2024 and $21,000 to date for 2025. These savings are largely attributed to inmate labor, which helps reduce government operational costs while advancing rehabilitation goals and promoting overall government efficiency. In collaboration with the Virgin Islands Equestrian Equine Therapy Project, the Bureau of Corrections launched the ELITE program, offering qualified inmates therapeutic engagement through horse care and training. Spearheaded by Equine Program Supervisor Ms. Comerbuff. The program provides mental health support, employment skill development, equine-assisted therapy for emotional regulation, confidence, and mindfulness. As of June 16, 2025, 4 inmates are actively enrolled and 6 have successfully completed the program. Participation ranges from 6 months to several years, depending on the sentence duration and available slots. Over the years, our commitment to rehabilitation and reintegration has produced tangible results. In 2024, our program empowered a total of 38 graduates, and in 2025, 83 graduates on their journeys of personal and professional growth. From high school diplomas to vocational certification, parenting support, college degrees, and mindset transformation, these programs are changing lives. While each number represents a milestone, it also represents a person choosing change, choosing progress, and choosing hope. The excitement continues to grow as we witness the the powerful outcomes of sustained investment in education and reentry preparation. We are not just tracking numbers, we are transforming lives, futures. Over the past year, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction has implemented a series of impactful initiatives and achieved several noteworthy milestones, each contributing to our mission of transforming corrections through innovation, rehabilitation, and accountability. Highlights include K-9 Unit. The Bureau continues to enhance institutional safety through its specialized K-9 program. The unit features 2 highly trained canines with distinct operational focus on narcotics detection and electronics detection. From May 4th to the 10th, 2025, the Bureau of Corrections celebrated the dedication and service of its workforce with a week-long series of events, including an employee luncheon and formal recognition ceremony. This observation underscores the Bureau's appreciation for staff who serve with distinction and professionalism. Swan Annex. In coordination with the Office of Disaster Recovery, BOC finalized architectural design for a new 207-bed facility at the Swan Annex site. The Bureau is now developing the RFP to launch a public-private partnership for construction. This marks a critical step forward in expanding institutional capacity and modernizing correctional infrastructure. Upgrades at John A. Bell and CJC. The Bureau continues to make targeted capital improvement across both facilities to ensure uninterrupted operations, enhance security, and improve inmate care. Power resilience, a 900-kilowatt backup generator at John A. Bell, 500-kilowatt generator at CJC. Security systems, 85% completion of energy-efficient perimeter lighting at John A. Bell, and ongoing projects. Scope of work development for a new fire alarm and suppression system at John A. Bell, an expanded mental and medical health unit to provide comprehensive inmate care. Conclusion. Mr. Chairman, under the visionary leadership of the Brian Roach administration, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections remains steadfast in its commitment to advancing correctional best practices and fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and accountability. Our efforts reflect a strategic vision focused on empowering staff, improving rehabilitation outcomes, enhancing facility operations, and strengthening public safety. We recognize that enduring progress requires shared effort. We welcome input from our community partners, stakeholders, and the wider Virgin Islands public as we continue to build a stronger and more effective correctional system together. The Governor's fiscal year 2026 proposed budget is a critical investment in our collective future. It funds essential personnel, programmatic services, and infrastructure enhancements that supports humane, secure, and efficient correctional operations. Every dollar committed to this system yields long-term dividends in safety, community restoration, and reintegration success. As we chart the course ahead, I respectfully request your full support and favorable consideration of the Bureau's fiscal year 2026 budget request. Thank you for the opportunity to share this progress update. My team and I are available for any questions or further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Testamark, for that comprehensive testimony in regards to, again, defending your budget of $37.7 million. At this time, the chair would like to recognize the additional members that came into the chambers. We have non-committee members, Senator Milton Potter, our Senate President. Good morning, sir. Welcome. We also have a committee member, Hubert Frederick, that's present, as well as Ray Fonseca, also committee member, and a non-committee member, also a committee member, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. So we have, you have brought out just about everybody. We got 13 strong today so far. We could almost have session. So, obviously of note, in your presentation and your testimony, you talk about the personnel representing 58.75%. And I remember days in government where 80, 85, 90% actually represented personnel. So it gives you an opportunity to really do some good initiative and get some stuff done. So I wanted to note that what seems to be at least a leveling of personnel costs in the budget. Also, your recidivism rate, and you said based on your numbers that you have seen a reduction to 11% versus a national level of 68%. That is commendable as well, and certainly something that I paid particular attention to. So tell me, have you seen a budget decrease for FY 2025 in your allotments?
No, sir. It was increased.
For 2025, that is. Have you seen any decrease coming down from the OMB for 2025, your current budget?
No, sir.
All your allotments you have received as per the current budget?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And who's tracking your key performance indicators?
Dr. Kaiser Carwood.
Okay. And I know that you made particular mention of the training at 93.1%. Other areas of note in the key performance that you like to mention, whether they're good or bad?
Oh, definitely, Senator Dr. Kaiser Hall. So we have key performance indicators in several areas. In terms of the percentage of completed regular cell checks, we target at 100%. We have a current value of 65%. In percentage of incident reports per policy, we have a target of 85%. Currently, the value is still being reviewed because sometimes the percentage will be determined definitely if the paperwork wasn't signed or, some things like that. Number of contraband seized, we target 3. This time we had about 17 that we were able to collect because of the K9 unit and the officers doing what they're supposed to do. Percentage of BOC staff compliant with training, of course, is a 93.1% we talked about. Number of fire drills, it's 1, but based on the current time, around this time, it's at 0 because we don't have to do it till July. But we continue to ensure that's done. Average time to complete critical maintenance and repair requests, 8 hours. We try to complete those within those 8 hours. Percentage of invoice paid within 30 days, it's 50% as our target. Currently, we're at 0. Number of weekly mental health round completed, it's 8, and we are at 8. Percentage of inmates eligible for participating in reentry programs is at 90%. We're right now at 48%. And percentage of inmates and detainees participating in educational vocational program, the target is 65%. We're at 10.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Thank you for that update. And still, there's some work to do. I see some progress in certain areas, but there's some work to do in other areas as well. So I'm happy that at least you were tracking that information and keeping that at the forefront. So in your overtime numbers, I see in FY24 you spent close to $5 million in overtime. And so far this year, you're running close to about $3 million in overtime. What are you doing to again, decrease or minimize overtime so you don't find yourself going over that $5 million this fiscal year?
Director Testamark, we are currently vigorously trying to hire individuals. However, we, through the job fairs and, just trying to recruit, however, a lot of those time comes into special details. The Bureau of Corrections now transports all mental health individuals that have to be transported off island. So once the officer leaves the territory, they're on overtime until they get back. So a lot of that is attributed to that, those special details. Or if we have someone in the hospital, special details.
Do you currently have any directive or memorandum in respect to monitoring and controlling your overtime?
Yes, I do.
Yes, so there is some guidelines put in place to manage
Yes, anytime the facilities have to hire overtime, the wardens are to call me, we talk about it, reason why, and then we make a decision to move forward.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to, of course, I have some concerns about your $2.5 million in vendors payment, but we'll dig a little bit deeper into that as we go along. But I'd like to open up the floor so that my colleagues could be able to ask some questions as well. In light of, we have 13 individuals, I'm going to do a 5-minute round. And of course, if you need some additional time or a second round, I'm open to that as well. The order, as you appeared, we had Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Franklin Johnson, Avery Lewis, Senator Maurice James, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Angel Bolquez, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator DeGraff, and I'll be asking questions in between. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. To my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. Director Testamac and your management team there with you, and thank you for that most comprehensive testimony, really in depth. But I'm going to, basically, since it's a budgetary, I'm going to go to the numbers. There's a lot that was given to us, and a lot of good work your team is doing also.
Thank you.
I want to encourage you to continue doing such. Let me ask, in respect to your testimony, you spoke to the personnel summary, right? You have 221 budgeted positions, 159 filled, 59 vacancies, 3 new positions, 162 are classified, and 59 unclassified. My question is, though, on page 5 of the post-audit report, is showing that there is no, when it comes to vacancies, for recommendation for the 26th budget, there's no money there. So my question is, in respect to your vacancies, do you have any vacancies that's budgeted, and how many vacancies do you really have, and how many of those vacancies, if any, are federal positions also, and where is that funding coming from?
Director Testamac, we don't have any positions that's funded through the federal government.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, I'll allow Ms. Gums, our Human Resource Manager, to elaborate. Go ahead, Ms. Gums.
We have Phyllis Hodge Gums. Good morning. We have about 18 vacancies.
18 vacancies, because it's kind of not clear here.
For 2025.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So you have 18 in the number you have, 18 vacancies. And of those 18 positions, are any of them considered critical?
Yes.
All
All of them?
yes.
And what's being done in respect to, how long have they been vacant, and what's the process in terms of onboarding individuals? Succinctly, please.
We're hiring individuals that sign up to take the test that's qualified. Once they're qualified, we process them and we onboard them. The challenge that the territory we experience is that a lot of people come out to the job fairs. However, when you take them through the process, either they don't pass the test or they don't pass the background. So that's a challenge, but we continue to press forward.
Under your professional services contract, do you have any pending vendor payments under your professional services contracts?
Yes. I will let Ms. Nesbitt, our financial specialist, speak to that.
Please.
So, Senator Dr. Kaiser Callwood, we do have vendor payments for the professional services contracts. In the listing of the outstanding vendor payments located in the post-audit report would have some of those, which to date, some of them have been paid.
So we need to have an updated listing, okay? Because we
Yeah,
need
we
to know
can.
exactly who, what, when, and why, okay?
No
So
problem.
through the chair, you can submit that.
Thank you.
Also, let me ask you, when it comes to other services and charge, There's some large discrepancy that I like to dive into. Go to page 7 of the post-audit report. For security services, you have cut $100,000, cut it by $100,000. You know what? No, I'm tripping. Let me ask you, for fiscal year 25, right? The revised was $150,000 for security services, right? And recommended for 26, it is 50,000, 100,000 less. What's going on
1 minute.
in that space? P7. You onboarded individuals in that area, whereas you don't have to. You with me?
So, Senator, I think the post-audit report has some discrepancy. For FY26 security services, $175,000. It's not 50.
30 seconds.
So I'm not sure where those numbers came from.
Okay, very well. Okay, let me ask you then, in respect to travel, what have you done in that regards also? Because there's a lot of discrepancy when it comes to travel.
Senator, what are you looking at?
Page 7, other services and charge of the post.
Time.
Mr. Chair.
So I think some of the numbers in the post-audit report, we're just seeing this just now. So
Okay,
some of these
okay,
numbers
very
don't
well.
align in terms of what we have.
Yeah,
So
they
I'm
don't
not
align.
sure where they came from.
That's why I went straight to it, because as you were doing your testimony, I was going back and forth, and they do not align.
Yeah.
So, if I can ask a couple more questions, Mr. Chair, I'll appreciate it.
You go ahead.
Okay, very well. Okay, in respect to your testimony, let me go to the testimony. And you spoke to housing for the inmates, right? And the 7.9 million that's allocated for housing and feeding the inmates off island, which does not include healthcare expenses, which is a large amount of money. And we have 351 inmates in the pool. Let me ask you, in respect to those different institutions, are they up to date with the payments, etc., and how are our inmates being treated?
If
We are up to date with our payments to them, and how are our inmates being treated?
our inmates off island are being treated with respect and dignity. Again, we travel to ensure that is happening. The inmates contact me or my office directly. There's a case manager that's assigned to each facility. And if any issues or concern arise, it's brought to my attention. Relative to payment to those facilities, I'll let Ms. Nesbitt, our financial specialist, speak on that.
Good morning, Sandra Nesbitt, financial specialist. The payments are not currently up to date. We're probably behind up to February of 2025.
And what the reason for that?
Oh, I can't say finance. The payments have been submitted to finance. It's just for finance to process them.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, your contract that you have with Butler Snow LLC, the law firm, to assist you with the consent decree. What's the amount of that contract?
$1 million.
1 million.
1 million?
Yes.
Annually?
Yes.
Yes, up to, it cannot exceed, cannot go over 1 million.
Thank you so much for your response, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Just a follow-up to Senator Blyden's question. In respect to the vacancies, the 18 vacancies that you mentioned, do you have PRFs for those vacancies?
Yes, sir. We have some, and we're still in the process of submitting some more.
How many do you have to be able to fill the requisition to fill at this point out of the 18? How many
About
PRFs
10.
do you have in hand?
About 10.
About 10?
Yes.
Okay. What about separation? How many separations have you had so far this year?
2025,
Yes,
we have one.
just one separation.
Retirement, I'm sorry, one retirement, and we had 5 resignations.
5 resignation. And what positions are those? Correction officers or
The
exempt?
one retirement is a correction officer. The 5 are mental health coordinator, transitional specialist, and on St. Thomas, we also have one correction officer. It was a head nurse. And on St. Croix, we had a mental health technician.
Okay. All right, at this time, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Director Testamark, I want to refer to page 13 of your testimony. On page 13, you spoke about the Bureau receives $100 per day for each detainee. How did you come by that number for the charges for $100?
Could you repeat your question, please, sir?
For the U.S. Marshal.
On page 13 of your testimony, you said that you make $100 a day for each detainee from the federal government. How did you come by that $100 charge?
That was an agreeable number when I came in to this position in 2019. The territory was receiving $48 a day. I felt that it was not in line with the current market at that time. We went to $100, and currently we're in negotiation to increase it.
And in your testimony, you said it cost us $100. In that testimony on page 13, you say you made $398,000 from the federal government. But in earlier testimony, you say it's cost us $300 a day per prisoner. So if it's costing us $300 a day per prisoner, why are we charging $100?
Sir, again, it's a government agreement, and we're now in negotiation to increase that rate.
I just can't understand this because we brag about $398,000, but if we were supposed to be charging him that $300, based on my calculation, we'd have been making $1.2 million versus $398. And these numbers, I don't accept the $300. I can't understand it. Now, in your testimony, you spoke about, on page 22, you speak about, again, these numbers just don't meet with me. You spoke about on John Bell Adult Correctional Facility, you have 52 inmates working, but on page 9, you say you have 42 inmates. So how do we get 52 inmates in John Bell working? Are there detainees in that group that you're saying inmate?
Sir, when I speak of inmates, I'm speaking interchangeably. In the correctional work profession, we utilize inmates. It speaks to detainees and sentenced individuals. So you just say inmates. And to answer your question, yes.
I totally disagree. A detainee is what he is. He's a detainee. Yes, he might be in a facility, but he's not eligible to work, go out and work program and stuff like that. So when you're talking about 42 working and 52, those numbers doesn't match up, but we'll leave it to your discussion. Now, in your budget, you're asking for a 4.8 markup. What strategy, what operational cost, what is causing this 4.8 increase in the budget?
Director Testamark. Sir, the cost of living alone and the cost to do business here in the territory.
So what are those costs? Is that cost it? Because you're just asking for something and you're not telling us, well, the increase on A, B, C, D, E. So do we just give you the money because you say the cost of living? What changes are you having that takes this budget up to that 37, that's the way it is, $37.7 million?
Director Testamark, the influx of the mentally ill individuals that's coming out of the community and coming into the institutions, that alone right there, sir, speaks to the increase.
1 minute.
You was also just talking about the transporting of detainees or prisoners to the mainland for medical costs. Are these court-related transport?
Yes, sir. We are court ordered to transfer and transport the individuals in coordination with Department of Health.
In coordination with Department of Health, you say?
Department of Health, the new behavioral bill requires us to work together to
30
transport those
seconds.
individuals.
So how much of that cost Department of Health takes up? Because if it's true Department of Health, you're really doing a service for Department of Health. And they should be making some kind of contribution to that. What kind of contribution do they make to those transport?
So you will have to speak to Department of Health for that response.
But you're the one that having this agreement with them, not me. So you should be the one communicating with them. If it's a court order through the Department of Health and it's a health situation, the Department of Health should be in some kind of negotiation with you the same way you are in the negotiation with the federal government for holding their people in the facility. My time has been called, Mr. Chair. I hope we just have some more rounds because there's a lot more questions and I seem to not be getting answers that are really, really truthful to this testimony. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One quick question. So the mental patients, those with mental challenges, are housed in which facility stateside? South Carolina?
It varies. It all depends on the bed capacity that's available to the territory's individuals. You have some in South Carolina, you have some at Larkin in Florida, and you also have some in California. It all depends.
When last have you been to South Carolina?
South Carolina I've never been to. I've been to the one in Florida.
Okay, I want us
because that's where we have most.
I want us to take a visit to South Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No
for your
problem.
time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Avery Lewis, I wanted to actually post audit in reference to there was an indication there was some discrepancy in the numbers in the post audit report. Can you clarify?
Dr. Theodora Phillip, in answer to your question, the information listed on page 7 of the post-audit report on the fiscal year 2026 recommendations was taken directly from the fiscal year 2026 executive budget as presented to us. So that book the information came directly from the fiscal year 2026 executive budget book.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Dr. Kaiser Colwood, in reference to the discrepancy, again, you could look at do the comparison between your budget book that was submitted. A lot of information is extracted from that book. All right. Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Director Testamark, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Great. Director Testamark, I see here in the budget book, and even in your testimony, you have 2 specialized trained canines. Are both of them on the same island?
No, one in St. Croix and one in St. Thomas.
Which one in St. Croix? The one what deals with the electronics?
Yes.
The reason why I asked that, because recently I saw a real disturbing video going around on WhatsApp where an inmate, some inmates were taking advantage of another inmate. And I'm just wondering if, we're utilizing, does the one in St. Thomas travel to St. Croix as well?
Yes.
Or they interchange? How does that go?
They work together. Sometimes they do go over St. Thomas, St. Croix, and they work together. But separately, they do checks every day.
With the canines?
Yes.
All right. So that one slipped through the cracks?
You mean the video you're speaking of?
Yeah, I mean it's obvious there's phones in there.
I mean, the incident that you saw was an incident that happened last year. The perpetrator was dealt with. The individual has since been released.
Okay.
And we continue to utilize our tools that's at our disposal to try to minimize the contraband coming in. And that's all I can say on that.
All right, so there's about 67 outstanding vendor payments at this time, totaling about 2.5 million that have been delayed. What has that been doing? What are some steps being taken to clear that up?
Well, all these payments are in the ERP system. There were various processes in the system. Ms. Nesbitt, our financial specialist, she could speak more on that.
Good morning, Sandra Nesbitt, financial specialist. All these payments already been approved pending processing from Department of Finance.
So the vendors should be paid.
When finance pay them.
You following up with it? I mean, because the vendors are gonna be calling like,
yes,
you know, we go laugh
Yes.
now, but when the vendors calling because you know they shot,
No,
Correct.
definitely.
We do follow up with finance.
Trying to walk in for this, vending with this government to put the people through a fitness test. So I just try and make sure that people are paid because they always calling.
No,
Yes, can we do that too? We do send a priority payment and ask for special consideration for our vendors.
yes.
Dr. Calwood, good morning. Not Kaiser Calwood, the other doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning.
I know there also be a challenge with corrections and the medical health team. Do you have vacancies now?
Currently, at both facilities, we're fully staffed through the agency that is providing services now, Indelible.
So things are running a little
Yes.
smoother in that particular area. Thank you for that. So I see that even though that the medical costs have risen in FY24 and 25, we have some containment strategies that are being implemented.
Dr. Linda Callwood, a majority of our staff actually are outsourced to, again, the locums company, Indelible Solutions.
1 minute.
I mean, just out of curiosity, are we even have telemedicine options in the prison?
Yes, some of the services are being delivered through telemedicine.
Okay. Of the 12 open SCAP grants, totaling 1.6 million, how much has been drawn down or expended to date?
30 seconds.
Peter?
Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Support Services. The 1.6 million is what we currently have in the account. We've been drawing down on that money every year. So year over year.
What's the balance?
Excuse me?
What's the balance?
$1.6 million.
You're 1.6 now.
That's what the balance is now.
So what was the total?
The total was
Time.
About $3 million. Mr. Chair, if I may ask one wrap-up question. The Director, you talked about the annex, and you're in the RFP stage. Do you have a groundbreaking date? Anything?
Director Testamark, no, we do not have a groundbreaking date. Currently, we're in the process of getting ready to.
I think in your testimony you stated that there's an RFP out at this time.
No, we're getting ready to put the RFP out. We met with ODR up to yesterday, and we have some more things to work on. So we're working diligently to get that out within the next 90 days.
Let me just be honest. The scary part about it is be like we have these federal monies, and I'd be scared that when I wake up in the morning, your head tomorrow they're gone. So I want to know how fast we walk in, and
Right.
It's a good word, they're diligent, but I don't know if your diligent and my diligent is the same.
Correct. We were given $25 million. That is not enough money to build a prison. So we're going out for Triple P to look for individuals who's willing to finance that amount to build. So it's a process.
So
it's
you're
a
looking
longer
for
process.
public-private partnerships?
Yes.
Do we have anybody in mind, or
We getting
it's
ready
still
to
in the
go
process
out.
to go out?
We're getting ready to go out and survey the market to see if we have anyone that's willing to do that.
I mean, just out of curiosity, how long did we know that it's 25 million wasn't going to do it?
We knew that from when they gave it to us. So we've been working with ODR to go through the process and DPP.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the flexibility. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senators. Give me a minute and I'll acknowledge each of the point of information from Senator Johnson and Senator Viola. I wanted to get some clarity in respect to the video that was just asked about. Was that matter taken care of a year ago, or just recently when it was brought to your attention, or when this video came out?
That video came out October last year, and that was taken care of.
It was
at the
dealt
time.
with at that time.
At that time, yes.
How do we reassure the community and family members that that level of violence is minimized, or how is that addressed within the prison environment?
By communicating with the inmates and staff, and again, we also have the family fun days so that when the families do come in, they could definitely see another side of the Bureau of Corrections.
What about the exposure? I mean, the fact that this inmate was subjected to this type of exposure, where obviously there were additional inmates that were there as well. So how do we minimize that from occurring?
We continue to employ upon staff to do their rounds, be vigilant out there with the inmates. That's basically how we ensure that.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's very important that we don't leave a message that this is acceptable. I mean, that in fact there is situations that develop within the prison environment. However, it's addressed by some type of action moving forward. Senator Johnson, you recognized for your point of information, and then I'll come to Senator
Thank you
Earle.
very much. I want to stay with the vendors payment. And directly you spoke about vendors payment, and there's a vendor that was paid for some badges, some retired badges. What's the status on that?
Director testimony. Go ahead.
So, Senator, you are correct that the vendor has been paid, and we have done everything we could have done in our power. I think even some senators actually went to the location where the individual is located. Sometimes they're in there, they don't answer the door. We have called, you get them on the phone tomorrow, you don't get them. We're supposed to get the badge the next day, and it don't happen. So we're going through that process.
And since then, we have made another purchase through another vendor, and we have just received those badges this week through another vendor. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that, but the Attorney General needs to be involved. If you're telling me that we paid money to a vendor, and up to today, how long is it that that vendor received that money? Those checks?
I will have to get the exact date for you. They received half of the money for the order, 50%.
What the total of 50% was?
I will get that number to you.
Well, we'll wait for that number and see if we get to that. But that's totally wrong for someone to receive payment and have not delivered service, but yet those who have delivered service are not being paid. And I really appreciate if you do have those badges, because it means a lot to those people who worked hardly and don't have those badges to represent that they put the time and hard work in. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Cruz. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. You're referencing a public-private partnership for the building of a jail. You have authorization to even seek a public-private partnership? Doesn't this body first have to authorize for a public-private partnership in terms of housing detainees in the Virgin Islands?
That is correct. So like I said, we are surveying the market. We haven't even reached that stage to come before this body yet.
But you're surveying this market. You don't even know if that authorization is going to be given so that you could serve the market out there. It needs to be a discussion in this body as to whether this body has an appetite to go into a public-private partnership for the construction of a jail.
Sir, this is a collaboration between DPP, ODR. So again, right now we're just in the process of surveying the market, and that's one of the venues that we would like to explore. The territory has made it.
I'm just giving you a recommendation.
Thank you.
You could survey the market, but if this body say that is not the direction that we want to go in, this survey isn't worth anything. So the best bet would be to find out whether or not legislation can be prepared that is going to allow you to even survey the market and proceed with trying to get that done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Testament, for your response there, Senator Viola, for your point of information. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, all in and outside the room. With respect to your testimony, there seems to be some clarity needed in certain areas. I will draw your attention to the section where you speak to medical care that is being obtained for inmates. There's a chart on, well, my page 11 that shows medical care category, fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. In that chart, you have local medical services, $838,599.41. And then you show payment to JFL of $32,188.11. And then payment of a settlement. But what's the payment to SRMC or current invoices? Because that chart is inaccurate if you look at it. You see what I'm pointing to, Director Testamark?
Yes, I do.
FY 2025. You have a settlement, a payment to SRMC of $576,000. You haven't settled with JFL. So clearly, I believe maybe that's pending, your settlement with JFL. But in your written language, you state that you've made a payment to JFL for current invoices. What is your payment to Snyder for current invoices? What's that?
The amount of payment to Snyder for current invoices, I will get that number to you shortly.
Okay, so you see where the your chart needs to be cleared up.
Yes.
Yeah, because that confuses the amount of medical care that we know that there's a total of 836,000. Would you be able to break that down for me for St. Croix and St. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is it for JFL and SRMC? Do you have that available?
We're working on it right now. Thank you.
Okay, you're working on it. Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to another question that I have. Regarding the consent decree matters, you state that you have jointly retained Butler Snow LLC to resolve the litigation that's pending and to terminate the consent decrees that are costing you $2.1 million, but you're spending $1 million. Is that cost effective? How was that arrived at? And are you and DOJ paying 50% each, or what's the breakdown in the amount that you're going to be paying? Are you paying $1 million, or is that $1 million from you and then DOJ, who's going to come before us, they're paying a separate amount? Because you said jointly retained, so do you know the total contract? That's the question, really.
1 minute.
Director Testamont, no, we said that 2.1 million was allocated for the fiscal year coming up. That includes the payment for the attorney and all the subject matter experts and the monitors that we are court ordered to pay. And that's the funds that's paid by Bureau of Corrections.
Does that 2.1 million include the 1 million to Butler Snow LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
So then the court
30 seconds.
monitors would be, you would be paying 1.1 million. So now that even makes it even more highly questionable. You're paying 1 million to court-appointed monitors and then 1 million to a firm to terminate the court-appointed monitors. Am I reading that correctly?
Time.
The contract is up to $1 million, and it includes if they have to have witnesses, experts, whatever it is that we need. This is year.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just one more question, please, if I may.
You may, Senator, can continue.
Thank you. And on the other page, I have some other questions, but I just one more in terms of the court ordered monitoring. You state on page 14 that you are seeking to terminate the court ordered monitoring of medical services at Johnny Bell Adult Correctional Facility on St. Croix. Has that motion been granted? Because your language speaks to it's a significant step forward and that you now meet, but it doesn't say, when you say seeks to terminate, it doesn't say that it has been granted. So has that motion been granted?
That is correct. The motion has not been granted. That's what I stated. They both jointly, U.S. Department of Justice and the territory, jointly put in a motion to have it removed.
Okay, but your last sentence says, and if you read it, it says, signaling that the facility now meets the standards necessary to provide adequate and consistent medical care without continued court intervention. So that statement is not correct if you are seeking. You can't be seeking and then have it now at the same time. That's not possible. I just wanted to point that out, that the language in that paragraph is misleading and probably not intentionally, but you do need to, we do need to know that the motion hasn't been granted yet, and that's what you just stated, correct?
That is correct. We're awaiting the judge.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator VLA, in regards to the SCAB grant of the $1.6 million that you have available, is that grant available to pay overtime?
No.
Why not? I think that in the when we read the small prints of that, it allows for a multiple of use to include overtime payment and personnel.
That is correct, but when you accept the grant agreement, I mean, what you probably looked at is the overall grant proposal, but when you accept the grant agreement, when you accept the funding, you have to stipulate what you're going to use that funding for, and overtime wasn't stipulated.
Wasn't stipulated by the Bureau of Corrections, or wasn't stipulated by the grant
The funding
award?
agent, or the awarding of the grant.
Okay, because I saw some opportunities there for you to be able to offset, some of your overtime payment from the general fund over on the SCAB grant. But you're saying it wasn't.
That is correct. That would be something that I would have to negotiate with the SCAP individuals with.
Are you willing to consider that? Are you expending the entire amount? During the fiscal year, is done every fiscal year or calendar year?
No, the way SCAP grant opportunities. That's grant funding that was applied for and received because it's a formula grant from about 2012 to present. So what we've been doing is that to support initiatives and programs, we've been using the SCAP grant funding to do that. And so that's an accumulation over time. The question was asked as to what was the total amount that we received
It was
over
3
that
million,
time
you
period.
said? You indicated
Yes.
3 million with a
It's
balance of 1.6.
Correct, 3.6 million with a balance of 1.6 million. So that's
And it
what we have.
remains, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. And it remains until expended, correct?
That is correct.
So again, I see some opportunities, and maybe that's something that the team could consider. But if there's opportunities, again, to offset the general fund from paying overtime and utilize some of that to pay the overtime, it should be considered.
Well noted.
Very well. And some other issue that I wanted to mention, but I'll come back to it. Senator Vela, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Let me go back to that public-private partnership. And you said you're just surveying. So is a part of that survey that you're trying to get someone to partner with the government to build a jail and then run that institution under private management?
No, sir.
So how are they
They'll be
going to how are they going to get their money back that they invest in building the facility?
Well, what we're thinking is that it's money that's already spent. It's not new money, because the money that we spent for inmates abroad, it's already money that's budgeted, and that money hopefully will be able to pay the debt. Again, I'm not an expert in that field. We're working with ODR.
Okay, but any entity that invests millions of dollars into building a facility for the Virgin Islands, they're going to ask for a mechanism to be able to retain and profit on the money. And the mechanism is usually, we want to run the facility. And that's why I said they need to be discussed here, because these P3 projects, they impact staff. You know, as a private company come in, they bring in staff, or they hire, you lose GRS. So we gotta know exactly what you're trying to attain. Mm-hmm. They're not gonna give money unless they're able to get it back. So whether it's Core Civic or any other groups, they are now making overall like $8-9 million on the mainland to house prisoners. They're not just going to lose the money and don't get anything back and make an investment. So I just want to know more about that. Now going back to this consent decree, you're paying $1,083,333 for the consent decree. $150,000 to a number of individuals, and then $333,000 to I think Mr. Ray. And you spending $1 million to get rid of a $1 million debt. So you added on $1 million. Butler and Snow contract is $1 million to get out of a consent decree that's cost $1 million. So you've just added on $1 million to the overall budget of the correction facility. What deliverables do we have? Are they going to get this done this year? Or are we going to enter into a next contract for $1 million next year for them to work on it? If that is the case, we don't need them. Why is the Attorney General office not representing corrections, BOC, in the federal courtroom? Why do we need to hire a firm for $1 million?
Again, you need individuals that specialize in correctional litigation.
So we don't have anybody in the Attorney General office that could just study, how to deal with a consent decree? We're paying the next firm $1 million? That's like a next consent decree on the jail. You paying $1 million, colleagues, to get rid of $1 million. I don't see that. That just look like a wash to me, a direct wash. Now, that don't make any sense. I just want to put it on the record. You have a consent decree for $1 million, and you're paying a firm $1 million to get rid of $1 million, with no knowledge as to whether or not they're going to be effective in the first year, and we're not going to need them next year. So if they're not effective this year, what we do? We hire them again for next year? Well, let me move on. Exempt positions, because I don't want to stay on one. What is a correction technician? I see that you have 59 exempt positions and 150 something classified position. What is a correction technician on page 15 of the post-audit report?
A correction technician was a position that was developed to assist correctional officers doing the clerical work within the jails so that the officers could stay focused on security.
So why is that an exempt position? It's a policy position? Why is a correction technician an exempt position? Okay, it's exempt in the budget here. Why is it exempt? CFO, why is that an exempt position? Why is the chief correction officer an exempt position?
Chief.
Correction officer. I go on to the next position because you're not answering the first one.
No, I mean, that's not a question I can answer. That's a position that's always been exempt.
The chief correction officer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't get that.
1 minute.
You don't get that by merit or testing or anything. It's just a selection.
That's correct.
Okay. Correctional counselor. Why is that exempt?
Again, those positions, counselor, case managers.
Well,
So
counselor,
the
case
counselor is
manager,
a-
they
the
make
counselor is a
policy
part-
decisions. I mean,
part-time
the government has a way
30
of just
seconds.
creating a lot of exempt positions. Maybe you met them. But we just have a large number of exempt positions that don't make any sense. A correction technician, a writing reports, that's a classified position. Exempt position means you serve at the pleasure of that individual. If you don't do what they tell you to do, you go home. Some of these positions, based on what I'm reading, they don't clarify as exempt position. In reference to the post-audit report on the $600,000 to the single-payer utility fund, was $400,000 additional taken out for the single-payer fund?
Time.
So for the utilities, it was taken out, so it goes straight into that fund.
No,
If you would like to know how much we paid to date, I can give
No,
that to
I
you.
have that. The post-audit report, to the chair to post-audit, can you put what you replaced?
What page are you
in the
looking at,
report
Senator? Because
for,
we just got this report. What page are you looking at? Page 4?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm reading. To the chair to post-audit, the concern of the $400,000, can you put it?
Yes.
Okay.
Page 4, signifying an additional reduction of $400,000 on the utilities.
Okay. Dr. Theodora Phillip, through the chair to Senator VLA.
An additional reduction.
The concern surrounded the additional reduction of $400,000 for the single-payer utility fund. Initially, if you look at the fiscal year 2025 single-payer transfer, there was a transfer of $600,000, and hence the reason why the budget was adjusted. But in looking closer at the budget, we noticed that there was also an additional reduction of $400,000 removed from the same line item, which was the utilities line item. Hence, it brings it.
It brings it to $1 million.
Exactly.
And you
to $1
have
million.
only spent $400,000 thus far. So you're only going to spend about the $600,000 was allocated. So I just want to find out where that extra $400,000 went.
So that's Dr. Caldwell, that's the concern, Senator. We don't have no extra $400,000 you're talking about. When we run the system, the calculation from the system is a $600,000. So far, we have spent $406,138.31. So I'm not sure where that additional money was deducted. It could be an error.
To the chair to post audit, this is information garnered from OMB. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this information that was contained within this report was garnered from the Office of Management and Budget. Do you mind repeating the numbers that you just mentioned?
So far we have spent, in total, it's the $406,138.31 for electricity. We spent $1,629.75 in water for a total of $407,768.06.
Let me just finish.
Out to that single payer.
That's not my concern. The numbers are right. That part is right. My concern is whether or not $1 million have been deducted from your budget for the single payer utility fund. At the beginning, $600,000 was deducted. And we getting information now from OMB that an additional $400,000 was deducted that should not have been deducted. So I'm trying to find out through your CFO if you're aware of $1 million being deducted from your overall budget for the single payer utility fund.
What is your average single player utility that you pay out on an annual basis?
I think about $500,000.
About $500,000.
Reduction of the budget.
Yeah, obviously, so there's a reduction that needs to be clarified with OMB that we need to look at. All right. Any other questions, Senator Viola? That's it. All right. Before we go on to Senator Clifford Joseph, which will be our next senator, I wanted to ask you about the food inventory. I know that we have had some challenges in the past in regard to the food inventory. Is your pantry currently stocked and equipped, or what's happening in terms of food and food costs? Obviously, there have been some inflation costs and increased costs with food, so where are we with food?
Director Testamont, yes, the food pantry is stocked, and in addition to that, we have some cattle that is also being utilized to supplement our food services.
And are you doing this in-house, or are you cooking in-house, or you privatize that continues with privatization, or that's all in-house cooking?
No, this is all in-house. We got rid of, we did away with private in 2019, 2020.
What about medical supplies? Are we up to date with inventory for medical supplies as well?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, very well. Thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to the listening audience. Good morning to the people in the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the staff here at the legislature. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues.
Good morning.
First question I have for the Bureau is, what was your total overtime cost for the FY 2024?
Senator, it's 4.9.
Okay.
Do you want the exact amount?
4.9 is fine.
Okay.
What's your projected overtime cost for FY 2026?
About 3 million, about a little bit over 3 million. We're right now at 2.9, and we have 3 months left in the fiscal year.
Okay. So you say year to date you are, say that again?
We are for FY25 to date as of June 16, 2025. It's 2.9.
2.9.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the cost attributed to how many employees are we talking about?
In terms of the total population of our pool, Ms. Gums could give you that number. In St. Croix, we have, I think it's 44 officers, and in St. Thomas,
25.
to be 25. For a total of 76, sorry.
76 for St. Thomas, you said?
No, that's in total. So
In total.
So I just want to be clear. So we have 6 in terms of the supervisors, 44 in St. Croix for officers, 25 in St. Thomas, for a total of 76.
Okay, total of 76. Okay, on page 5 of the testimony, your utility costs for 9/30/24 was 63,217.46, and as of 6/16/25, your utility cost is $778. What contribute for from one year to the other?
So Senator Dr. Kaiser Carwood, I want to give you the updated number for FY 2024. For FY 2024, we spent $623,669.47 for utility.
All the time because you can't hear me.
I'm sorry. Do you need me to repeat? You can hear me better now?
You're gonna have to repeat something going on with the audio.
Can you hear me?
No, we can. So can you?
So the correct amount for FY 2024 actual is $623,669.47 for utility costs.
Okay, so, but did you have anything special happen to have that big difference between, or the number wasn't correct?
So the number in the testimony was when we pulled it at the time, but after we did our evaluation and analysis through the Department of Finance that pays that utility fund directly, we were able to pull the report for how much we paid to WAPA for utility services to date, and this is $623,669.47.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what's the status right now for the contract negotiation as they expired? You got
1
3 expired
minute.
contracts. What's the status?
We're scheduled to go into negotiation, I think the second week in July. That's with OCB.
And are we reaching out to get a meeting with JFL to reach the settlement amount for the medicals?
I met with JFL CEO
30 seconds.
last week, and they have some numbers that they need to go back and review. So they'll say that they will get back to me.
So do you have your numbers versus the numbers that they have to get back to you with? Do you have numbers to satisfy what they will bring back to you differently?
No, that's a number that they have to look at their documents and then come back to us. We agreed on a time period,
Okay.
and they'll move forward from that.
Okay. Presently, you said you have some outstanding vendor payments.
Time.
Any particular vendor stop doing you because of the payments not being paid?
No, we don't have any vendors that have stopped services to the Bureau because of non-payment. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Angel Borges. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff, and good morning to the testifying panel here from the Bureau of Corrections. I wanted to ask Director Testamark, good morning. You mentioned 67 vendor payments were pending in the system, totaling over $2.5 million. In your procurement division at the Bureau of Corrections, is that a fully staffed division? Is the procurement process hampering you from making these payments on time?
Director Testamark, no, it is not hampering us from making the payments on time. The payments that's pending, they all have been in the system, approved, awaiting for Department of Finance to process payments.
Okay, very well. Moving forward to the medical division, Linda Colwood, Dr. Linda Colwood, given the increase in inmate medical expenditures from $823,000 to $1.14 million, if that's correct, what are the primary cost drivers associated with managing these increases?
Good morning, Dr. Yes, good morning, Dr. Linda Colwood. It may vary depending on the illnesses that an inmate present. One inmate who have any cardiac disease, any chronic disease in a particular period can cost the facility by himself or herself at least $1 million. So it's very difficult to really pinpoint exactly any one reason why the cost would go up, because we do not know from time to time how ill our individuals will be. We also, last year, we had 2 inmates that needed to be transferred off island, and just the cost of the services in intensive care for services we could not provide here, that increased the cost.
So let me ask, is there a split between that 1.14 pertinent to local medical expenses and off-island medical expenses, and how frequently are those off-island inmates requiring emergency or specialist care? Or can we move into telehealth partnerships to try to bring the cost down?
Dr. Colwood again. Telehealth is only good for mainly mental health services. As far as medical services, it's more hands-on practice. So no, telemedicine will not provide the level of services, the quality of service that we provide at the Bureau of Corrections. And like I said before, it all depends on the population of patients that we get. Sometimes, we'll have patients who we don't have any incidents, and then all of a sudden, we'll have a lot of patients who are critically ill, right now, on both islands, we have individuals in the hospital.
Okay.
And then after a while, we may not. So the numbers will change and vary from time to time. It's very difficult to predict.
Very well, thank you. Moving on to vocational programs and reentry. Mr. Abrams, how are you doing, sir?
Good morning, doing well.
Good, good. You mentioned, well, it was mentioned in the testimony, which would cover your area, 575 releases in 2024 and 11% three-year recidivism rate for the 2022 cohort. What reentry programs had the strongest influence on post-release success? Like, what are those programs?
The number one program that provides the best success for while they're incarcerated is high school. So an individual that comes in that doesn't have a high school diploma, the recidivism rate is 50%, meaning it jumps, where that fewer people return if they receive their diploma. The second highest would be the vocational programs, where we give them a skill so that when they leave, they could obtain employment. Because our fundamental purpose as we go through the process
1 minute.
is to ensure that an individual is employable when they leave the facility.
Yes, and it is a place of rehabilitation
That is
after all. What coordination are you having with, per se, WAPA, Department of Labor, Housing, Department of Housing, the Housing Authority, I should say, I apologize, for any job placement or even housing opportunities? I know that in some cases, based on the sentencing and so forth, that might be a challenge, but what sort of collaboration or
30
coordination
seconds.
is taking place in that area?
So with respect to the Department of Labor, we have established a MOA of programs that they provide us. We also have an agreement with Equus, the one-stop provider, where that they actually come into the facility and perform workshops. We get them set up while they're in the facility. We get them set up on vital views so that they are already applied through the Department of Labor system. And so when they leave, we try to ensure that they have an appointment with the Department of Labor upon their release. So we've also been trying to work with second chance friendly providers. I know Department of Labor has a list of those companies, and they're in the process of scrubbing it to make sure that they're in compliance.
Time.
There are certain benefits that a company gets for being a second chance provider, to having the ability to employ those who have left the prison. So we work very closely with labor, the one-stop provider, and vendors in the community.
Okay, very well. And Mr. Chair, if I may have one last wrap-up question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Testamark, or if it is available today, if we can have the percentages associated with the released inmates who went through any vocational training or obtained their high school diploma, so that we can sort of see how great the programs are actually working and what needs to be done to make sure or assure that they continue to take place. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, and you'll be followed by Senator Milton Potter. Please, let me just recognize the presence of Senator Kenneth Gittins, our Vice President. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to my colleagues, as well as the listening and viewing audience, and of course to the many strong men and women at the Bureau of Corrections. I really applaud you for the work that you do. It is transformative work that you're doing, especially when you're looking at persons who have committed crimes and to have them rehabilitate and transform their lives and to come back into our society ready to be productive, contributing individuals in our society. So I'm very very much appreciative of the hard work you do. Now, my questioning is going to go a little bit into what the previous senator discussed with the recidivism rate, your 11%. I want to drill down on that a little bit because I'm a social scientist, and always there's costs associated with those reductions. Kindly indicate for us, in your recidivism rate, is that included your lowered recidivism rate? Do you include those who are also housed externally off island? Do you have any numbers to share with us? Because I read your testimony, especially I paid close attention to page 10, where you indicated the estimated cost to house an inmate is $320 per day, and that's local. And compared to off island, which is $103 per day, that's like almost 3 times the cost we pay here to house inmates. So let's drill down on the numbers and see if it's worthwhile us what we do here compared to those in the States, and that we are doing a better job at transforming and rehabilitating our inmates at this $320 per day cost. Who can answer?
Director Testamark, the first answer to the question, your first question is yes. The numbers do include those individuals that is also away. Anyone that's leaving the Bureau of Corrections, they are counted.
Okay, because overall, I did some math, and we pay with the 191 inmates housed here at a cost of $320 per day, that equals $61,120 per day. And if we go to a year, I'm just letting everyone know, this is the real numbers. For 365 days, that would amount to $308,800. Let me repeat that number. $22,308,000, $800. That's a lot to house our people here. And so in looking at that aspect, kindly indicate to us, what are you looking at? Is it better for us to ship our people off island to reduce costs, especially, knowing that we may be facing some real tightening of the belts?
Director Testamark, that is a very sensitive
it's controversial.
It's very, because again, the whole idea, when we talk about rehabilitating individuals, we want to keep the family unit connected. Mm-hmm. So it's very, very important. However, when you state and you put it in the numbers, when you look at it and you say, just being fiscally responsible, is it really worth it to keep them here?
1 minute.
And if you're just looking at the numbers, we could say no. But in reality, we don't want to, we try our best not to separate that connection.
Thank you. Now, let me tell you how much it costs a year to house our people. And they're our people, okay? I don't want anybody to confuse it. They're our people. They belong to us. It costs $6,015,200 to house an inmate off
30 seconds.
A year. So we are housing people here at 3 times the cost. Those are some of our costs. So typically, to even educate a young person, anybody, it costs about $16,000 a year for one child to be educated.
Time.
And so, Mr. Chairman, may I wrap up? So my concern is, what are we doing to really put the money into education so that this is not their outcome? And I really want to applaud you on that. I really don't have that much questions for you, because this is startling numbers as it is, that we are spending so much money to incarcerate our people compared to educating them and providing training for them. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Director Testamar, in regards to the transition homes program, how many individuals do you have in that program right now?
We've had 3. It's only a certain amount of people when they come out, when they're ready to come out, if they need assistance, we put them in there. But so far for the year, we've had 3 individuals.
Okay, and were you able to construct any additional transition homes?
We have 2 more on the way. With the tariffs and everything, it's been delayed. And right now, the last update that I received, it's somewhere in Europe. So hopefully it'll get to the territory within the next 60 days, 90 days.
Okay, all right. The chair will recognize Senator Potter. You're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and a special good afternoon to Director Testamar and the executive leadership team at the Bureau of Corrections. Director Testamar, I wanted to really start with addressing the issue of the 61 vacant positions at the Bureau. And I know, as well as the overtime costs, I believe you indicated that to date, roughly, you're talking about like $2.98 million in overtime costs. I wanted to get a sense as to what specific recruitment and retention strategies can you implement or is on the radar that can put a dent on this high overtime costs as well as the high vacancies?
Director Testamar, thank you for your question. Relative to what are we doing to recruit, we're aggressively recruiting, taking part in the different fairs, the radio broadcasts. When we travel away, we always recruiting for individuals. Out of the 61, most of those officers' vacancies, I want to believe it's about 20 or 25. They're checking on the numbers to give you a more accurate number. And one of our challenges is individuals passing either the test or the background. That has been the issue. And we've reviewed the exam. We've done the best we can to.
Is that basically a reality that we will just be dealing with?
That's a reality that the territory, unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with, relative to people passing the test and or the background. Okay, so, but however, we still stay the course and we always out there looking at different venues to recruit individuals, to entice them to come into the correctional field. But I would say to you that it is not unique to the territory, being that correctional professionals from back when I started in the 80s, people are not coming into the profession like that anymore. So it's very challenging getting individuals to come.
Understood. I want to just say kudos to you on the 11% recidivism rate compared to 68% on the mainland. That's a tremendous difference.
Thank you.
Are those numbers based on, just so I can understand, is it based on a 3-year period, a 10-year period?
It's a 3-year cohort.
Okay.
The last time we did it was 22, so we began 22, 23, 24.
Okay.
Yes, it's a 3-year period.
Understood. Now, with respect to the federal detainees, you indicated that there is a $100 per day cost that you charge the federal government to house their detainees. You said you inherited, I think it was $40 when you came originally.
It was $48, and now, now we
more than doubled. And I agree with my colleague from Frederiksted that number, I'm hoping, and you said you were in active negotiations for a new number, I'm hoping that it triples.
Me too.
Personally, and I mean, you guys are the only game in town. So it's not like the federal government can say, okay, let me take my business somewhere else.
Right.
But my thing is, I believe that considering the success of your educational programs, I believe that the $1.2 million that you could potentially generate if this number triples, that number should, the money should go back to the Bureau to enhance and expand the educational programs. I believe that's something that we must do. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for that.
Rather than the money just going into the general fund.
Right, and again, that's where the money goes. However, there's a court order that ordered the government to take the money that received from the U.S. Marshals to turn into an Impress Fund, and it was specifically designed
30
to take care of
seconds.
the Bureau of Corrections and their needs. But however, that money goes into the general fund, but it is court ordered.
Okay.
It is court ordered.
So I mean, and so that is court ordered. So you don't receive that. You don't receive the benefit of that funding. However, I think that the funding that we generate specifically from the federal detainees, that is something that we should be able to steer back towards the Bureau of Corrections for the expansion of your
Time.
Thank you.
I wanted to just ask Mr. Chair one final question. With medical costs to Dr. Carlwood, MD, I wanted to ask you, with the medical costs, based on what I saw in your testimony, increasing like 38% year after year, that's significant. Are there any preventative initiatives that the Bureau can undertake to, I guess, positively impact that cost?
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. All inmates and detainees, but in the correctional field, we call them inmates. And all inmates, as they enter, they get screening, medical screening, mental health screening, and dental screening. And annually, if they still remain in the facility, they get the annual physical exam, which includes laboratory testing, any chest x-ray, the mammogram, pap smear, colonoscopy. So we really stay up to date on providing them with the preventive services that meets national standard for anyone in our community. So, the cost of medication, I think that's our major problem, but it's not just a problem here. It's nationwide. The cost of medication is just increasingly increasing, and our patients, whether if they need the services, they need the top of the line medication, we provide it for them. So that's why the cost will continue to go up until we see a decrease in the cost of mainly the medications.
So we're doing pretty much all that we can do in terms of preventative
Yes, we're doing
measures,
everything
the
that we're
implementation
supposed
of
to
that.
do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Director Testamar, in regards to attrition, have you done an attrition analysis of your current staff employed? Those that's eligible for retirement. Yes, attrition. Have you done an analysis on that?
You mean, if I want the numbers, knowing who's about to leave?
Right, yes, yeah. Do you have a report on,
Yes.
on who's?
Miss Hodgkins.
Phyllis Hodgkins. The main ones we have are the officers. We have about 15.
15, 1-5?
1-5, yes, sir.
1-5, okay. And if these are opted to leave today, what would that do to your manpower?
Recruit harder.
It'll cause you to recruit harder. What about, how many employees do you have making under $35,000?
That's a Callwood.
Did do that. I'm sorry, Dr. Kaiser Callwood. Number. I did the whole report. 2 seconds here. So we have a total of 14.
14?
Yes.
Thank you.
And do you want the total implementation cost? I have that as well.
Let's go. Don't tell me it's 20 million.
No, but no, it's not 20 million. It's 118,167 and 38 cents.
118.
$118,167 and 38 cents.
38 cents. Thank you. Good numbers. Thank you. Geriatric release. How many individuals do you believe meet the criteria for geriatric release?
Director Testamark, geriatric release. There's two categories.
Age and illness. Correct?
Illness, 0.
0. 0 meet that criteria?
When it comes to the illness,
Okay.
based on the law.
What about
And
age?
Age, we have about 15 individuals that's 65. I think they have to be 65 and older.
15 of those.
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, good afternoon now to my colleagues, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, and those folks in the audience in the chamber in gray, which is a very interesting color. Is that the color of the Bureau? Gray? Gray and teal?
Teal.
Okay, all right, gray and teal. First off, Director Testamark, excellent job in terms of your presentation. I like the tone. I see things are happening. And I want to personally congratulate 2 of your employees, Correction Officer Sherry Ann Gilbert, St. Croix District, for being one of the 2 2025 Employee of the Year, and also on St. Thomas Chief Correction Officer Jelani Charleswell. All right, are you here? Can you please stand and be recognized, sir? Excellent job. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Okay.
See, this is what we do. When our people do well, we recognize and give them their flowers while they are here serving. So thank you very much for your service. So, Direct, let's get into something that almost got me in jail one time, which was when I was Deputy Commissioner of Health. I got in some legal trouble with the courts about being responsible for the care, custody, and treatment of our mental health patients that was away. You have the same burden like I did, and I really want to dive down with the care, custody, and treatment of our inmates that's away that have mental health issues. I want to make sure that we're treating them, they're being treated for whatever issues they have, and by the time they come back home, we would have at least solved a lot of the issues that they have. So where are we with that? Have you made your visits? Have the discussion with the psychiatrists? Are they on their meds? Blah, 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 so that when they come back, society is okay.
Director Testamark, the majority of the individuals that's transferred from the territory to those other individuals, those other agencies, they are under the care of Department of Health. However, because we transport, I stay in contact with those individuals away at those facilities. And the ones that I have visited, yes, they're on their meds and they're being treated.
Great job. In terms of recruitment, because I see we have a little issue here. I was looking at your testimony, page 8. 2021 was a banner year in terms of recruitment. Please tell me what happened, because we're down to 2 as of 2024. You didn't provide us with any 2025 numbers. Where's the 2025 numbers to date, and what's going on while we can't recruit people?
On page 8 of my testimony, as of February 2025, we received 20 correction officers applicants, 11 St. Croix, 9 St. Thomas, 14 applicants were eligible to test. Among those, 3 passed or were waived, while 6 did not show and 3 did not pass. That's
Right,
for
so
2025.
I see 2 missing. Where's the other 2 now? got 14 that were eligible to test, right? 6 didn't show, 3 passed, 3 failed.
And those two, go ahead, nurse.
Phyllis Hodgkins, I have 2 in the pipeline.
2 were in the pipeline. Okay,
Yes.
great. See, I was paying attention to your numbers. So let's get back to some of the good stuff here. As
1 minute.
My colleague from Bavoni touched on a point that we were having discussions about the costs to house inmates locally versus away. You talked about the sensitivity of the issue. We're at the point as a government, it's all about dollars and cents now. So I could understand the families have their concerns, but as a government, we're responsible to make sure we don't go bankrupt. Because something costs 3 times as much,
30 seconds,
which is the case right now, we must, with the exception of the other discussion you had with my colleague about what's a detainee and what's an inmate, specifically detainees, we could keep that out of this conversation. But for the ones that are inmates, why are they still here? I mean, they're finished with their adjudication process, so it's just to serve time and do the rehab. So why can't we send them away so we could save some money and focus on the other issues we've got?
Director Testamont, we have sent some of them away. We have those remaining balances here, the upkeep of the facility, the work programs throughout the community. That's what we have them here for.
Mr. Chair, if I could finish my thought. So if we do reduce the number, the volume of inmates now, why do we need so many employees? If it's just, we have the detainees, which is a lower level security risk. So then I'm just looking at costs. And so don't take this the wrong way. Why can't we reduce the head count? I see you're trying to hire more people. We're trying to reduce our inventory of inmates. So there's a disconnect here.
Director Testamont, I just want to remind you and the listening audience, 95% of the individuals that's incarcerated has been charged with murder. And it's not a lower, when you say a lower level, not because the number has been reduced, these individuals are in our custody for violent crimes. It requires staff to be here and work.
Right, that's why are they here? That's my point.
No, we have individuals that has not been sentenced. The majority of those detainees, yes.
So,
the majority of our population is detainees.
And we're paying the burden of that cost, holding them there because the court process is so slow, right? The justice system. It's very slow.
Yes.
So once we speed that up, we could turn them over and then you could save some money, right?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Did your colleague from Bavoni tell you that she's having a birthday tomorrow? A whole holiday for her birthday?
Point of information.
One second, Senator, I will come into you right now. Director, you spoke about 95% of the individuals incarcerated is charged with murder?
That's correct, sir. They're charged with murder, 95%, and then you have another 3% that's charged with aggravated rape, sexual assault.
Council 98%?
Yes.
So you're saying, how many individuals do you have incarcerated?
Currently, we have, 351?
351.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying close to 300 of those individuals
Yes, sir.
is being charged with murder?
Murder.
And the average age is 24.
And the average age is 24.
Okay. I'm not in a position to dispute that number, so we'll have to drill down a little bit on that, but that's startling. That's startling. Senator Maurice James, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, sir. I just want to follow up on 2 statements that were made. One was the director said that there is a court order concerning the funds that are generated from the U.S. Marshals Service. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's been instituted over. Yes, that is correct, ma'am.
What, do you know what year that court order was issued?
That was decades ago. I have a copy. I can get you a copy of it. When I came, they gave it to me.
Okay, so I guess we're ahead of the national government where we're not following or complying with court orders, because if there's a court order, then it must be complied with. And I just want to quickly just ask, you said 2 people passed, 20 people applied, 14 were eligible, but only 2 passed the test?
6 did not show up, 3 people passed, and 3 did not pass. That's correct. Yeah.
The reason I asked that is it said 3 passed or were waived. So did they take it and pass, or did they not take it and were waived? That's the question.
Phyllis Hodge
In your
Gums.
testimony, it's
I'm sorry, Phyllis Hodge Gums. They either take the test or they're waived, based on the criteria of the waive.
no, that's not my question. If someone is waived, it means they did not take a test, correct?
Correct. Yes and no.
Okay, so 3 passed or waived doesn't tell me who passed and who was waived. So of that 3 number, did 1 pass? Did 1 waive? Did 2 pass? Did 2 waive? What, can you dissect that number for me? The 3.
We will dissect it for you, Senator James. Individuals who has a college degree for personnel, they waive, or came out of the military, they also waive. So we will get the breakdown for you, and we will get that to you.
So, Senator, we do have
Right, thank you. Yes?
We do have the breakdown. So it's 2 individual sat the test,
That's incorrect.
and then 1 was waived.
And passed. Okay, so 2 passed. And what are we doing? This is just a follow-up. What are we doing to assist those who do not pass? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may respond.
Director Testamont, the agency pays $5 for practice tests for individuals who sign up to take the tests to help encourage them to study. Unfortunately, the territory, we have a challenge with comprehension, and that's our biggest challenge. Individual, why they're not passing the exams.
I know previously there was a consultant that actually supported and assists those individuals in preparing to undertake the test. Is that still occurring?
That's still occurring, sir.
That's still occurring. And what is waived in your universe? You talk about have a college degree,
Yes.
military, prior experience. What else?
Yes, so Phyllis Hodge Gums. College degree, military experience, and of course, prior experience, like you said. Yes, sir.
Okay. Similar to the Virgin Islands Police
enforcement.
Department.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. What's the grade level of the test? I'm coming to you, Senator Johnson. What's the grade level of the test?
8th grade.
8th grade. Thank you. Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you. I really want to follow up on a question that the chair asked in regards to medical geriatric parole. And I want to ask the director, do you have a gentleman that's in your medical unit that is pretty much can't do anything for himself, and if he has a detainer?
Sir, could you please repeat your question?
Mr. Sinclair.
Do you have an individual in your medical unit that is bedridden, and if that individual have a detainer on him?
Yes, we currently have an individual in custody that is bedridden. That is correct, sir.
And does he have a detainer?
Yes, he does, sir. I think he does.
If an inmate is bedridden and if he have a detainer, that inmate should be already transferred to the medical geriatric, to the federal government, and you'll be collecting payment for him from the day you put him on that medical parole. You won't be paying to keep him. The federal government will pay you until they get that individual out of the facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Director Pestamar, you have a response to that?
Yes. Director Testamark, as the Director of the Bureau of Corrections, I recommend individuals to the board. It is up to the board to parole individuals. Thank you.
Senator Lewis, you recognize your point of information. Please recognize the mic of Senator Lewis.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Testamark, you talked about power resiliency in your testimony, and you talked about 2 different generators. Along those lines, what are we doing to the overall power efficiency in your facilities? We have solar, we have battery backups. I know the energy office have all kind of different grants and things going on. Have we tapped into this even to reduce your energy cost?
Yes, Director Testamark. I'll let Peter Abrams expand upon that.
Good afternoon, Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Support Services. Yes, energy resiliency is a priority with us, and everything that we're procuring now are energy rated. For example, we've gone from central systems to split systems. We've gone to our light bulbs, high compact to LEDs, things like that. And we've actually seen a reduction in our power consumption because sometimes we have to add load to the generator when the generator is on because we've reduced our power. When we first purchased the generator, it was rated at the consumption that the facility was using. And so over time, we've seen that rating go down because of our energy reduction efforts, so that we actually have to add load to the generator when the generator is running, because when you have a certain size generator, if it doesn't have a certain amount of load, it operates, right, it has a problem. Yes. And so we've seen that. So yes, we take that seriously.
So my question is, I know in St. Croix particularly, you have a lot of real estate, and in terms of roof space and so forth. And, based on our climate, I think investing heavily in solar for the facilities. The building here, you're sharing it with the IPD and the courts, right? Mm-hmm. So that might not work out. But I mean, a partnership within the 3 of you here and then in St. Croix, let's delve into this. I mean, where we could save $1, it may cost us something upfront, but where we could save $1, let's do that.
Okay. And we have been pursuing that. We've been, especially for our critical systems, like our IT, our communication systems. Mm-hmm. We've been looking at solar power battery backups for those systems. So that is something that we've been pursuing. We've actually tried to write a couple grants to get funding for it, but as everybody knows, a lot of the grant programs are on hold right now because of the current administration. So we've been pursuing that.
And that's wrapping up on energy. Do you all have any electric cars? Electrical vehicles?
No, sir.
We planning to get any?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. The chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. At this time, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to all of the testifiers from Bureau of Corrections. Under the leadership of Dr. Carlwood, Director Testamark, and all of the executive staff. So this budget is $37,702,232, about 159 filled positions. I wanted to go to the nurses. How many RNs you have on staff?
Currently on staff and BOC side, because we also have the contract side, but on BOC side we have 3 RN. Yes.
3 RN. Okay. When you take a look at their contract, because the BOC RNs are the lowest paid in the government. That's what I'm told. So we need to complete those negotiations. A separate contract is not, I know some of them was at 60,000, and right now RN minimum should be 64. A minimum RN should be at 75. And of course, I'm pushing for RN to go up to 85,000 because, you know, nurses are so important. But take a look at that. Okay, so any federal cuts to your budget with the current administration? Any cuts?
No, sir.
Okay, so you mentioned here a greater reliance on grants and alternative funding sources. So you have any CDs, any investments, any interest earning accounts?
No, sir.
You don't have any. Okay, good. I wanted to go now quickly to your medical care expenses. Fiscal year to date is $1,138,000. How close are you, or how far are you from being able to settle those accounts, particularly with both hospitals? Are you going to be able to make a payment when?
Director Testamark, we've settled with Snyder Regional for $500,000, and we're in negotiation now with Wang Louis. We met as late as last week.
So how would you be able to make a payment? You'd use this fiscal appropriation, or because if you pay them $500,000, then that would have to come out of your current appropriation, right? So that means something else would get shorted. So to pay them, I'm trying to see if you'll be able to pay them and not suffer in some other area.
Okay. I wouldn't know the number from Wang Louis. The payment for Snyder Regional has been paid.
Oh, it has been paid?
Yes, for Snyder Regional, that has been paid.
Okay, good. So now the total of $1,138,548 for Medicare expenditures. Some of it is off island. What are those off island? Those includes the regular patient, medications. What is that specifically?
I'll let Dr. Callwood elaborate.
Yeah.
Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction. Once an inmate is transferred to our island facility, they're provided with all the services that we provide them locally. We're responsible for covering their appointments, or paying the costs if they go to an outside physician, all the services, chest x-rays, anything. So the Bureau does get a bill for those.
Okay. And none of this is the responsibility of the Department of Health? All of it is Bureau of Correction expense? What you're listing here?
1 minute.
There are two sets of individuals you're talking about. The ones with the Department of Health, those are the patients who have mental illnesses. And then the majority of the patients we have away, they are just the individuals that have committed murder and more serious crimes that we have away. So they're two totally separate group of individuals.
Okay, so my question follow up on that now is, are any of those patients eligible for any insurance like Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance? And do you provide assistance to make sure that they have insurance that can pay some of these? Are some of those in that category where insurance can potentially pay these bills rather than it coming out of your budget?
Dr. Callwood, again. You know, it's against CMS guidelines and actually unlawful for them or us to charge for any services delivered to inmates. Once you're incarcerated, even if you have a Medicaid number, that number is suspended and they no longer provide you with any service unless you have been hospitalized for 24 hours or longer. Then we have to go through the process of getting them a Medicaid number and having those and Medicaid services covered. Otherwise, no services, including medications, are covered.
Okay, how about those that are Medicare or that, for example, might have a spouse, or since you're saying that the average age is 24, technically, you know, your kids are covered until they're 26. So if those children have a parent that's working and has insurance, technically they're covered under the insurance? Is that not the case?
No, that is not the case.
So what you're telling me is that if someone has a son and they have insurance, say if they're working for the government and the son or the daughter is in jail, that they no longer have insurance? That's what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
We take care of them.
Wow, I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. I didn't know that. Okay, Mr. Chair, I just have one more question? That don't seem to be fair because, the parents are paying for the insurance, and that's okay, so, okay, real quickly now. So I want to ask one quick question. With those that are getting the controlled substances, right, the narcotics or any that have been in jail and they were, morphine or some real controlled substance, do you step them down to the buprenorphine, or how do you treat those patients that are, in prison that had a real serious addiction, and is it always supervised, the administration of those controlled narcotics? Tell me that procedure.
Dr. Linda Callwood, patients who come into our facility receive methadone. Methadone is for the narcotic withdrawal symptoms, and that is done through the Department of Health. They actually have a good system in place that they know who these individuals are, and the officers will take them out, mainly on St. Croix, to maintain on that program. Once a patient comes into our facility and the nurses have done their screening, and we realize that through their history, they do have an addiction problem, a substance abuse problem, then we have things in place, protocols in place, which is really prescription medication that are prescribed by either the psychiatrist or myself.
Okay, thank you. And my vice chair of the Health Hospitals Human Services Committee, we've been talking. We want to take a visit to South Carolina, so we'll set it up so we can visit those patients. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Lewis, you have a point of information you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon, testifier. Director Tessima, your St. Thomas facility, is the air conditioning working?
The air condition has not been working. It's been working off and on. Intermittently, I should say. There was a part that's needed, the company that we contract with to maintain it, and I know that they were working diligently to get that part. I have my facilities manager in here, and he could elaborate more on that.
I tell you, your diligent and my diligent is two different diligent. Because while I here sitting, we're getting texts back and forth.
I'm sure.
Say over 2 months now, the air conditioner is out. The facility manager close by to tell me
Wait. It's
when it's going to be up and running.
The air conditioner is not out completely. It is not as cold as it usually is. So let's be clear. Okay. It's not out completely where the building is hot. It is not as cold as it usually is. However, I have the warden here for CJC, which is Warden Monsanto, who's working that building every day. And I also have the facility manager that can elaborate more about that.
Right, Sergeant at Arms.
Do you need a follow-up on that, Senator?
Yeah, I wanted them to tell me the status on this air condition so we could...
Sergeant at Arms, please allow escort the...
Facility manager.
The warden.
The warden.
You need both of them? You need both the warden? Just the facilities manager?
And while he's taken to come in, Director, was there plans or any initiative to close down the St. Thomas facility here and relocate?
As Director Testamark, as you know, Bureau of Corrections and Virgin Islands Police Department occupies that side of the building. There have been some repairs that needs to be done since the Irma and Maria hurricanes. We're currently working with the project engineers to figure out exactly a plan. They're going to have to come out of the facility in order for them to do the repairs. Currently, the last meeting update that we have, the design is 30% complete. So right now, we are nowhere near relative to having to close
the design to repair the existing structure.
The existing structure. They have to replace the roof and the windows.
Good. So do we have an alternate site in place, or this is still a work in progress?
This is still a work in progress.
Work in progress.
We had a meeting with VIPD along with the FEMA representatives and the engineer for the project about 2 weeks ago, because we need some concrete answers from them.
Yes.
And currently, that's all that they're giving us.
Thank you. One of you gentlemen, the warden or the facilities manager, could you tell me what's the status of the air condition?
The facilities manager, I guess.
Facilities
ultimately.
manager.
Yes. Put your name on the record, please.
Raymond Walker, Facility Manager, Bureau of Corrections. In regard to the AC here at CJC, we're working on it. Currently it's running half speed. We have to maintain smaller amounts of AC going in, but it is working. We've done temporary repairs to it, and we've outsourced areas to get the new parts. Right now, the best I've gotten is 10 to 12 weeks for the parts that we need, but we're maintaining it. Right now, we're maintaining what we can get. We just have to watch the AC, make sure that it doesn't start icing up. As long as it doesn't ice up, then we can maintain an amount of air conditioning in the facility.
So then there are points in the day or the evening that we have to shut off the unit when it ice up, and then when they wait till it defrosts and then come back on. So then there is no air condition.
Right. So there are times, yes, when the airflow starts lowering, we thaw out the coils. We still maintain the rest of the AC. We just turn down one system. Once the ice starts melting and gets melted off, then we'll turn that system back on. We have 4 condensing units, so we can shut one down, let it thaw out while the others are running. Our main problem is the blower wheel. That's why we can't maintain enough airflow constantly to keep them from icing up. And that's the item that we can't get for 10 to 12 weeks, and that'll be after they receive payment.
So we have a purchase order going through the process?
Yes. I've been trying through all kinds of different areas to get these parts, hoping that somebody might have one. But these units are so big that nobody maintains a stock of them. They're built once you apply for it, and once you pay for it, then they build this blower wheel that we need so badly.
So my plea to you is on behalf of the employees and even the inmates, man, let's see what we could do to expedite this. We've been with the purchase order. Let's see if we could call other vendors. We in the summer month.
And we're doing that. I want everyone to know that we are. We're not just saying we need a new blower wheel. We're diligently going out and finding more people to quote this, but this is a specific brand of unit, and it's specific to that unit. We can't take a part from another unit and make it work in this carrier unit. It has to be
all intent and purposes.
We're being repetitious now. We need to move on.
Yeah, all intent and purposes. Maybe we might just have to looking into a new unit. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
One quick thing. We have looked into a new unit. A new unit would take 16 weeks. To put that new unit in, we're going to have to take down concrete walls to get it in. So we are looking at every aspect. The quickest way we can get it done is the way we're trying to get it done. Right now, that blower wheel is our simplest and quickest mode to get the AC back working.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess, and when we come back, we have 2 remaining senators. We'll complete this process. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. And we're out of recess again today. We're in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and we have before us the Bureau of Corrections. And of course, the Attorney General, Department of Justice is up next. So at this time, we would like to recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. So minority leader. One second, real quick. Point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, can we get a copy of the breakdown for the $300 per inmate? I think that's very important during this budget period. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Are you referring to the cost of maintaining the inmates locally?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Just for the record, Chief Charleswell from Savannah, that's number one. Director, I respectfully disagree with you when you mentioned that in the territory we have an issue with comprehension. It may be comprehension to the corrections test, but not comprehension overall. So I just want to make sure we specify that we have too much geniuses come out of living in the Virgin Islands and come out of Virgin Islands. Okay, so again, thank you. 35,624,549 is your actual 2025 budget. You're asking for a difference of 2,077,683. Now, union contracts. You have unionized employees. Any contract agreements or negotiation took place in 2025?
No. We have some contracts that expires September of 2025.
Okay, how many GS employees you have?
HR.
Phyllis Hodgkins, 9.
9. Okay, I'll read you some notes I have for my 2025 budget post-audit report. Recidivism, 11% remaining. 156 off-island inmates. What's your number? No. I'm reading from 2025 budget.
Off-island
but I
inmate
wanted
is
to know-
160.
yeah. 168?
No, 160.
160. Okay, 246 total personnel. What's your total personnel now? Okay, I see also you're asking for $50,000 for capital improvement.
Oh.
You didn't ask for any in 2025. What would $50,000 do to improve it? Any capital improvement that will benefit the employees, really?
We have a unit called Camp for Healing. That's where we want to house our mentally ill individuals. So we want to build it out to expand. Currently we have 6 rooms, and we want to expand it another 6 rooms. So that's just basically just outfitting it.
50,000 would do it.
Roundabout for those 6 beds. Yes.
So personnel and fringe. The chair asked how many employees you had under 35,000. How many of the vacancies you have are under 35,000, if any?
So of the vacancies, we have Dr. Kaiser Coward, I'm so sorry, 4.
4, okay, good. So the total personnel is what?
The total personnel is 158.
158 from 246 last year. These are notes that I took last year. I said total personnel 246, 214 positions filled.
So just to clear up, so the total budgeted is 222. Of that, 159 are filled. You have the 61 vacancies and the 3 new positions.
Okay, 159 are filled. The number is still going downward. Okay, Okay, so you're asking for personnel. 15 million.
1 minute.
585, 346, recommended for 2026. What the increase in personnel is for?
The raises, the agreed upon raises.
Okay,
with
so that's what
SIU.
I asked. Were there any in 25? You said no. So what agreed upon raises? I asked you, were there any negotiation in 2025? You said no.
No, these were one of the contracts were signed in 2022.
30 seconds.
And it expires in September of 2025. So the last raise under that contract took effect October 2024.
Okay, which one of your unions?
LESU. SIU, the
SIU.
officers, the LESU has expired.
Okay, so basically the increase is going to cover personnel and fringe?
Yes.
Okay.
Time.
Okay, so now in closing, can I have your actuals for personnel, fringe, other services and charges, supplies, and actual for, if any, for capital outlay? Personnel, the actual up to this date, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. Personnel, fringe,
Go ahead.
supplies, other services and charges, any capital outlay?
Go ahead.
So for personnel services is 9 million for personnel services to date. For fringe, it's 3 million. For supplies is 1.4 million. For other services and charges is 17.3 million. And then for electricity is 407,000, zero for capital outlay.
Okay, utilities is 407 and zero capital. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it all? You need anything else? You good or you have follow-up? You got it? Okay, good. At this time, I'm moving right along. Senator Kenneth Gittens, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to the team. And special congratulations to your employees of the year. And let me say a quick, how you say it in St. Thomas, body greetings to the chair coming up. He have us here working all this week. The same thing they did with me for my body. Anyway, we work all week so they could work too. Tomorrow, so happy birthday, Mr. Chair, and happy birthday to Senator Carla Joseph. She's so big, she got a whole holiday tomorrow for herself. So let's come now to the, I want to go to the inmate population. But first, Director, I've been in contact with you. We've been on the committee meeting the other day, and I've been asking you about the number of detainees that we have that's just languishing. Now, under our local laws, we know that it's a clear violation of due process to have individuals languishing in these institutions for years without court resolution. So can you provide us here today with an updated figure as to how many persons are deprived from their liberty currently in your facilities, specifically those who have been detained for extended periods while awaiting trial?
Director Testimony. Currently under St. Croix District, we have 30 individuals awaiting court, and in St. Thomas we have 16
Yeah, but is this, I'm talking about those for extended period of time.
who've been in custody for a year or more.
Right.
Yes.
So St. Croix, you have 30.
30, yes.
And St. Thomas, you have?
16.
So what concrete steps, if any, is the Bureau taking in coordination with the other criminal justice stakeholders, such as the Department of Justice and the judicial system, to address this backlog and ensure that we don't continue to step on the rights of individuals, although they're charged with crimes?
Yeah. We've had conversations with the AG's office, and they have been reviewing, and as of late, as of last week, we've had 3 individuals that have went to court, have been addressed. So they are beginning to move the case log.
You said 30 on St. Croix, and 16 on St. Thomas for more than a year.
Yes.
That's a problem. And I noticed also you spoke about the breakdown for the number of individuals. The cost, I'm going to come to that because I'm truly concerned of the cost. But you stated, and I'm trying to see where you said you have a number of sentenced individuals that remains at CJC, which is on St. Thomas, correct?
That is correct.
But isn't CJC a detention center rather than a prison?
That is correct.
So why do you have, how many you said you have sentenced individuals over there?
I can get you the exact number. However, we always keep a small cadre of sentenced individuals there for the upkeep of the facility and for some of the work programs that we have here in the territory.
Yeah, 17 inmates you have there.
17.
Okay. This $320 per day locally to house our inmates and $103 per day, that concerns me. I'm going to ask you for a breakdown of these numbers. And through the chair, I'll ask you to provide a per inmate cost comparison between the mainland and local incarceration, including transportation, medical, and administrative expenses. And also what contracts are in place with the mainland facilities and what are the terms regarding cost, oversight, and the duration. And are there any hidden or long-term costs, such as legal, family, visitation, or reentry challenges that are not captured in your cost comparison? Because for my sake, I still can't see it being that much less to house an inmate on the mainland versus housing them at home. And if that is the case, then my question would be, then why don't we keep our inmates here so that we don't have to pay that exorbitant amount of monies?
Yeah. Okay, I will definitely get you that breakdown. But one of the main reasons why we can't keep them here, sir, is that the territory does not have the facilities to house those type of individuals. So our physical plant is not where it needs to be to house them appropriately.
So when you say those types, I mean, are all that are gone to the mainland, are all these persons charged with murder?
1 minute.
Or you have people charged with much less?
99% of them that's away is charged with murder and convicted. Not just charged, but convicted. Yes, sir.
99%, you said?
That's away. That's convicted.
Are staffing shortages, the facilities conditions, or other operational
30 seconds.
constraints preventing more inmates from being housed here locally, you'll say?
Say that again, sir.
Your staffing shortages or facilities condition, those are the reasons?
Yes,
you're
facilities
saying?
condition. That's correct.
What's the immediate or long-term needs of the local facilities to accommodate more inmates here safely and humanely?
Time.
Because as I look at the reports nationally, and I don't want to go into it now, but I've been pulling up a whole set of them, and some of these mainland institutions ain't nothing nice going on there. So therefore, I'm concerned about the rehabilitation as well for them coming back. We got a tendency of talking about gangs here in the Virgin Islands. We know a Jesus Christ thing about gangs here. They want to see gangs, tell them go on the mainland. So we are sending some of our sentenced individuals to these mainland institutions. And they're mixing and mingling and have to survive amongst those in like what do you call them, MS, whatever the gang thing is of the real gangs. Next thing you know, because of their it's going to be a survival of the fittest. They're going to, MS-13. Next thing you know, they're going to be coming back down here and being released to our streets and now spreading this thing elsewhere. So I want to see us doing a bit more to keep our inmates here locally. And it is said, I believe, that when they have an opportunity to still interact with their families and whatnot, that there's less recidivism, correct?
It helps in their rehabilitation.
So let's just look at that. I don't have much questions for you on this because I just want to make sure that we as a body are able to grasp from you your needs for the agency so that we could put forward the funding that you need to get you going and to get you out, totally out of this federal consent decree. I continue to say I believe that this consent decree is just making certain individuals' pockets bigger, and we got to get out of this consent decree. This government has paid over $100 million in consent decree funds. We could utilize our funds to build schools, to build our hospitals, and to better the conditions within the prison system if people fall on the wrong side of the law. So please, get us the information that I've asked you for so that we could get it done. And what about the badges for your retired officers?
Yes.
You know I was going to ask that, right?
Yes, and I'm happy to report that we went through another vendor and those badges were delivered.
And while you went through another vendor, and I want the AG to hear me, the other vendor where you don't get the money to aim produce the goods.
Yes.
We need to go for the government money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enjoy your birthday when it comes.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said you had 9 GS employees. I think GS employees getting a wage increase in 26 based on their
The contract.
the contract or based on the last year's. So 2026, is it budgeted for those 9 individuals to get wage increases?
We usually send for a request of the funds through OMB.
No, but me, in your budget that you're asking, 37.7 that
No.
you're asking for,
No, it's not
they are
budgeted.
not budgeted.
No, it's not.
Okay, so that's what's the cost of those 9 individuals? So we want to make sure we have a number for that. If you could give it through the chair, could get the number for those 9 GS employees so we could have it in the budget.
I stand corrected. I have three other nurses that also went on a GS recently, so that'll be 12.
12 GS employees. Okay, so 12 that need to get, what their monies are, because that's automatically already been done from before, so it should be calculated in the budget. All right, through the chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Obviously, we have completed the first round of questions. I'll allow for any burning questions from my colleagues at this time. One burning question. So, Senator Vieira, you had a point of information?
Yes. In reference to the Indelible Management Solution, Inc., it's up to $2 million, and then you draw down from that? Yes. Okay, so they provide most of the medical services for Golden Grove?
For the St. Thomas
For
and
both?
for both islands, yes.
Okay, so when you go to your vacancies on the medical, if you're able to fill those vacancies, then you decrease the amount that you have to spend to this company?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and the company's utilizing mostly local individuals, or they're bringing in individuals to the mainland?
A lot of them are here locally. They've only brought in a few that I know of that's from the mainland that has been here.
Are you trying to convert those that are here locally, or is the company just paying way more than what you'll be able to pay them full-time?
They are basically paying more than what we'll be able to pay them full-time.
So it's more lucrative for them to stay with the company?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Violet. Again, I'll allow for any burning questions. We'll start off with Senator Lewis, and then I'll come to you, Senator Bolkes. We'll just go in order. Please recognize the mic of Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. Testify. It's been a long day. Long morning. Thank you for your responses. Director Testamark, either to you or the warden, how often do we visit the inmates away?
We usually once a year.
Once a year? Do you had a scenario where you had to transfer some from, what causes them to be moved from one prison to another prison? Behavior, expound on it.
No. The individuals in Florida was at a facility where that community felt that they didn't want the inmates there. This is something that has been brewing for a while, and we went ahead and we moved them from there. The majority of the inmates were moved to the other facility. That facility that we're moved to, it's more like a prison.
Yeah.
So the inmates that's there now, they're much more happier because in a prison ground, you're freer to walk around versus in the facility, a detention facility per se, you don't have that much freedom.
All right, now my last question to you. Based on what you presented here today, you're comfortable with those numbers?
You mean the budget that's presented?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Comfortable with them, and we continue to work with what we've got, and we seek alternative funding to help supplement the governor's proposal.
So, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, BOC would not be coming for any extra. They're comfortable.
So noted. Thank you. Senator Biele, you recognize your burning question? Are you good?
You're good.
You're good. Senator Joseph, Clifford Joseph, you recognize your burning question, if you have one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question again is to Director Testamar. Do you have any agreement presently with any medical facilities for mental health?
Director Testamark, any individuals for mental health falls under the Department of Health once they're deemed not guilty by reason of insanity. So there's no agreement with the Bureau of Corrections per se, but there's agreements with Department of Health.
Most of the cost is for the Department of Health. For the individual that are incarcerated that has a mental issue, the cost is to the Department of Health. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is individuals that has a mental challenge or has been deemed not guilty by reason of insanity or not competent to stand trial, they then now goes under Department of Health. And then they have the contract with those facilities off island. The ones that's in our care, we take care of them until they're able to go off island.
So you have your own employees in place. That's what I'm saying. There is no contract with no company to deal with your mental health on island.
That is correct. We contract with a psychiatrist, and BOC have their own clinicians here locally.
And that falls within your realm of your budget.
That is correct. It's paid out of BOC's budget.
Thank you for your answers, and I will encourage individuals to visit the facility in Golden Grove. Thank you, Director Testamar, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Angel Bolquez, you recognize your burning question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Testamark, when was the last time that the Bureau conducted a full-scale facility inspection of the John A. Bell facility? And what was the outcome if that inspection took place? And what are your 2 or 3 top priorities for that facility?
Director Testamark, the facility is inspected daily. Daily. That is required.
If I may interject for a second, I'm talking about like a full-scale inspection, structural, I understand operations and everything, but I'm talking about the infrastructure of the facility. It's an aging facility, and I know that there's a level of work that needs to be done. So I'm curious to know what the outcome of that, if in fact that audit took place, and what was surmounted to be the top 3 priorities for that facility.
Okay. Thank you for that, clarifying that. I'll let Mr. Peter Abrams elaborate on that. Thank you. Peter?
Good afternoon, Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Bureau of Corrections. We regularly take a look at our facilities and we conduct assessments to have a real in-depth report. I know that there are several projects that we do where we split that up. For example, it was mentioned in the testimony where we took a look at our fire suppression, fire alarm system, where we currently have an architect engineer reviewing that system. We conduct audits on our electrical system, and we make recommendations as to the areas that need improvement. But utilizing an outside source, I would have to say, when the monitors came down to take a look at our facility, they break it up into several areas, not just the mental health portion or the addressing the inmates, but they also take a look at the facility itself. They take a look at the medical operations and what is required in those particular areas. I guess you've heard of CMS audits. You know, when CMS comes into the hospital, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, they come in and they do an audit, right? Which is not just on the patients, but they do it on the facility, what we refer to as a life safety piece. So when the auditors come for the monitors, they actually have a life safety person that's on there, and they take a look at doors, they take a look at the infrastructure, they take a look at all the pieces, and then they at the end of the week of doing these things, we sit down and we have an exit interview with them, and they tell us what their findings are. And so based on those, we work on fixing those so that before they come back, we should have addressed those critical issues or come up with a plan of action as to how to address those particular issues. So the facility is monitored quarterly from that standpoint, but as the director says, from a daily standpoint, there is a go-through and a check of what needs to be addressed, done. We have a work order system where that any of the findings are done. They're put into a work order system, and we address those maintenance issues from a structural standpoint.
I appreciate the comprehensive response, but I didn't quite get the three top issues. However, I did appreciate the comprehensive response, and maybe through the chair, if you could provide what those are, we would appreciate it, because it is an aging facility, and at some given point in time, perhaps we may need to subsidize.
Physical plant, physical plant.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Abrams, for that.
You're welcome.
And thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Joseph. Caller J. Joseph, you recognize for your burning question.
So kindly, Mr. Chairman, I do have a burning question. It was to follow up on my initial question. Director Testamark, in your 2025 fiscal year budget and your presentation, you had mentioned, and going back to this off-island housing, that it was $67 to $85 per day to house our people. But now this year, it is at $103. Kindly indicate for us what has caused that jump in the price of just $18, but it's still a jump.
Yes.
And just so we note, our cost has remained constant. There hasn't been an increase in the $320 per day that we cost here for housing our on island.
Thank you. Director Testamark, in the contract with Virginia Department of Correction, it is built in that it increases a certain percentage. I can give you, I'll have to look at the contract to give you specific language.
I'm very interested in
exactly
seeing what the percentage is with the increase over time. I also want, because I know Justice is here, that we have a total of, I believe, 130 detainees. 130 detainees who haven't been adjudicated, and they're costing us $320 a day. that's taxpayers' money. I don't know if that's how we want to move justice, but justice needs to be moving a bit swifter. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You recognize for your burning question.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, everyone, again. Real quick, the inmate work program, what's the status of that inmate work program?
It is active and inmates are working. We have inmates that work outside of the facilities, and we also have inmates that work inside the facilities.
The ones that are working outside, are they doing work that's for the general public work, for the general government type work, or is it specific?
No, they doing work for the government and some private entities. Department of Public Works, the Bureau of Corrections inmate workforce, they cleaned up the cemetery in St. Croix. And they also have cleaned up in Frederickstead alongside the pier. There's a lot of different work that they work in conjunction with Public Works.
And how do we request this type of labor if you're a government agency? How would you request this?
The government agency will send me a letter requesting what the needs are and the duration, and then we will get
So
back
the
to them.
Department of Education?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Next, we'll recognize Senator DeGraff. Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any retro Director?
No, sir.
Okay. The medical supplies, you're requesting total supplies 1,888,885. How much of that is for medical supplies? Breakdown on that. And then in closing, it would be, Mr. Chair, now last year, we requested the salary for your RN nurses, 34,000 was what was said. What's the salary for your RN nurses now?
I can get that to you, Senator.
Okay, because I know the suggestion he gave was because they're exempt employees.
I have the
You have it?
number.
Okay.
It's $67,444.22.
Okay, that was on a recommendation by Mr. Chair. Because of the status director, you could have increased it. You did. Thank you for that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
And the answer to the medical supplies, you can answer in the chair's time. The breakdown from the 188, how much is for medical supplies? Okay.
Thank you.
If you have it, or when you get it, you could get to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And thank you very much for that reach back and that information as well. Need some time to get that information?
Yes, we'll have to break it down because it's an inpatient, outpatient. I'll have to break that down for you.
No problem. All right. I want to thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. Certainly, thank you for the summary snapshot. I think that was critical in us being able to compile a lot of information in the back of your testimony. Is very noteworthy information there. I want to extend congratulations to both of your Employee of the Year, certainly Ms. Sherry-Ann Gilbert, as well as Chief Correction Officer Jelani Charleswell, and kudos on that achievement. Just a quick summary. Again, your budget request for FY 2026 is $37,702,232. And you spoke about having 59 vacant positions. However, you have an authorization for 18 of those positions to be filled with a PRF of 10 so far to be filled, as well as I believe that recommendation or the discussion in respect to the funding that's paid by the U.S. Marshal Service of $333,000. That some portion of that should come back to the Bureau of Corrections is something that I would love to seriously undertake and consider. And I'll have some dialogue with you in respect to a program, because I think it should be specific to a program moving forward. So let's have a future discussion in respect to what program we could do. I'm hoping that maybe a reentry and a rehabilitation program tied to this funding will certainly be beneficial moving forward. So we could have some discussion about that. We know that there's a total of 351 inmate population with a breakdown of 191 in the Virgin Islands, 160 stateside. And of course, out of that, we have 111 total, 69 detainees, 42 inmates, as well as 63 detainees in the Farley complex, 17 inmates. Your cost analysis for on island inmates is at $320 per day and $103 stateside, and we have asked for additional breakdown in how how that is derived at, and certainly we'll send you a letter in respect to that. I want to say congratulations on those individuals that have been able to complete the high school programs. That is exciting news. I am happy to see that because, again, we have to be able to prepare inmates for reentry into this community, and it's clearly, they have shown that based on that we see that the recidivism rate has gone down, where you now account for 11% versus nationwide, where we've seen that it's about 68%. 10 years ago, it was about 73% when we looked at this, and now it's gone down to 68. However, at the Virgin Islands, we are seeing 11%, so that's commendable. So that is a snapshot of your budget thus far. What about this budget that gives you reason for pause? What about this that keep you up at night? What concerns you?
What concerns me is the influx of our mentally ill population and the individuals that's being picked up off the streets and brought into the correctional facilities. That is not the place for them. So that's one of the things, that's the major thing, one of the major things that keeps me up at night, worrying about them, the mentally ill.
Thank you for saying that. I'll tell you, I've been at a rant of this for the last 6 terms. And, you and I have attended training programs and conferences in the States in respect to mental health and the courts. And it's something that is really problematic in this community. We have expended monies after monies and put money earmark funding to really address this. I don't think we have a state of emergency that has been declared by the former administration. We have one that's declared by this administration for the last 10 years or so in respect to this. And we have not really truly seen any significant inroads into this situation. It has worsened over time. We're seeing more and more fallouts. And these are individuals that represent our nurses, our teachers, our military veterans, and those type of individuals. We have to do a better job at taking care of them. We have provided, recently under the Epstein Fund, another $18 million to the Department of Health. We gave them $3 million some time back. We provided mobile substation for each of the islands. We have done a lot in really trying to support. We came up with a whole comprehensive behavioral health bill that you spoke about earlier, with some requirements. So, I'm not sure, what else that we need to do, but this is an investment that's worthwhile. Some of us are just an episode away from going over on that dark side.
Yes.
So with all of the traumas that we're seeing in this community, the hurricanes, the pandemics, I think that, we really, and this is no blame on any one individual. I think collectively, we really got to work to improve this condition if we're going to make any impact there on this. So I want to thank you very much. I'll give you 30 seconds if you just want to close off real quickly, and then we'll move on to the next budget review, which is the Department of Justice.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, under the visionary leadership of the Brian Roach administration, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections remains steadfast in its commitment to advancing correctional best practices and fostering a culture of innovation, collaboration, and accountability. Thank you for your support of our fiscal year 2026 submission of $37.7 million. I want to thank the Bureau of Corrections staff, all of them, all 100 and plus staff who work diligently every day to make it happen. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. We are well on our way. Thank you.
And on behalf of the 36th Legislature, too, we want to thank our correction officers and all of the staff that work at the Bureau of Correction, for your work there. A lot of times I say, it takes special and unique individuals to do this type of work, because sometimes you almost feel like you're doing time with the inmates. So we understand that. We appreciate your contribution, and we continue to pray for you and really just work towards supporting you. All right, so thank you very much for your presentation today. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriation, and Finance is out of recess. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Department of Justice, invited testifier, Honorable Gordon C. Ray, Esquire, Attorney General. This concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Attorney Ware, and thank you for being here again defending the governor's proposed budget of the Department of Justice at the tune of $18,755,216. I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and let each of the other staff members introduce themselves, and then we go and hear from your testimony.
Thank you, sir. I'm Gordon Ray, the Attorney General, and much of my staff is here with me right now. To my right is my chief.
We'll let them introduce themselves so we could do the mic check one time. Yeah.
Very good.
Yes. Also.
Good afternoon. I'm Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. Claudette Georges, Acting Operations Manager.
Good afternoon. Maxine Sasso, Medical Examiner Operations Manager.
Good afternoon. Barrett Stridiron, Director of IT.
Good afternoon. Homer Ennis, Director of Special Investigations.
Good afternoon. Catherine Jensen Delugo, Paternity Child Support 4D Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kamisha Andrews.
Let's get a little closer to that mic, please.
Good afternoon. Kamisha Andrews, Federal Grants Coordinating Specialist.
Good afternoon. Acting Deputy Attorney General for the St. Croix Division, Patricia Lynn Pryor.
Good afternoon. Beverly Herman Wallace, Human Resources Director.
Good afternoon. Pamela Tepper, Solicitor General.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Then we go over to St. Croix.
Good afternoon. Amy Simpson, Criminal Chief of the St. Croix Division.
Good afternoon. Ronan Oliver David, Director, Division of Game and Enforcement.
Good afternoon. Christopher Timmons, Chief of the Civil Division.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Again, Attorney General, you recognize your testimony at this time.
And good afternoon again, Chairperson Novell E. Francis Jr., Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Attorney General Gordon C. Ray. It is a pleasure to appear before you to justify Governor Albert Bryant's proposed budget for the Department of Justice's 2026 fiscal cycle. The Virgin Islands Department of Justice would like to thank the 35th Legislature for passing Act Number 8920, that's Bill Number 35-0380, Sections 3 and 153, which was signed into law on October 22nd, 2024. Additionally, we'd also like to thank the 36th Legislature for passing Act Number 8985, which was Bill Number 36-0047, signed into law on April 15th, 2025. We're currently planning how to use these earmarked funds to improve our operating and capital project critical issues. Once we have a plan outline projected for September 30th, 2025, we will share the outline for transparency and accountability of the funds. The Department of Justice's primary goal is to protect the Virgin Islands' citizens and to advance their interests and well-being. I've met with the deputies, division chiefs, assistant attorneys general, investigators, and staff on both St. Croix and St. Thomas, inviting them to identify problem areas and determine how best to improve or correct those problem areas. Several pressing needs became evident. Critical was the lack of coordination among the departments and agencies responsible for law enforcement and justice, both local and federal, all of which share a common mission and need to work as a team. Coordination with the courts and the criminal defense bar, including the territorial public defender, was also much needed to help reduce congestion, court dockets, and achieve swift and fair dispositions. Internally, the Department of Justice needed increased staffing, a modern IT case management system, training in trial and investigative techniques, coordination between attorneys and investigators, and an effective witness assistance program. We've made significant progress in most of those areas. we've developed a much closer working relationship with VIPD. Our prosecutors and their detectives and case agents meet regularly to discuss improving case intake, issuing warrants in a timely fashion, and preparing for trial. We coordinate with the U.S. Attorney's Office for more effective investigation and prosecution of complex and white-collar cases, and for assistance in forensic analysis. And our prosecutors meet regularly with the Territorial Public Defender's Office to promote early disposition of cases, thereby helping to unclog court calendars. Recently, a team from the National Association of Attorneys General spent the entire week of February 9th on St. Croix and St. Thomas, giving our prosecutors and investigators intense training in trial and investigative techniques to ensure that our staff meets national standards. Our attorneys gained valuable skills, and the trainers were so impressed with one of our attorneys that they invited him to join their training team. We've also implemented procedures to ensure that our Special Operations Division, or SID, works hand in hand with prosecutors preparing homicides and other major cases for trial, and that our Victim Services Unit reaches out to victims and families to provide counseling and keep them current with developments in their respective cases. We've also put the final touches on a contract with Journal Technologies, a company that designs and installs case management systems for DOJs across the nation, which will soon begin work on modernizing our case management system. Our new system will communicate with VIPD's system, enabling prosecutors to promptly receive paperwork, body cams, and other material critical for efficient and effective prosecution. DOJ remains seriously deficient, however, in filling its staff vacancies. The St. Croix and St. Thomas, St. John criminal divisions each need 4 additional prosecutors and additional litigation assistants and victim advocates to handle their massive caseloads and cover the courtrooms. The Civil Division also requires 2 more attorneys, and the Solicitor General's Division is 4 lawyers short. These deficiencies not only impact our attorneys' ability to perform their work, but also leaves them exhausted and stressed, undermining their morale and risks inducing them to leave. During the past year, DOJ applied for an American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, grant in the amount of $5.4 million. The ARPA grant was expected to fund 22 new positions over the following 2 years. In fact, DOJ was awarded a grant for $2,485,420, and then to our dismay, this amount was de-obligated. General funds. The FY 2026 recommended allocation for personal services and fringe benefits will cover salaries and associated fringe costs for 166 positions, including 20 vacant positions. To date, general fund staff, 86, federal program fund staff, 55, vacancies, 33, and new hires in progress, 3, represent a current staff census of 163. Of the 20 vacancies proposed for FY 2026, 12 have already been filled, are in the process of being filled, or have been reallocated. As of June 10, 2025, there are 23 actual vacancies, 14 on St. Thomas, 9 on St. Croix, resulting from various actions including separations, promotions, or position reallocations. Federal and program funds. The department's personal services are also supported by federal grant and program funds. The FY 2026 federal fund recommended allocation for personal services and fringe benefits will support salaries and associated fringe benefit costs for 64 FTEs, comprised of 55 filled positions and 10 vacancies. 8 of those vacancies are currently filled or in the process of being filled. I'll now share with this committee the governor's proposed budget breakdown of $18,755,216. From the general fund, the breakdown is as follows. Personal services, $10,375,145. Fringe benefits, $3,875,684. Supplies, $302,344. Other services, $3,907,843. Utilities, $294,200. Capital outlay, 0. So the total general fund, that adds up to $18,755,216. Another $12,967,541 of the department's budget is projected to be funded by federal grants in 2026. Thus, the department's proposed budget, including federal funds, is $31,722,752. The FY 2026 general fund appropriations have increased by $210,754, or 1%, from the FY 2025 general fund appropriation of $18,544,462. This budget presents significant challenges for the department to fulfill its constitutional and organic responsibilities. This represents the governor's recommendations for funding the Justice Department over the next fiscal year. I'll now briefly describe some of the department's needs, accomplishments, and justification for the figures presented. The Civil Division accomplished much this past year. From FY 2024 through the third quarter of FY 2025, the division resolved 69 matters. These include GVI versus VIGL, which secured the return of the St. Croix Horse Tracks lease and concession, GVI and the Commissioner of DLCA versus Pepsi Company Caribbean et al., which seeks remedies for misrepresentations and public nuisance caused by single-use plastics brought into the territory without adequate provisions for recycling or returning, GVI and DPP versus Carib Craft Holdings, aiming to vacate the St. Thomas Justice Center in preparation for renovations critical to resolving a consent decree, and GVI versus Aquin USVI Services, LLC, which seeks declaratory judgment that Aquin violated the terms of its economic development certificate because it failed to materially source its income in the Virgin Islands. The division also successfully moved the court to permit VIPD to enter the sustainment phase in the citizens' complaints portion of its consent decree, leaving only 3 remaining paragraphs of the decree not fully compliant. The division continues to work with VIPD, the monitors, and the U.S. Attorney's Office to conclude this longstanding case. It has also begun the process to terminate the paragraph of BOC's consent decree relating to medical care at the John A. Bell facility on St. Croix. In all, the Civil Division has 272 active cases. Of that number, 48 were opened in FY 2024 and 41 so far in FY 2025. Finally, the division has processed 30 payable administrative tort claims received in FY 2024 and has received 13 administrative tort claims thus far in FY 2025. The Paternity and Child Support Division, or PCSD. PCSD has 2 administrative hearing officers, 4 attorneys, and 46 support staff. It is currently managing 6,481 cases, of which 3,064 are on St. Croix and 3,417 are on St. Thomas. It onboarded 2 special agents in the St. Thomas district who are currently being trained in investigating and preparing Project Save Our Children cases for federal prosecution and is awaiting 5 new hires. PCSD also continues its effort to find individuals who may be entitled to undistributed funds. It expects to collect considerably more through its financial information data matching application. Several computer upgrades have been planned and implemented, and the division continues to work to lease a building on St. John to enable it to provide services to the island's residences there rather than requiring them to travel to St. Thomas. PCSD's primary funding source is the federal government, which covers 66% of its expenditures. Accordingly, PCSD must meet minimum federal standards or federal funding may be jeopardized. Before PCSD can draw down its federal match, it must first expend its 34% local match. Critical to PCSD's operation is the C-STARS system that stands for Child Support Territorial Automated Reporting System, which the division has relied on since 2000. PCSD recently performed the first stage of upgrading C-Stars, but has been unable to perform this critical second stage because of a lack of funding. C-Stars is central to PCSD's operation as it's the system used to initiate, track, and terminate child support cases in accordance with federal and local law. Obtaining the necessary funding is critical. We thank OMB for working with us to earmark in the 2026 budget the 34% of the funds needed to complete the upgrade. Solicitor General's Division. The Solicitor General's Division represents the government in appeals and bond matters, prepares legal opinions, reviews contracts for legal sufficiency, and advises boards and commissions. Although the division formerly had as many as 12 attorneys, today it has only 3, including the Solicitor General, and 3 support staff. Providing advice to the many boards and commissions is a challenge. For example, DOH has some 10 boards requiring legal advice. Having a designated attorney for that task creates efficiency, as the attorney would know the specialized laws, rules, and regulations. On average, the division reviews 450 contracts annually for legal sufficiency. From October 1 through April 30th, it received 111 contracts, all of which it reviewed and sent to either the governor or the commissioner of property and procurement for signature. The division tries to complete contract reviews within 3 to 5 days, which it generally accomplishes despite its attorney shortage. During this period, the division received 26 appeals and 27 PERB cases. Working under such stressful and demanding conditions is challenging, but the division is committed to doing its best with its limited but extremely dedicated staff. The Criminal Division is responsible for prosecuting local crimes while enhancing community safety and bringing justice to victims. Its attorneys appear in the Virgin Islands Superior and Magistrate Courts, that's 14 courtrooms, representing the people in all criminal, traffic, and family court matters. The division also handles expungements and extraditions. The St. Thomas St. John Criminal Division has 7 attorneys, including Criminal Chief Timothy Perry, 4 support staff, and 2 victim advocates. Thus far this fiscal year, they have opened 308 new cases. 176 involved crimes of violence, 89 involved domestic violence, and 51 involved illegal and unregistered firearms. 6 cases involved homicide and murder, including People of the Virgin Islands versus Justin Matthews, in which the Superior Court sentenced Matthews to 30 years incarceration. In fiscal year 2025, the St. Thomas St. John Criminal Division resolved 403 cases by plea, trial, or other methods using the pretrial intervention program to divert first-time offenders into community service, anger management, parenting classes, and other positive outcomes for families and the community. Attorneys attended over 7,000 court hearings this year, an average of 143 hearings per week in Superior and Magistrate Court. They also participated in several other positive law enforcement ventures, such as partnering with UVI's Department of Social Sciences in founding and sponsoring the UVI Pre-Law Society, which aims to provide local college students with training, advice, and resources to encourage and support their application to law schools and future legal services. DOJ's St. Croix Criminal Division has 7 attorneys, including Criminal Chief Amy Simpson and Acting Deputy Patricia Lynn Pryor, 5 support staff, and 1 victim advocate. Between May 2024 and the end of April 2025, the division opened 370 cases and closed, through trials, pleas, and other dispositions, 431 cases. Among the new cases were 19 homicides, 108 domestic violence matters, 10 sex crimes, and 53 cases involving illegal firearms. The total number of criminal cases pending in the district is 465, which is a reduction by 213 cases from the previous year. The volume of work has been tremendous. During April, for example, the division's prosecutors attended 695 hearings, and the sole victim advocate made 117 witness contacts. The St. Croix Division has garnered an impressive record in securing formidable sentences for major offenders. Giovanni Smith received a sentence of 30 years for murder, and his co-defendant, Kalijah Bruley, is awaiting sentencing and has executed a plea agreement which contemplates 20 years incarceration in his agreement to provide testimony. Randall Yates received the maximum sentence for voluntary manslaughter, And Raja Kaul received 30 years for murder. Saif Brooks was recently sentenced to 8 years incarceration for negligent homicide by motor vehicle. Curtis Williams was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for shooting and wounding a victim. And Tylee Smith was sentenced to 30 years for murder. DOJ's victim witness advocates give critical support to victims and their families, providing emotional counseling and practical help to enable them to take meaningful part in the justice process. They also regularly contact victims to provide information about the status and schedule of their cases, facilitate victim meetings with prosecutors, and provide protection to and from court as needed. They assist victims in preparing impact statements to ensure their voices are heard by the court. We desperately need more of them. The Criminal Division actively assists VIPD, VIPA, and other agencies to investigate and develop cases. The division's chiefs meet frequently with VIPD leadership to discuss issues and ensure coordination. The criminal chief on St. Croix, for example, tries to visit the police station once a week to sit with the detectives to plan strategy to go through files and coordinate warrants. She also encourages prosecutors to go to crime scenes, which can be vital to successful prosecution. DOJ's Special Investigations Division, SID, now works alongside criminal prosecutors to ensure subpoenas are served, witnesses and victims are located and brought to court, participants are safe during court proceedings, medical examiner forensic technicians are supported, and various other assistance is provided as needed. Regular meetings with DOJ staff, VIPD officers, and federal law enforcement partners have led to more meaningful relationships and improved investigative work by all attorneys and agencies. DOJ assists VIPD with arrest and search warrants, including warrants involving cutting-edge technology for tracking suspects via cell tower data and comparing DNA. DOJ has prepared hundreds of subpoenas to aid investigations, obtaining call records, surveillance footage, medical records, birth certificates, and financial documents. Criminal Division attorneys teach at the Virgin Islands Police Academy, providing only over 80 hours of classroom instruction, and they train badged police officers about critical legal issues. Throughout the year, attorneys meet with VIPD officers to exchange information, develop suspects, and focus crime-fighting resources on the territory's most dangerous defendants. DOJ has also spearheaded a working group with other GVI agencies to cure the lack of local mental health solutions, particularly within the criminal and family court divisions. Working hand in hand with BOC, DOH, DPW, and others, DOJ is helping to create housing and treatment alternatives for defendants who need to be evaluated and/or treated for mental health issues so that their competency can be restored. Currently, millions of dollars are spent on travel, treatment, and housing for these individuals outside of the territory. To that end, DOJ has investigated whether competency restoration can be accomplished at the John A. Bell Correctional Facility and has arranged meetings with the stakeholders to examine the facility. We have located a section that should work and are coordinating to ensure that the site is appropriate and to create a competency restoration curriculum. We anticipate full implementation within the next fiscal year, and if successful, this pioneering step will help ensure that the mentally ill defendants are appropriately cared for within our community. DOJ is also working on protocols for compliance with the Territorial Behavioral Health Act and is coordinating with the police to make sure that they bring offenders with mental health issues to the hospital before arresting them. If the hospital rejects them and an arrest needs to be made, we will work with all stakeholders. That would be the defense, the family, DOH, DHS, and any stateside treatment providers to find the best alternatives. Where necessary, we will file guardianships and involuntary commitments in family court. DOJ also plays an important role helping curb domestic violence. In October, along with DOH, DOJ spoke about the dynamics of domestic violence to VI educators at the 46th annual Together Educating Americans' Children Conference. This January, in collaboration with the Family Resource Center, prosecutors participated in a workshop on empowering individuals to prevent and respond to abuse. And recently, DOJ hosted a domestic violence summit, bringing together for the first time in years prosecutors, the VIPD Domestic Violence Unit, victim advocates, and professionals from around the community who work with domestic violence victims. Finally, Family court attorneys often handle cases in which children need assistance, either as victims of abuse or because they are causing havoc in their own families. As Judge Gallivan recently testified before this body, this type of case is only rarely reported to our office for appropriate filings. We have hired attorney Diane Russell, an experienced attorney and prominent figure in the St. Croix community, in part to help address this issue. She currently coordinates with all relevant agencies to foster better working relationships and ensure that our most valuable citizens are being protected. In sum, the St. Thomas and St. Croix criminal offices both desperately need attorneys, litigation assistants, and victim advocates. The staffs on both islands work hard, but they cannot continue at the current intensity. Burnout and overwhelm are real. If we can't provide our people with adequate resources and support, if we don't have sufficient staff to cover when people take leave, if this situation continues, we may well lose the very attorneys necessary to fulfill our mandate. The White Collar Crime and Public Corruption Unit is staffed by its chief, who is also my St. Croix deputy, and who is assisted by a Criminal Division Assistant Attorney General in St. Thomas, who also handles a general criminal caseload. As in past budget presentations, we request assistance to fully staff this division with an additional full-time prosecutor and a forensic accountant or financial crime analyst. The White Collar Crime Division, in coordination with DOJ's Special Investigations Division, would benefit tremendously by receiving equipment and training necessary to undertake digital forensic examinations of electronic devices. Almost everyone these days has a cellular device, and critical evidence can be obtained through a search warrant for these electronic devices. The White Collar Unit works closely with investigators from DOJ's Special Investigations Division and with VIPD's Economic Crime Unit. Most white-collar cases are resolved by guilty pleas, which enables victims to receive restitution more quickly and assuredly than if the defendant were incarcerated. Recently, we've secured guilty pleas from individuals who embezzled from their employers. Home Depot and Kmart are two examples. People who exploited elderly individuals by taking their money, property, and even title to their homes, and hackers into the finances of innocent bank account holders. One businessman took money from at least a dozen victims after the 2017 hurricanes for delivery and installation of prefabricated houses. He recently pled guilty, agreeing to repay over $500,000 in restitution. One couple pled guilty to hacking over 200 bank accounts and agreed to repay $71,000. Our white-collar chief also educates the community about white-collar crime matters. She's talked to AARP and Rotary Club about how criminals try to scam them, how to avoid becoming a victim, and what to do if they discover someone has committed a financial or cyber crime. She has also joined forces with VIPD to establish a legislative committee to assist law enforcement officials in recommending new legislation. Medicaid Fraud Control Unit. The Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, MFCU, or MFUCU as it's usually called, investigates and prosecutes Medicaid provider fraud and patient abuse and neglect in healthcare facilities and at home. The United States Department of Health and Human Service Office of Inspector General, OIG, oversees and annually recertifies and approves federal funding for MFUCU. The unit is funded 100% by a grant from the OIG. During this past fiscal year, DOJ's MFUCU worked closely with AARP to establish a prescription drug monitoring program for the territory. This program, signed into law last December, will help combat Medicaid fraud by tracking prescription data and identifying potential misuse or abuse of controlled substances, thereby deterring fraudulent practices such as doctor shopping, acquiring prescriptions under false pretenses, and pharmacies processing phantom claims or falsifying prescription information. The new legislation will also help identify providers who are writing illegitimate prescriptions for patients who intend to abuse drugs. MFUCU also oversees Virgin Islands-related discovery in multi-jurisdictional litigations and Ketam cases in which it is a party. Currently, MFUCU expects a settlement in the U.S. DOJ's civil enforcement action against Gilead Science. MFCU's or MFUCU's goals for the approaching fiscal year are to hire an investigator and an accountant for the St. Croix District, and if possible, to obtain the 25% grant match from the VI government. The Division of Gaming Enforcement, or DGE. From November 2024 through March 2025, DGE received 5 referrals from the Casino Control Commission, or CCC, to investigate alleged violations of casino laws, rules, and regulations. DGE completed these investigations and transmitted reports to the CCC. DGE also filed 2 complaints against a casino licensee for violating the casino laws, rules, and regulations. During the referenced period, DGE responded to approximately 30 requests for technical assistance, opened some 119 due diligence investigations, closed 47 due diligence investigations, and currently has about 385 investigations pending. DGE struggles with its low staffing level to perform its mandated duties at the 2 casinos. In fiscal year 2025, the division anticipated hiring 2 additional investigators and an administrative assistant through the ARPA grant. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, that grant did not materialize. Several times, DGE and the CCC have proposed reallocating the Casino Revenue Fund derived pursuant to Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Section 517, so that at least 10% of the revenue collected will assist with DGE's staffing needs. The division had been assured that the necessary amendment would be made to effectuate that allocation, but that has never happened. The reallocation is critical to DGE's efficient functioning. While the CCC processes licenses for applicants, DGE investigates each applicant's qualifications before any license, certificate, or permit is issued. It's extremely difficult for DGE to accomplish that goal in a timely manner, as the same 2 employees who serve as gaming technicians to provide the casinos with mandatory support to keep the gaming machines operable are also the investigators who conduct all the investigations, in addition to their other duties. While DGE is doing the best it can, it needs more trained staff to perform its myriad of tasks in an efficient and effective manner. The Special Investigations Division. During the current fiscal year, the Special Investigations Division, or SID, has opened 15 cases, closed 13 cases, and served 426 subpoenas. SID is staffed on St. Thomas by 3 special agents, an administrative assistant, and the director, and on St. Croix by 2 special agents and an assistant director. Although staffing shortages remain critical, SID continues to meet its obligations. SID hopes to operate at full efficiency with the optimal number of 5 agents per district, supplemented by an investigative analyst in each district to research and analyze data and spreadsheets, record search results, and aid agents in preparing investigative reports. This year, SID strove to ensure that its special agents are trained and certified in the latest law enforcement disciplines. Agents participated in several training programs, including criminal investigative interviewing techniques, digital evidence training for investigators, ethics, advanced trial advocacy, and investigative skills programs. Each discussed national standards and law enforcement practices and ways to apply these standards in the territory. Agents also participated in mock scenarios geared to strengthen their investigative and interviewing skills. SID's director attended a roundtable discussion with some members of the 35th legislature and proposed several plans. A critical objective involves incorporating special agents into DOJ's criminal trial teams to support the assistant attorney generals and ensure that cases are prioritized and handled efficiently. SID aims to continue finding innovative ways to improve its efforts investigating and analyzing criminal activity, thereby increasing DOJ's successes in restoring the confidence of the people we serve. Office of the Medical Examiner. The primary role of the Medical Examiner's Office, or MEO, is to determine an accurate cause and manner of death by thoroughly investigating the circumstances of all deaths under unnatural and unusual circumstances, including homicides, suicides, accidents, and sudden unexpected deaths that may have occurred in a suspicious manner. MEO staff conduct medical legal death investigations, perform autopsies and external examinations, collect toxicology and other specimens, obtain relevant medical records, identify the deceased, and provide support to grieving families. They also handle unclaimed bodies that threaten public health and when no physician is available to sign a death certificate. Through thorough investigations, MEO staff provide detailed reports about each death scene. MEO currently has 2 medical examiners paid as vendors and is actively recruiting for a full-time medical examiner. The division is staffed by 1 medical examiner office manager, 1 forensic technician, and 1 medical legal death investigator stationed on St. Thomas, 2 medical legal death investigators on St. Croix, and 1 contract employee on St. John. Staff on all 3 islands are on call 24 hours, 7 days a week to respond to death scenes, conduct medical legal investigations, and retrieve any decedents that fall under their jurisdiction. They remain prepared to act swiftly and skillfully in case of a mass casualty event. St. Thomas has a fully functioning morgue, but there is no morgue or refrigerated storage facility for bodies on St. John. So bodies are transported from there to St. Thomas via a St. John rescue boat. St. Croix still lacks a morgue. The autopsy suite and morgue at the JFL hospital remains inoperable, rendering useless DOJ's memorandum of understanding with the hospital permitting the medical examiner's office to use the hospital's facility. DOJ's modular morgue is not yet up and running because of funding issues, problems with contractors, and issues with other government departments. This January, a satisfactory site was cleared for the project and negotiations were resumed with Vesta, the company handling the installation. That contract has been completed and pending final approval by property and procurement. Site preparation will resume and the morgue should be installed by late summer this year. Until then, bodies are being transported from St. Croix to St. Thomas for autopsy. Office of the Sexual Offender Registry. DOJ is charged with enforcing the Sex Offender Registry and Notification Act, known as SORNA, S-O-R-N-A, and the Virgin Islands Sex Offender Registration and Community Protection Act. Our SORNA staff registers and tracks sexual offenders within the territory, including all visiting sexual offenders. This involves regular site visits to ensure offenders reside at their reported address and comply with their registration requirements. SORNA comprises 3 critical positions: the Territorial Sex Offender Registry Program Manager, the Territorial Sex Offender Registry Investigator, and the Sex Offender Registry Coordinator. Last year's vacancies have been filled and the team is now complete, fulfilling the SMART grant requirements and ensuring that SORNA effectively monitors registered offenders. SORNA works closely with VIPD and the U.S. Marshal Service to investigate failures to register and to locate and apprehend non-compliant sex offenders. Partnerships also exist with other law enforcement agencies, including BOC, the VI District Court, the VI Supreme Court, and Customs and Border Protection to effectively monitor and track sex offenders in the territory. SORNA also collaborates with stateside agencies to track offenders who move between the VI and the states. SORNA recently helped Florida apprehend an offender wanted for sex crimes against a child. The division has some pressing needs. It requires an agent for St. Thomas and St. John districts so that offenders can be located within 24 hours of failing to register and apprehended within 24 hours of a warrant being issued for that failure. SORNA would also benefit from secure suites on St. Thomas and St. Croix, separate from other DOJ facilities, where sex offenders could report and register. Human resources. Although small, DOJ's HR, or Human Resources Division, of 3 dedicated employees, ensures timely recruitment, promotes retention, and strives to ensure a smooth transition for those coming on board or leaving DOJ. Improving the overall employee experience and promoting staff retentions by enhancing our agency culture and morale is a priority that has proven challenging due to funding constraints. Team building activities such as the Battle of the Agencies are exceptional means of encouraging cohesiveness of DOJ. December saw the formation of the DOJ Activities Committee, whose first task was to develop and execute DOJ's presentations at all 3 territorial governor children's holiday parties with the theme, quote, "Welcome to Justiceville," end quote. The unified effort showcased our staff's creative talents, boosted morale, and was unofficially recognized as the best agency presentation. HR staff also led a reception area decoration project at the St. Croix East Building, which enhanced the workplace atmosphere. HR coordinated the 2025 Employee of the Year selection in accordance with Division of Personnel guidelines. Today, we recognize our St. Croix honoree, Administrative Specialist, Mrs. Edna Hamilton Cirillo, and our St. Thomas honoree, Senior Attendant, Mrs. Erman Francis, who has since been promoted to receptionist. FY 2025 salary increases, including back pay, are in implementation for the two effective collective bargaining units. Those are our Virgin Islands Labor Union and Seafarers International Union, Assistant Attorney Generals, as well as GVI General Service, non-union staff. To date, we've conducted 22 interviews, 16 for Assistant Attorney Generals, with 2 Assistant Attorney Generals onboarded and 3 Assistant Attorney General hirings in process. Salary increases for exempt staff were proposed, but budget constraints against delayed DOJ's ability to compensate these deserving employees. Salary negotiations for the SIU collective bargaining agreement have also been delayed. Recruitment efforts remain challenged by factors beyond DOJ's control. An example involves the hiring of Virgin Islands barred attorneys, who are generally disappointed by DOJ's salaries. DOJ, however, is bound by Seafarers International Union AAG collective bargaining agreement negotiated salaries, which limits the department's flexibility in making salary offers. In support of Governor Albert Bryan's Workforce Development Initiative, the DOJ hosts interns from the territory's high schools, from UVI and VI, students resolving abroad but returning to the territory during study breaks. For FY 2025, we have hosted thus far 6 interns and welcome students aspiring for careers in criminal justice. HR also supports DOJ's Gaming Division's internship initiative with UVI's School of Business. The initiative provides the Gaming Division with much-needed administrative support while also meeting Governor Bryan's Workforce Development Initiative, and the participants will receive a stipend funded by the Gaming Division. HR also strives to timely implement Division of Personnel initiatives, and the staff has been registered for the mandatory ethics training, responsibilities, and conduct of GVI officers and employees. The GVI sexual harassment policy was also disseminated to ensure awareness and compliance and to foster a harassment-free workplace across DOJ. A brief illustration of actions processed by HR to date includes 109 NOPA actions consisting of 7 new employees onboarded, 5 utilizing general funds, and 2 under federal grant or program funds. Similarly, 5 promotions were awarded, with 3 utilizing general funds. There have been 12 separations distributed as follows: 10 resignations, 4 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 6 in the St. Croix district, and 2 retirements, 1 in each district. Gratefully, there are no descendants to report. The majority of processed NOPAs, 84, represented negotiated salary increase implementations or annual federal program funding changes, ensuring compensation continuity at the correct rates. So, Senators, that concludes my prepared remarks. As you can see, the Department of Justice is doing all that it possibly can to do more with less and satisfy its organic and constitutional duties to the citizens of the Virgin Islands. And my staff and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. AG, for your comprehensive testimony on your budget presentation. Just a quick couple of questions before I open up to my colleagues. I too want to extend congratulations to the Employees of the Year, Ms. Edna Hamilton Cirillo, as well as Ms. Hermine Francis. Congratulations to them. So in your testimony, you mentioned about some challenges with the morgue and St. Croix.
Yes.
And one of the challenges that you experienced is funding. What's that situation with the funding? What's happening there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the morgue situation there in St. Croix is one that I met when I came in as AG, and has been worked on by several prior AGs.
And promised to fix, right?
And promised to fix.
Yes,
and I make the same promise, and I think it's actually going to happen because of what's happened during this last couple of months, which has been very positive. First, as you know, we do have the mobile morgue facility here. It's out at the it's out by the docks. It's at Port Authority property. They're holding it for us. So we have the actual physical plant that we need to put onto the site. Last year, a site had been cleared during the last few years at the site of the old Toro building. For a variety of reasons, that was found to have problems, and so we looked at another site over with the Department of Health. That one looked promising, but then it developed that it was going to cost a whole lot more and take a whole lot longer to get put together. So we've shifted back to the Toro site, cleared that ground, and then we've been negotiating the final. I brought to the island Vesta, which is a company that knows all about mobile morgues, handles them all the time, and is going to oversee the work that's being done, and actually was involved in the earlier work there at the Toro building site. They came down, and all the other interested parties, Department of Public Works, et cetera. We walked the ground, and everybody felt good about it. We've then been negotiating with Vesta to get the contract terms into place. My chief deputy, Ian Clement, has been handling that negotiation. He's very good with contracts. And I've just obviously talked with him on an ongoing basis, but it looks like that contract now has been worked out. Details are done. It needs just final approval from DP, I think DPP, and then it will be a go. And the go can happen moderately quickly. I had hoped to be able to have it in place by sometime early in August. I don't know that it will be early in August, but I really do expect that we will be having it in place by the end of that month, or definitely by September. That's what it looks like right now. Again, I don't know what's going to arise, but those are all the different pieces. And the funding, we've been looking at various sources. I could have my funding expert here, Guy Christopher, who's my CFO, explain some details of that.
So Christopher.
Good afternoon.
The short version.
Yes, we have the purchase orders available for them for when the remobilization occurs.
Okay. So this location is where, I know that there was some discussion about perhaps putting it by the old Charles Howard Hospital, by where the laboratory is, or you going back to where the former Toro building was. Where are you intending to do this build out?
The former Toro building site. There's already a slab that has been laid there, designed for the mobile morgue itself. And that looks like it's the one that can get done quickest, that already has the most approvals, and it's going to work.
Okay. How is morale at the Department of Justice?
Morale, quite frankly, it varies. The big positive morale issue is that a lot of things are happening that we've needed to have happen for a long time. I mentioned the increased cooperation with the police, joint work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, a variety of things like that. The use of the SID to help back up our actual trial lawyers so that they can get much more done as far as preparation for trial. And a lot of the systems we're moving to put in place. That's the positive side. The negative side is that, quite frankly, as I said, a lot of our attorneys are just feeling massively overworked. In the criminal division, for instance, we are short at least 4 attorneys on each island, probably 8 total. And why do I come up with that number? Well, we have several courtrooms that have to be covered. And if the judges set trials or hearings in more than basically 2 courtrooms, it's almost impossible to get it covered. We just don't have people. And so I've been having to call upon my deputies and other managers to go to court, and you'll see them there. And I think that is causing probably the heaviest problems. People are hitting burnout. It's a lot of work. I have to commend them, though. People are working. I don't see any slackers. I see people working extraordinarily hard. I'm often in the office in the weekend, and I see our people there working as well. That I would say is sort of the number one morale issue that I see right now.
Are you up to date with your allotments from the Office of Management and Budget? Have there been any reductions, and are you up to date with your allotments?
I believe Mr. Christopher could hit that in more detail than I could.
Yes, we're up to date with the allotments, Senator.
Good. Have there been any reduction?
No, Senator.
Okay, good. Thank you. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a 5-minute round. And Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Attorney General, if I understand you right, you're saying that this morgue is going back in the position where that slab is at Toro Building at this time?
Yes.
What was the problem why that was stopped in the first place? Because there was a lot of work done there, and I don't know if it was the cry from the community based on the location. And I think a couple years went by with that just sitting dormant. What is going to make it happen now?
Right. Well, when I came in as AG, you're right, it had been sitting there for some time. And I was informed by Government House that there had been some real opposition by some of the merchants in the area to having the morgue there at the Toro Building site. And so that's when we approached Department of Health, looked at the old hospital site, and we're considering building it there instead because that's more out of public view. However, it turns out that the cost there was going to be extremely high because all of the work that had already been done at the Toro Building site would have to be repeated at that same site. And also it was going to take a long time and it would have to get all of the approvals from DPNR and other agencies, and it was closer to the water, so there could be issues there. And so we went back, talked with Vesta and other companies that were involved in all of this, and determined that if we could use the Toro site, the original site, we could do it in a way that would make this structure not look like a morgue. It would look like just another commercial building. And quite frankly, that's what we have done. And we figured out how to make it not look like a place where bodies are being brought to be worked on and examined.
Attorney General, if you take a pig and put lipstick on it, it's still going to be a pig.
Well,
at the end of the day, the community cry out, the business sector in the area don't feel it's an appropriate place. So you could put pink lipstick on a pig. It still is going to be a pig. And for the business people who's in that area that conducts their business, don't want to call any names, but how do you think the customers going to feel going to these different store, gas station, bank, whatever you may want to have there, that is there. And I think that's the reason why it was stopped. But we're going right back to still put it right in the folks' face who contest of it.
Well, respectfully, I don't know that someone won't go to a gas station because they know that there's a morgue that's nearby.
Let's go to Pueblo then. Let's go buy our groceries. Let's go to the bank.
Well, it's not next to Pueblo. It's
not
on down.
Next to Pueblo?
No, it's on down. There's other
We
structures.
leave that alone, Attorney General.
Yeah.
I don't think it sits well with our community.
Yeah.
You spoke about this loan that you was trying to get from APRA, and you said that they was going to give you some $2 million. What caused the delay or what caused the stop of it?
If I could have my CFO answer that one, please.
Thank you, Christopher. Chief Financial Officer. The funds for the APRA were de-obligated.
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
The funds were de-obligated.
Okay. I want to ask, which position is hardest to fill at, and how will these vacancies affect your caseload for fiscal year?
I'm sorry, which
position are the hardest to be filled? And how will the vacancy affect your caseload for this year?
Ooh, well, it's hard to say which is hardest to fill. The ones that I feel the most pressure to fill
1 minute.
are obviously the trial lawyers in the criminal division because they're on the ground every day, and also my Solicitor General's division, which has massive load that it has to carry with very, very few attorneys. And those are the ones that I think really, really count.
What are your top 3 capital projects for FY 2026 and their estimated costs?
My top project for 2026?
30 seconds.
would be to fill those. I think top project has to be filling those attorney positions, and I believe my HR director could, or my CFO could explain what the full cost of that would be. But that would be number one.
Kai Christopher, Chief Financial Officer. The cost of filling all the Assistant Attorney General's position would be pretty much about $800,000. It's 6 positions that we have available, and that's the ones that we're recruiting to fill.
My time has been cut, but I wanted to be on the record. I don't hide punches and I don't afraid to speak. Based on some lately some folks that was just released out of prison for some charges, this community is not comfortable with what's going on in the Attorney General office. And we must speak about it because people are at this time pretty much just beat down. And when you find out that folks and whoever the fault is, I don't know. But at the end of the day, the Attorney General gets the blame because that's the prosecuting agency. So when folks are being let out for criminal cases that everyone believe there was sufficient information, and I said clearly, everyone believe because I don't have the information myself. It's not a good outlook for your office, Attorney General. I just want to make sure I put it on the record. It's not a comfortable feeling for the people in this community.
No, and I understand. Yes, and I appreciate that, and I understand exactly what you're talking about. I hear those sorts of things too. And when I go back and talk with the attorneys and take a look at the file, I see why what we did makes sense. But there's a lot that's not understood about what has to happen in criminal cases, about which department division is responsible for it, et cetera, et cetera. And all I can do is tell you that I'm doing my very best that I can to get our attorneys trained and to get the job done and get it done in a proper way. And also to work much closer with the police and the other agencies that need to combine their efforts to get the results we need in criminal cases.
So, Mr. Attorney General, how do we do damage control to those type of situations? Because obviously, when individuals feel disenfranchised, then we lead to street justice,
right?
And then there is a continuing spiral downward trend of these type of situations. So, what is done in terms of damage control, meeting with family members, addressing whatever the nuances or the shortcomings may have been, whether it's on the police side, whether it's on justice side, wherever, so that we can make sure that we're addressing the bigger picture, which is to ensure that justice is served.
Yeah, I think a big thing is to let people know why things are done. And I just will mention with one family in which there was a murder case that we had to dismiss because the assailant, the murderer, or the person that we had accused of the murderer, had only one witness that was able to identify him, and that witness reneged, changed his testimony, which made it incredible. You can't try a case unless you have evidence. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the evidence goes, if the forensics don't come back, we can't prove it, and there's nothing we can do. In that case, the family of the decedent came in to see me, along with some law enforcement officers and a few senators. And we sat in a room at my office, and we talked for an hour, maybe a little bit longer, about what had happened, quite candidly. And the feedback I got afterwards was that the family now understands what had happened. There are some positive steps we can take forward to try to reassemble a case and find new witnesses and all of that, and that's one thing that we are doing. But I think that's important too. And what I want to do is to try to be transparent, reach out, and again, victims' families in murder cases, if they feel that my office failed to do the job that it should have done, I'm always glad to meet with them.
Okay. I'm sure we will have some more further discussion on that, but I wanted to yield to Senator Gittins at this time so that he has a flight to catch, so we bump in the line a little bit. So Senator Gittins, you recognize you have 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. Thank you again. I'm not going to concentrate today on the impressive record in securing formidable sentences as you've stated, because I have some questions regarding that, whether actual trials versus these plea bargains that we're seeing. And to the senator that spoke first, as you know, I'm keeping a watchful eye on what's taking place and trying to stay updated. Someone on supervised release on electric monitoring was just arrested weeks later on attempted murder, first charges, possession of firearm, reckless endangerment, and the list goes on and on. You spoke about our roundtable meeting and whatnot, and I keep saying that we have to work together. There is no reason why this individual should have been out with an electric monitor on his leg, able to fire those shots, being charged now with attempted murder in the first degree and other felonious offenses. And it took how much weeks later to finally arrest this person on a warrant? Totally. I don't even know what word to use to describe that. What else could have happened in between? This is my concern with the office. Let me try to go down quickly. SORNA, the Sex Offender Registry Notification Act. How many SORNA agents you have?
I think I mentioned 3.
HR, somebody could tell me just quickly?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. Yes, good afternoon, Senator.
Okay.
We have 1 SORNA agent.
For the whole territory?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And how many registered sex offenders?
Good afternoon. Acting Deputy Attorney General Trish Lynn Pryor. I believe, and I don't have the actual numbers in front of me.
All right, please get that for me at another time. I don't like the I believes and the looking up in the air.
Absolutely. I would note that there are 3 employees in the SORNA office. There's only 1 actual investigator.
Okay,
So
my question was, though, about the number of sex offenders we have. And you all should be able to roll that off the tip of your tongue. I'll move on. AG, have your deputies, your 2 deputies and your criminal chiefs, have they passed the bar, the Virgin Islands bar?
I would have to ask them at this point. I don't know. I know they're
so at least 1 of 2 of your deputies are here, right?
Yes. One's on one is not. And
Don't
one
worry
is.
about the one that's not here. The deputy that's here, have you passed the Virgin Islands bar?
yes, I took the Virgin Islands portion.
No, have you, the question is, have you passed the Virgin Islands bar? Yes or no?
Yes, the Virgin Islands. I took the bar in Kentucky.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about Kentucky. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be respectful. Just answer the question.
Yeah.
Have you taken and passed the Virgin Islands bar?
Yeah.
Thank you. And your criminal chiefs? Are they here?
Yes, it is my understanding they
Yes,
have
sir.
both passed.
Okay.
The criminal chief, St. Croix?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Amy Simpson. Yes, sir. I have passed the Virgin Islands portion of the bar.
Okay, thank you. And my friend is not here.
Yeah. Tim Perry is out.
30 seconds.
Now, quickly, in your testimony last year, you stated that the Department of Justice had several critical needs, including increased staffing, a modern IT case management system, and improved trial training programs.
Mm-hmm.
This is 1 year later. Where do we stand today on meeting those priorities?
Okay, as far as attorney shortages, we still have the shortages. Again, we filled some positions, but we've also lost some people.
So quickly, any measurable progress?
Yes, we have completed the contract with Journal Technologies, which is taking a look at our IT system and is going to go ahead and start putting together for us the case management systems we talked about.
Right.
Right, and as far as training, I had the National Association of Attorney Generals come down for a full week to do intense on-hands training with our staff, and they felt that our attorneys, et cetera, were up to national standards.
So you stated you made measurable progress. Mr. Chair, if I may quickly. The use of the opera funds. You also testified in your last budget hearing that you had actually secured $5.4 million in the opera funding to support 22 positions. Now, today you're reporting that those monies were pulled.
Yes.
However, what took us so long to utilize those monies if you said that you had already secured it?
Good afternoon, Senator. It wasn't secure. We had requested 5.4 million, and they awarded 2.4.
So that's the problem that I have with people fast talking, because if you say you secure it, that means to me that you have it. So if you didn't secure it and you just requested it, that's two different things. All right? So we have to be careful on that. You also stated that the department had entered into an MOU with GFL to use the new morgue, which was expected to be certified and operational within some 30 days. Has that facility become functional yet?
It has not become functional yet, and that's why our MOU is still in effect.
Okay,
but
okay.
can't be
It
used.
has not come. What caused the delay then?
What I was told by JFL was that there were some issues with plumbing and other things, and then that got into, I believe, some litigation, and they just have not yet been able to get it all together.
Wow.
Again, that's something I cannot control, and that's why we're pushing as hard as we can to get our mobile morgue into place.
Are we still transporting bodies to St. Thomas for autopsies?
Yes, we have to. There's no place here to do it until we get that mobile morgue up, or until JFL gets its morgue system repaired.
All right. Thank you for your responses. Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking forward to having the Department of Justice come back before us within the Committee of Jurisdiction so we could dive much deeper into this. Thank you, and congratulations to your Employees of the Year as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins.
May I please answer the question that was previously asked?
You may. I thought you did already, but you can.
About the number of sex offenders, I did get a number on that.
Okay.
It's 128. Wanted to add.
AG, is all of the attorneys required to be barred?
They have to. Well, there's a whole system that they have to comply with. Yes, they have to be barred somewhere, and then if they get a special admission in the Virgin Islands, which is part of the bar system, that makes them legal to practice within their division here, and they're all legal.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because of the response just now, 128 registered sex offenders and one SORNA agent. How is this individual able to keep track of 128 people on a 24-hour basis? This is similar to the problem. Well, not even similar to the problem that I spoke of earlier with the young man out on electric monitoring, because you have a whole slew of marshals and everybody who is supposed to be monitoring these individuals when they have on these ankle bracelets. But how do we really expect for one SORNA agent to be able to keep track of 128 sex offenders? Where are they? What's that breakdown per district?
Currently, there are 56 offenders in the St. Thomas and St. John district and 72 offenders in the St. Croix district.
So where is the SORNA agent?
She is in the St. Croix.
So how does she monitor those on St. Thomas?
That is why we are needing additional investigators. I will just say that. It is very difficult, but I will say they do their work very efficiently.
AG, I need you, just like how I need you guys to be aggressive in the criminal courts, I need you to be aggressive in hiring these people. That's why we're losing these fundings as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I would just respectfully say that respectfully, I'd like to respond that we are being aggressive. We're trying to hire. I'm out there in, like the devil trying to hire, and I have my HR person here who can verify that.
Like the devil.
Like the devil, like whatever. But people aren't coming. They feel our salaries are too low, et cetera, which we can't control. So I think you see the need for funding to the Justice Department. And as far as people having an ankle monitor, that's not a decision we make. That's a decision someone else makes, a judge or a court, and we don't monitor that. So I think we get blamed when something doesn't go right, even though we may have had no input or decision making into what got it there.
I gave an explanation.
All right. Thank you, Senator Gittens. Mr. AG, in respect to you, do you have a breakdown of the cases that have been went to trial versus those that have been pled out?
I can get that to you. I don't have one right here with me. Let me just check.
And who has the responsibility to plead those cases out? You, the attorneys handling the case, have an input in those cases as pled out, or the chief criminal attorneys make that decision?
With respect to if it's how the case is disposed of?
Yes.
It would depend on the nature of the case. If it's a major case like a murder or something like that, it would come all the way up to me. It would come through the division head and up to me. If it's one of lesser violence and that sort of thing, it would be done at a lower level just because there's so many of them. It would be done by the trial attorney, who would then check with the division head, who would then make that decision.
But the trial attorney obviously will have some input in that final decision.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
And normally the trial attorney is the one who suggests it or recommends it.
Have it been brought to your attention recently where decisions were being made above trial attorneys and they weren't allowed to be a part of that decision-making process?
No, I do know one attorney who disagreed with what her boss had decided, and that sometimes happens. But no, I don't know of anywhere they had no input.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that ARPA fund that was deobligated. That was as a result of what? It was timed out. We weren't aggressive in being able to complete that process. So what happened with that $5-point-something million that was deobligated?
I'm not sure, Senator, but I have a feeling it wasn't due to not requesting the money or filling out the application in time, but it was more so what money was available to distribute.
So this was the funding that was available to the governor's office from the ARPA, or this was that you directly applied for this funding?
Through the governor's office, through OMB.
Through OMB to the governor's office.
Yeah.
And you're saying that it was deobligated after there was a commitment to obligate the funds to the Department of Justice?
Yeah, once it was awarded, it was awarded like in October, and by December, we found out that it was deobligated.
So somebody changed their mind? That's what you're saying?
I guess changed the mind based on what funds was available.
Was available at the time. So you're no longer a priority. I guess the funds was redirected somewhere else.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Would be me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. We're going strong. One thing, AG, you come with a whole team today, buddy. You ain't getting beat up by yourself. Mr. AG, in your testimony, you talked about your Paternity and Child Support Division, if I'm saying that correct, is managing over about 6,000 cases.
Yes.
Given your staffing level, is the division meeting its federal compliance benchmarks?
So I have the head of the division here. Mr. Lugo could answer that for you. But.
Please recognize the director.
Catherine DeLugo who's our
The logo.
is the head there. Yes.
Good afternoon, Senator Jensen DeLugo, Paternity Child Support. Could you state your question again, please?
I was asking, you have in the AG's testimony, you have about 6,400 cases, and I'm asking, based on your staffing levels, are you meeting your federal benchmarks? You meeting all your benchmarks?
Yes, Senator. So far, we actually are in audit right now, so the audit will speak to whether we're falling short or not. But right now, yes, we are.
Are C-Stars under you too?
Is C-Stars under us?
Yes.
Yes, that is our
All
system.
right. So what is the timeline and funding requirement to complete the C-Stars upgrade? And how will the delays impact your federal reimbursements?
So the C-Stars upgrade right now, I'll let our federal grants coordinator speak to the money part. We are in the process of submitting a request for the federal portion of that money, and they have requested us to review it to see if we can reduce the cost.
Commissioner Andrews, so we currently have a proposed cost amount of $8 million, and the 34% would be approximately $3,060,000 flat.
So right now we don't have no delays, and we wouldn't have any
No.
delays in our reimbursement. You, Attorney General, you mentioned some delays in vendor payments. What mechanism does the legislature or Department of Finance, how can we help you to ensure timelier disbursements?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Often it just takes administratively so long for things to get processed. And again, I know the Department of Finance has a lot to do. I'm not blaming them, but it often takes a long time to get payments actually activated and made, and it depends on how patient your vendor is.
All right. What is the current compliance rate for sex offenders check-ins, and are there any gaps in monitoring between the islands?
Good afternoon again. I have some numbers here, but we do have our sex offender coordinator here for us. If she would be allowed to speak, she's in the well back.
Yeah, speak into the mic. I could have barely hear you.
I'm sorry. I said we do have our coordinator for the sex offender registry here in the well, and I think probably give us better information on that.
All right. Through the chair, could you ask the Sergeant at Arms too?
Please hold the senator's time while we do a seat change. We have a portable mic. You may resume this time, and please put your name on the record.
Hi, good afternoon. Shani Amory, Territorial Manager for the Sexual Offender Registry.
Thank you.
The question was, what is the current compliance rate for sex
1 minute.
offenders check-ins? And are there any gaps in monitoring between islands?
So currently, we have 0 sex offenders who have failed to appear for their registration dates. Your next question was the lapse in time between the monitoring of those offenders between the 2 districts.
Yes.
Okay, so of course we have to arrange a travel for the offender to come over. So ideally, it should be at
30
least 24
seconds.
hours between an offender failing to register or failing to appear that we're able to go out, locate them, and register them, bring them up to date. But that isn't happening within 24 hours for the St. Thomas and St. John district due to the agent being on St. Croix.
All right. Attorney General, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up here. Yes. Oh, I thought I heard time. Sorry.
Time.
Thank you. Attorney General, your offices are rentals.
Yes, sir.
You looking into getting your own?
We would love to. We had looked at rebuilding the old Toro building and those sorts of things, but the cost is just huge. It would make sense, but When it comes to spending the money that's available to us, the more pressing need is, as you've seen, additional workers, more attorneys, more backup staff, all of that.
Yeah. Are you afraid to ask this one? Hey, since we lose the ARPA money, what's the backup plan?
What's the backup plan for that? If I could have my CFO explain his backup plan.
Did he tell you?
Did he tell me?
Yeah.
We haven't had that discussion in detail, but he has done an excellent job and always seems to get things together, so I trust him.
Let me hear you, Mr. Christopher.
The use of, thanks to the legislature of what the AG was speaking about in his speech, we're going to try to utilize the $4 million that was given to us, especially the part that you said for operating expenses.
Yeah. You know, one lesson, Law, and I'm going to say this, it may not apply to you, but I'm going to say this because everybody that come before us had ARPA or CARES Act money, whoever money. One thing we learned with this administration, when we get the money, we got to stop sleeping on it. We got to spend it. We can't play with it. We never thought that Donald Trump was going to come in and put this kind of pressure on us. That we wake up one morning and everything start dwindling and we're going taken from us. So one thing we have to tell our colleagues and so forth, that when we get the money, we need to spend it right away. Because it costs something else. We're going to have to cut something else from somewhere else, and we can't afford it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You have a point of information, Senator Earle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to caution every time I hear that we're going to use federal monies or a special allocation for operating expense. That only takes care of 1 year. So if you spend that $4 million now that was given from the Epstein monies, where are you going to get the $4 million from next year? That $4 million is a one-time allotment. So the next year, you're going to come back and your budget is going to be raised $4 million. So we got to be very careful. I mean, if the $4 million is used for the morgue or something, that's a one-time expense. But once you start to use it for operating expense, we're going to have a tough time next fiscal year. Yeah, it's a reoccurring fee. So we got to be careful with it. So I want to.
Thank you, Senator Earle. Any response to that, Mr. AG or the CFO? I guess not.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
The reason I said operating is because it was in Section 13. It speaks to the operations, investigations, of course, prosecution of crimes, and other matters the Attorney General sees fit for the $4 million.
Thank you for that response. We need to take a quick 2-minute recess to change the reporter, and then we'll come back and continue. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess. We're out of recess. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon, colleagues and testifiers. Mr. AG, I heard your response about the morgue situation in St. Croix.
Yes.
How are we doing in St. Thomas? And I know during the pandemic we rented some reefers and so forth. Do we still have those in our custody?
I know the morgue situation on St. Thomas is running well, but I have the head of our division, Ms. Sasso, who could answer that in full.
Ms. Sasso, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get closer to the mic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. In reference to your question, we do not have those reefers in our possession at this time, but we do have an MOU with Tropical Shipping in the event that we do need to use them.
Good. And the morgue you're using is the one currently here,
Where Cricky's Funeral
like
Home.
where old Cricky's Funeral Home used to be?
Correct.
Do you have the one at the hospital, the little whatever it is that
No.
Justice on?
No.
So everything is done at by old Cricky's Funeral Home?
Correct. Our autopsies and everything else.
That facility was fairly brand new. Is it still going?
It's still good.
All right, thank you very much. Thank
You're
you, Mr.
welcome.
Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Permission?
Good afternoon. Just so you know, Mr. Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that Senator Johnson was asking for a point of information. That's why I hesitated. I want to focus, good afternoon to the the Division, the Department of Justice and Attorney General Ray. I want to focus on the Paternity and Child Support Division because that division seems to have the majority of employees who earn below $35,000. Is that correct?
I would ask if the director of the division, Ms. Lugo, could respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jensen DeLugo, Paternity and Child Support. I do not believe that to be true. However, I will research our records and see, because Paternity and Child Support is the most well-paid government agency that we're aware of in the government because of the 66% federal funding. So I'm going to defer to...
I actually want to explore that a little bit. So that's what I wanted to ask you. That's where I was going. I was looking at the post audit and looking at receptionists and paternity and child case administrators, client facilitators, collection supervisor, all those different positions that are in that division. And then I saw where 66% of its expenditures are covered by the federal government. So I wanted to find out from you, how do you determine the salaries of the employees in that division? And then you're saying that they're among the highest paid. So I just wanted to confirm then, what's the lowest salary in that division?
Senator, 1 second. Let me have Ms. Andrews answer, or HR, if HR can answer who's the lowest paid in paternity. I believe it is the receptionist, which we don't have right now.
I can respond. Yes, good afternoon, Senator. The lowest paid is the senior attendant at $30,000.
Say that one more time, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, Senator. The lowest paid employee in paternity and child support, the title is senior attendant. The salary is $30,000.
Okay, so that's the, and 66% of that salary is paid by the federal government. That's what I'm trying to determine. How did you arrive at the salary for that position?
Well, the salary is determined, well, there are two ways that we determine the salaries. If it's a classified position, We then look to the classification system as maintained and mandated by the Virgin Islands Department of Division of Personnel. Otherwise, if it's an exempt position, there are varying factors to include what the market standard is. In this particular instance, this salary has been in place for a few years. So.
Okay, so, but 66% of it is covered by the federal government. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But that's where you have the concern about
1 minute.
having to draw down the local match before in order to get the federal match, correct?
Your sound is off. Yeah.
Yes, Senator, that is correct. The federal requirement is that we obtain the 34% before we can utilize the 66%.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Page with the first paragraph where you talk about the PCSD also continues its effort to find individuals who may be entitled to undistributed funds. How much undistributed fund is that in a specific account, and how much is in that account? Because I saw where you said you successfully collected and disbursed 114,269. So is that funds you've collected from the person who has to pay for the child support, and it's just sitting there waiting to go to the child or the guardian or whomever?
So undistributed funds comes up quite often, Senator. Undistributed funds are those funds which have been collected and which cannot be paid out because we do not have an address, bank account, or other information. And we were at 1.3 million last time we were here. We were at 1.2 plus million. We've paid out 39,000 for people that we were able to locate. There is an error in the testimony. The $114,000 plus that was collected is from bank seizures.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. So it's over $1 million that's in the account right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Senator. In excess of 1.2 million.
And that's for children in the Virgin Islands where you've been unable to locate where they are.
It could be individuals that we collected money from after their cases had closed, and it needs to be returned to the payee, not to the payor, not the payee.
Got it.
Some of that is there.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, for explaining that. I just have one more question. That's for the Attorney General Gordon Ree. You said that you're challenged with recruitment because of the hiring of Virgin Islands barred attorneys who are generally disappointed by DOJ's salaries. The DOJ salaries in comparison to other government salaries or to private sector salaries?
All of that. Obviously, the stateside salaries are very often much higher. And of course, attorneys, people from the Virgin Islands who become lawyers had to have attended law school. There are none here, so they attended them in the States. And then very often those job possibilities and the pay is just so much more attractive. Even down here, though, private practice can make you more money than working for the Department of Justice. There's no question about that. And I've also learned recently that some of the salaries paid by the public defender are higher. I've heard the number 20,000 higher than Department of Justice pays for that same work. These would be safer prosecutors or defense attorneys. So yeah, that's a problem. The only positive edge of that is that anybody who does come to justice is satisfied with what the salary is and also is motivated by wanting to help the community. And that, I think, is a positive thing. But higher salaries would certainly make us much more attractive to a wider range of the potential legal field.
Thank you for that answer and for enlightening me that the public defender salaries are higher. I wasn't aware of that. Salaries in the Virgin Islands now, the topic of salaries is such a very touchy subject, so I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you so much for what you are doing for the Department of Justice, and thank you to all the attorneys and staff for their service. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on a question one of my colleagues asked, and before I do that, I want to ask the attorney in front of me here, Amy Simpson, are you the Chief Criminal Counsel?
I am. I'm the criminal chief for St. Croix.
You lost a case yesterday to an individual that represented himself pro se?
Actually not yesterday, but Monday, yes.
Monday. All right, through the chair, based on the question one of my colleagues asked, I would ask for Attorney Simpson and the other attorney that was asked if they passed the bar, for they to submit their bar results to this committee. The bar test. They said that they're part of the U.S. the Virgin Islands bar.
If I may address that?
No, through the chair, that they submit those documents to the Finance Committee, Finance Chair.
Thank you. It's so noted, Senator Johnson. So, AG, if you could have them submit that information so that it could be available. Is there another component when you say they passed the Virgin Islands portion of it? Is it still incomplete? Is there another portion that needs to be completed? Attorney Pryor?
If I could have Attorney Pryor. She's been through that recently and is very familiar with it.
Thank you. I appreciate the question because what I was trying to explain earlier is that, just as the AG mentioned, most of the attorneys are barred initially somewhere else. So in my particular situation, I went to law school in Kentucky. I took the bar exam in Kentucky 25 years ago. And so I don't have the results from my bar exam from Kentucky 25 years ago, but it was based on that I got admitted to the bar here in the Virgin Islands. Now, there is a Virgin Islands component that I had to take to be admitted to the bar here in the Virgin Islands. It is a small portion. It's a 50-question portion of the Virgin Islands bar exam that we do have to take and pass, and they don't actually give us results. They just say you passed it or you didn't. So I don't have actual.
So have you passed that portion of the bar and currently in good standing with the Bar Association to indicate that you're barred in the Virgin Islands?
Yes, I have, as all of our attorneys have. We cannot practice law here in the Virgin Islands without having at least, if we are not under provisional or during our special admission status, then yes, we have to pass that to be regularly admitted, and I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the separations from the Attorney General Office that's in the post-audit report on page 6. I'm seeing Assistant Attorney General, 115,000. The next one for 140, 132, 121, 139, 142,000. Are those the low salaries you're referring to?
Yeah, those salaries turn on how long someone has been barred.
Right.
And I don't know about the top ones, but my understanding is that, and again.
What is the starting salary for a new attorney coming in? Because in the post-audit report, there are a number of vacancies on page 14 of the post-audit report.
Right.
100,000, 132, 124, 119. So that is based on how many years a person has been barred as an attorney? Or how many years of service? What is those different salary based on?
I believe they're based upon years that they've been an attorney. They've been barred.
Okay.
And the bottom level, I believe the salary for the lower level, if you're a new lawyer, I think is $92,000.
Okay, now for the past couple of years, I mean, if you go back, how many attorney generals have we had in the last 6 years? Probably quite a number.
Yes.
But we have had just an exodus of attorneys. It's like a revolving door. They come in, they leave, they come in, they leave. There must be some component that isn't working out as to why we're able to attract, but we're not able to sustain those individuals in the position for a long period of time. I don't know that now, since you're the new Attorney General, if you were able to retain those individuals for a longer period of time, but it's just been a slew of attorneys coming in and out. Are you able to slow that departure rate or that separation?
Quite honestly, I don't know that it has slowed. And we have had several attorneys leave. We've also, as I said, been bringing in some new ones. And they've left, the ones that have left, I've talked with them at some length to find out problems. Some of them, it's just, they're just simply so stressed and overworked. They see much.
I'm trying to get if individuals are just like scared to join the criminal, to become a criminal attorney in the Virgin Islands, is exactly what is causing individuals to, because 142,000 ain't too bad at all. You know, but those individuals are still leaving. So if we could somehow look at what component is actually causing those individuals to leave. I mean, the last two you have what a couple of attorneys you got from the mainland. We just need to look at it. We need to look at it. Now, in reference to federal funds, you're expecting a large increase in federal funds? I'm seeing...
Yes, Senator Kai Christopher. That is in part to the maintenance of the C-Star system that Director Dulugo was talking about earlier.
So it's a direct result of that?
Yes, Senator.
So you're just doing a better job there as to why we have such an increase? Because you have to have a reason for increase. We had relatively the same amount of cases, et cetera. What is it? I know somebody's filling out the grant the way they're supposed to fill it out and doing what they're supposed to do?
No, it's for basically for the implementation of the upgrade of the system.
Okay. But you still have to apply for the upgrade, correct? So you applied and you got it?
1 minute.
Please recognize the mic of Ms. DeLugo.
Yes, Senator Bailey. We're required to do the system upgrade, so we have to go out and get proposals. And we got proposals, and this is what we're submitting now on the federal side. And the expectation is, because it's a federal requirement to update our system, that we will receive those funds.
Okay, great.
30 seconds.
Now, on page 5 of your testimony, Mr. AG, I'm trying to follow the language. You say first you say you have the vacancies, 20 vacant positions, and then you said you have 23 vacancies, but you said 20 because you have 3 new hirees in process, so that comes to 20. But then the next sentence say, of the 20 vacancies proposed for FY 2026, 12 have already been filled. That's factual? 12 of the 20 have already been filled?
If I could refer that to my HR expert.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for that question, Senator, and my apologies if I confused the body. Yes, and that is because I was referring to what is in the budget. There are 20 identified vacancies, and several have in fact been filled or are in the process of being filled. I think that's...
Okay, so stop there.
Yes,
Slow
sir.
a minute. So after you fill those positions, how much actual vacancies do you have for FY26? Some are going to be filled now, correct? Some are in the process of being filled now?
That's correct.
And you have those positions funded in the 25 budget?
Yes.
Okay, so if 12 have already been filled, then you're only carrying over 8, unless you have some additional separation or retirement.
And that's the key right there. We've had some additional separations. We've also had, I guess, reallocations, like if paternity has made a decision to change a title, et cetera. Or we've also had the 5 promotions. So those promotions created new vacancies, and that's why the number would appear to be higher.
Okay, well, but a promotion only create a vacancy. The promotion is filling a vacancy.
Correct.
And then it's opening up a vacancy. So it's a wash, it's the same number.
Not at all times, because as I stated, there may be instances where a position is reallocated. If someone vacates a position, the decision may have been made, well, we're not going to fill it, or in an effort to recognize cost savings, or again, create a new position. So it's not necessarily a direct match.
Okay.
All right.
So you kind of, and not with that, but overall, because of separation, retirement, et cetera,
yes,
you're really not increasing how many positions you have, because fast you hire one leaving.
correct. In the end, once I've completed the analysis, what I found is that we will be gaining 3. After all the back and forths and the, again, reallocations, promotions, et cetera, we're gaining 3 new positions. But as to paternity and child support, technically there were 4, but again, once everything has been shifted around a bit, we will have an increase of 3.
Okay, and you're good with what has been allocated to you?
Yes, sir. And I'll be happy to share the information with you. If you'd like me to send it on to your office, that'll be fine.
Okay, last question, Mr. Chair. Page 10 and 11, when you speak about the number of cases, etc. Just futuristically, if you could outline the data the same for both islands. You have 176 involved crimes of violence, 89 domestic violence, and 51 involve illegal and unregistered guns. That's for St. Thomas.
Right.
And St. Croix, you have among the new cases were 19 homicides, 108 domestic violence matters, 10 sex crime, etc. St. Croix outlined homicide. St. Thomas, St. John, no homicide, crimes of violence. Just the consistency in terms of reporting. It's not for budget, but just a consistency in terms of reporting both districts. Would appreciate that so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. So, Ms. Herman,
Yes, sir.
you currently you had 7 new hires, but 12 separations, correct?
Yes.
7 new hires, but 12 separations.
Correct.
Okay. And then for your FY26 budget, obviously you're projecting how many hires?
Well, for FY26, we're projecting 20. Because based on the OMB recommendations, if you're looking at that budget, it's 20. But currently our, I know it's confusing, Senator, currently our vacancy level is at 23.
You're
But
right.
OMB projections is 20.
Yes. So we'll need you to resubmit those numbers for clarity, because
Sure.
it's kind of like all over the place and a little bit confusing there.
Yes, sir.
All right, because you have a delta, you already have 5 positions that open up as a result of your separations versus your new hire, and now you have an additional 20 moving forward. So we need to clarify exactly what that number looked like.
I will do so, sir.
Very well. The chair will now recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I will have, again, back to the Attorney General, and he could send it to the person that needs to answer it, is what's the actual total cost of the vacancies? What's the total cost of the vacancies that you guys have?
Okay. I would refer that to my CFO.
I will get the answer to you, Senator. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, and through the chair, could we have let them submit as well org chart so we could really see who's working and not working. And as far as, well, I must say that I looked at the title of the 32 VC, section 517 for the 10%. I do have the BR for that, that bill. So we will be reaching out to your office in the next 2 weeks to push forward and trying to make sure you secure your 10%.
Thank you.
I really don't have much more questions. The testimony was comprehensive. So with that in mind, I'll pass on to the next senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Vielle.
Thank you so much. The special admission to the VI bar is for government attorneys, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And you're given that special admission for a period of 2 years?
Initially, it was 2 years. I believe the Supreme Court has...
and then it was petitioned to move to 7 years so that those individuals don't have to take the full VA bar?
Correct. However, that attorney does actually stay tied to that government position if that is the case. So,
yeah, but from what I'm seeing, the Supreme Court made that exception because of those attorneys that had already exceeded the 2-year period, and this was the only way for them to remain active practicing in the Virgin Islands.
I believe that is correct.
But prior to that, everybody that became a government attorney after 2 years had to take the full bar. We don't have any reciprocity laws in the Virgin Islands when it comes to the bar, right?
There are reciprocity laws, yes. However, everyone still has to take that small VI.
No, I know what a small VI, but a small VI is still you still have a special admission.
I'm actually a regularly admitted member of the Virgin Islands Bar now because I went through.
As per the Supreme Court ruling.
It's admission by motion is how it's referred to. So I filed a motion to be admitted based on my previous experience as an attorney before I moved here. Went through the provisional license period, went through the special admissions period, took the VI bar component, and following that, I was sworn in as a regularly admitted member of the bar.
Okay, we need to look at as to exactly what is taking place because there are reasons as to why the full VI bar is administered in terms of doing all of the relevant components overall of government, etc. So you only covered a small 50-question portion.
As far as VI law goes, yes, that is correct. I will say that I know that...
What I'm saying, the 50-question would limit your knowledge of, in reference to the Virgin Islands, because it doesn't cover the gamut of everything. It's just a brief 50-question component.
That's true, but honestly, the actual bar exam is very generalized with regard to law, not typically specific to a state or a territory anyway. So if we had to take the full bar exam here, it would be the same as if we took it in any other state or territory.
Okay, and in closing, if the individual who filed that pro se case did so well, if he doesn't have a criminal record, we need to see how we could hire him to assist us moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. That's interesting concept there. Senator Ankelbokes, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to the leadership team of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, Gordon Ray. Cybersecurity is one of the things that I have been really sort of keeping my eye on as a legislator. And I think it's imperative that we set up shop in the sense of being prepared. And I'm wondering, has the Department of Justice begun preparing for any future increases in cybercrime-related cases, particularly financial fraud, ransomware, data theft, anything of that nature. What are you doing at the Department of Justice to prepare yourselves for that influx?
Okay. Attorney Pryor is the head of my of our very small white-collar division, so I'd ask if she could respond to that.
Thank you. Senator, yes, and I honestly have reviewed your bill proposal about the cybercrime unit and am wholeheartedly behind that. Since becoming director of the white collar unit, that's one of the things that I have tried to focus on. We do have a lot of cybercrime here in the territory. It's nationwide. It's the increase of technology has just made it way too easy for criminals to use electronic and technology to commit these crimes. And so in the white collar unit, that is one of the focuses of the criminal activity that we have really focused on. I mean, the economic crimes unit with Virgin Islands Police Department, as well as our investigators with our Special Investigations Division, have focused a lot on those cyber crimes, for a lack of a more inclusive term. So yes, I do think that it's necessary. I think it's necessary that we have a division that has the technology that we depend on other agencies for currently, because we are oftentimes behind the 8 ball waiting for them. Because, for example, if we ask the FBI lab to download some of the electronic devices or do some of that work for us, we get put behind all of their cases.
And those cases sort of loom in the background. And I'm assuming your white collar unit has digital forensic experts or has to contract them in order to get certain things done, yes?
We do not employ them within the Department of Justice currently. We have utilized the staff at the Virgin Islands Police Department. I have gained assistance from the U.S. Army, from their Criminal Investigations Division, from the FBI. Most recently, Customs and Border Patrol were able to assist us in downloading some devices. And we actually we're members of an agency called the Regional Organized Crime Information Center that's based out of Nashville, and they're currently doing some work for us on a big case that involved the theft of over $500,000 of stimulus money here in the territory.
Wow, thank you for that information. And I look forward to collaborating and communicating with you and getting suggestions to enhance the bill so that we can get something that we can be proud of.
I look forward to that too.
Thank you. I'd like to move over to SID. How are you doing, sir? Mr. Innes, Director Innes, thank you for being here and all that you do in your division. I saw that in the testimony, SID processed 426 subpoenas this year. Do you have any analysts in each of the districts handling those subpoenas when it comes to the data or the information related to those subpoenas?
Good afternoon. Homer Innes, Director of Special Investigations. Presently, we don't have any analysts that deal with data, but we utilize the special agents within the 2 districts to serve the subpoenas, and then we have the administrative assistant that would process it and put it into the system.
And what is the current average turnaround for those complex investigations, off the top of your head, if you don't mind me asking?
It could vary, Senator. It could vary.
It varies, okay.
Yes.
Do you have any challenges with interagency coordinations?
Senator, we have actually fostered a very good relationship with some of our other law enforcement entities. That's something that we have stressed, partnership. And I could say that we have, done a very good thing collaborating with the other entities.
Okay.
So no challenges.
All right, excellent. Thank you for your leadership. Concerning the BOC's consent decree on for the medical care, that's something that the Department of Justice has now asked for a dismissal of. Is that correct?
Who would know about that?
1 minute.
Yeah, that probably was.
Has the Department of Justice worked with the BOC concerning the dismissal of the consent decree for medical care?
I am not familiar with those details. I think perhaps our civil chief, Christopher Timmons, might know.
I heard the testimony. I read the testimony. I would have to look but I believe it was mentioned, and we did have the BOC here earlier with us today.
Yes.
30 seconds.
If they made mention of that challenge.
Right.
If in fact, if you're not able to answer right now, which I understand, I believe based on the prior discussion in the previous block, it was a matter of importance to the BOC, and if I can just ask for your due diligence to put that somewhere on the table with all the many things that you're currently working on and doing.
All right.
Because they seem to have
Time.
had, Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. They anticipated a number of collective issues that would continue to take place if, in fact, they were not able to try to get that dealt with. So I'll bring that to your attention. But I do believe it was mentioned in the testimony, and I'll double check.
Yes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues and, of course, the team from the Department of Justice. I wanted to ask you, you have had an opportunity, I don't know, to review the post-audit analysis of your budget?
We received it today, Senator.
Okay. And on page 2, and pardon me if this question was asked before, have you received the majority of your allotment up to date? Are you on schedule with that?
Yes, we received on 9-month allotment this week, Senator.
Okay, and what is your total allotment you've received thus far?
Let's see.
Mr. Chairman, can you hold my time?
Please hold us, Senator Times, while you seek that information.
Thus far, Senator, we received $12,291,306.87 as of June 10th.
As of June 10th. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that is aligned with your projected amount to be received out of your full budget that you receive. And I'm just going to minus the $287,400 that was taken out for the single payer, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay. And so you are on target to spend down the majority, if not all, of your budget.
Yeah,
that was elected based on Act 8916?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, wonderful. Now, I want to switch to paternity and child support. Ms. Jensen DeLuca, you know you're one of my favorite. And I wanted to ask you, because one of my colleagues from St. Croix, from John F., the attorney colleague had raised a question regarding the amount of monies that you have collected for paternity and child support, and it remains undistributed. Where is that money kept? I mean, what type of account is it? What type of account? Is a checking account?
Yes, Senator, it's a check. Jensen DeLuga, paternity child support. Yes, Senator, it's a checking account because when we are able to identify who the money goes to, we just cut a check.
Okay, perfect. And is it an interest-bearing account?
I do not believe so. I'll have to defer to the CFO for that.
CFO?
No, Senator.
It's not an interest-bearing account?
No, Senator.
Okay, very good. That's good. Now, let's go back to the information relative to the 66% that you receive. Is there tied into that administrative cost?
Mr. Christopher, you want to take it or you want me to answer it?
Administrative/indirect cost?
You take it.
Everything is in the 66%.
Everything. Okay, so what is your indirect cost rate based on your federal guidelines?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Andrews, our grants coordinating specialist.
Thank you so kindly.
Good day, Senator. Kamisha Andrews, grant specialist. So the last approved...
Speak clearly into the mic, Ms. Andrews. Wonderful.
Commissioner Andrews, Federal Grant Specialist. So the last approved rate was for fiscal year 2021 at 19.27%. So we've been using that as a provisional rate for 2025.
Okay, so when are you anticipating to get an increase? And this is from the U.S. Department of Justice, right? Your
1 minute.
cognizant agency.
You're speaking about the rate?
Yeah.
The rate comes from OMB, who received that from the Department of Interior.
Okay, all of our
Yes.
cognizant. And that's one of the things I've been pushing because it's really low compared to everything that is happening here in our community. We have to get that cost allocation plan up to date.
30 seconds.
And so that we are looking at a higher level of indirect cost rate based on the dynamics that we have. I just wanted to finalize one question, and this is to you or to your as staff, Mr. Attorney General, my good friend here, Attorney Ray. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, may I? You mentioned that you had about 22 employees that you wanted to bring on with the ARPA. Did you bring them on? Did you bring the 22 employees on that your grant was denied? Did they come on officially?
I'd have to defer that to my HR expert here. I know who comes on. I don't know though what.
Use the mic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what grant is used for different people. I leave that to my HR and CFO.
So, Madam HR.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you, Beverly Herman Wallace, HR Director. The funds were never released for staffing purposes.
Okay, because it says here, and I like English, it says here on page 4, this is the second paragraph, the ARPA grant was expected to fund, expected, ED, 22 new positions over the following 2 years. To our dismay, the expected grant was denied, and we are still struggling to find ways to compensate. Meaning, to me, I just want to make sure that they didn't come on, and you're struggling to find a way to compensate these 22 new positions.
No, ma'am. To the best of my knowledge and information, no.
No one was hired. Mr. Chairman, just one final question, and it was coming from
The final. Go ahead.
The final question. Okay, so we have 132 detainees in BOC. Attorney General, I have to ask you this question, and it's costing us $320 a day. Detainees, not the inmates. Costs less for us to have the inmates shipped off island. So tell me, what do we need to do to get this 132 down, and so that they're going to be now inmates?
Well, for someone to become an inmate, they'd have to either enter a guilty plea or be convicted by to become an inmate, they would have to either enter a guilty plea or be convicted at a trial. And the backup, as people have been there for years, and that troubles me tremendously as well, and I talk with the court a lot about this. It has to do not so much with the Justice Department, it has to do with the fact that the court has so much backup that there's cases can't be set for trial, and so if they aren't set for trial, the person has to keep waiting.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate your defense of your team, but the courts have said something contrary to some extent. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You're very kind. I appreciate you deeply.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Joseph, just real quickly before we go to Senate President Milton Potter, in the Bureau of Corrections testimony, it indicated it has begun the process to terminate paragraphs of the BOC's consent decree related to medical care at the John A. Bell facility on St. Croix. So that is in fact in process, and I'm sure that your civil division will be working with them to to see that through. At this time, Senator Potter, Senate President Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, Attorney General Ray, and the executive team at the Department of Justice. I just have a couple questions. I don't mention it often, but in a former life, I used to be in HR, in human resources. And one thing that was always preached was that proper staffing is a foundation that determines whether an organization thrives or merely survives. I know that you were communicating to us some challenges, just like a number of our government agencies, a number of challenges when it comes to staffing. In your view, is the Department of Justice thriving or surviving, given what you're up against?
I would have to say that it has elements of each, to be quite fair with the answer. It is thriving in the sense that a lot of the programs I'd wanted to get into effect when I came on as AG a little over a year ago are actually starting to happen. And I'm delighted with Director Innes and others who've been able to put together fantastic relations with the police, et cetera. And all of that is I think, working very well. I speak routinely with the police commissioner, and we've got many plans going. That feels like thrive. The other side, as I mentioned before, is that the attorneys feel like they're overworked, and that they have more to do than they can possibly do. And with that comes a lot of dissatisfaction, and I understand it. And I think the answer to it is if we can get more attorneys in. And I can assure you that I've been working closely with our HR head and others in our office to try to reach out, try to attract new people. And it's work. But that would be, I think, the negative side and the thing that hits morale.
Understood.
And I see that too. I see both.
Understood. You have 23 current vacancies, prosecutors attending over 7,000 court hearings annually.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you measure the impact of understaffing on case quality and prosecution success? I mean, is that something that you think about?
Oh, yes. I do. And I don't want to see that. And one thing that heartens me that hopefully that will become alleviated as time moves forward is if you look at the numbers and statistics that we included in there, for instance, in our criminal division, we've been able to dispose of, and that is by trial, by plea, whatever, with close to double the number of cases that we are bringing in, so that the caseload is starting to diminish. This is something that's important. I've also had prosecutors go back and start to look at their older cases, ones that are languishing, and find out with the help of SID, are those cases still triable? Are the witnesses still around? Et cetera. And if a case no longer exists, I hate to do it, but you can't keep a dead case lying around.
Understood.
It must go. There's some cases, and I know this can be argued in many different ways, but there are some cases that can be tried, can be done, but given the fact that they're old, that witnesses have disappeared, the odds of winning it are extremely low. So if we can get a plea that at least gets us something out of that case, so that the wrongdoer has to pay some kind of a penalty rather than have the odds being that they would walk free at a trial, that's something we have to consider.
It makes sense.
It's complex.
It makes sense.
Right. But I'm very alert to the issue. Let me put it that way.
Got you.
Very alert.
With regards to the Solicitor General's office, and the office was reduced from 12
30
to
seconds.
3.
Yes.
But you're still reviewing 450 contracts annually. I mean, what's the actual turnaround time for contract reviews? And are any government operations being delayed because of this?
I have our Solicitor General here. you could respond, please.
I know the very capable Attorney Pam Tepper.
She is.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Time. The way I can answer that is that we prioritize. Contracts are prioritized over most things. So we are able to get the contracts out within 3 to 5 days. And when there's an emergency, we've also worked very closely with property and procurement. So we've always made our deadlines thus far. There has not been any funding lost because of any missed deadlines. Just in general, you have to prioritize. When you have a court deadline that that is prioritized over, for an example, rules and regulations or a legal opinion, unless again it's an emergency. So you really have to manage your time, manage the caseload, and make sure the attorneys aren't overworked or overdone. I have a full caseload. I'm at PERB weekly with cases. You just do what you have to do. But while I have your attention, when you talked about reducing, one thing that would help us is with habeas corpus, we see cases. We have one that we just recently received from 1987. And what would help is to have a statute of limitations for habeas corpus cases. Currently, we don't have that, and that's something we would love to work with you, the Senate, on. And that would really help reduce some of the workload for us at all different levels, especially at the appellate level. So just a suggestion.
Definitely sounds good. I'll reach out to you. Maybe
Thank
we
you.
can craft some language that would
Thank you.
deal
Thank you,
with that.
Senator.
Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one final question. There are only 3 victim advocates for hundreds of active criminal cases.
Yes.
How is the DOJ ensuring meaningful victim engagement and trauma-informed support with such limited staffing?
Well, our staff there works like the devil. I can tell you, it is, it's a massive undertaking. And I know, because I see a lot of it as I'm there in the office, because I spend time in both the St. Thomas and St. Croix offices. They're out there working. We're trying to also implement a position. We've been working with Government House, and I expect this is going to go in before too long. It's called VINE, V-I-N-E, which is a victim notification system, so that victims can be alerted remotely, online, of calendars in cases when hearings are taking place, and especially what the result in the case is. And then if the wrongdoer is incarcerated, the Bureau of Corrections is part of the system as well, and the courts. They're alerted as to when that person would be released, and that way they don't run into them at the store.
Gotcha.
And
so you're going to utilize technology.
Yes, and that system, I expect to see it implemented fairly soon. We've been in active talks with the company that runs VineLink. It's around the country. A lot of jurisdictions use it, and it's very successful. And the Government House has actually been very supportive in helping us put this together, because it requires a coordination of BOC, courts, U.S. Attorney's, AG's office, and the police, the VIPD.
Okay. Final question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. What steps? I saw the Witness Protection Program. According to your testimony, only 16,666 of the $100,000 allocation was spent last year. What steps are being taken to expand the Witness Protection Program here in the territory? I would imagine that that's a very useful tool in getting people to come forward to prosecute cases.
I think Director Ennis.
Ennis, Director of Special Investigations. Presently, Senator, we have one individual on the Witness Protection Program. So that's why a lot of the money is not, it's limited in spending because there's only one person on the program.
I always hear that witnesses are reluctant to come forward because of challenges of living in a small community, et cetera, I would imagine that, well, I would have imagined that the program would have been utilized a lot more, but you're the...
Yeah, there's only one person on the witness protection program, Senator,
Okay.
and we have a initiation process that has to take place before a person is enrolled into that program. And if they do not meet the criteria, then they're not admitted into that program. The witness protection program is not a social service. It's intended for witness protection and, having these witnesses come back and testify for our behalf, on our behalf. As it is right now, like I said, there's only one person on that program.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator President Potter. Next, we'll go to Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, good afternoon, Attorney Ray, your senior staff. Appreciate you guys again spending time to listening and viewing audience. We're here for one reason, to review your agency and see how we could allocate government funds as efficiently as possible, given the fact that we're under budget constraints as well. In your testimony, you started off about $18 million, and it's going to be tough, and I understand it's very compelling. On the flip side, before you showed up, we had the Bureau of Corrections in here, and they had the same concerns about finances, as we will have with every agency here. Your agency directly affects the Bureau of Corrections and their budget. If you guys don't do something correctly, timely, it affects their budget grossly at the rate of $320 a day per detainee. It is one of those things I'm trying to get my head over. How can I make your agency as efficient as possible? Should we give you guys double your budget? Will that reduce the Bureau of Corrections expenses so that overall the government wins? What's the answer to something like that?
Again, it would turn on why aren't cases able to be tried quicker and more efficiently. Because the quicker a case can actually be tried and resolved, then no one else, these people who are being held and waiting for trials for years sometimes, that would not be there. It's hard to, well, I haven't done a detailed count on how many cases are sitting there because the court has been unable to get to them, or how many are sitting there because we haven't done what we should do. I know that sometimes, obviously, a case comes up for call if witnesses can't be found, if the forensics haven't been finished. We either have to be ready to dismiss the case or ask for extra time. And the defense also often asks for a continuance.
And then that makes the process more expensive, just waiting for more time.
It does, absolutely.
So, you see, we're in this cyclical cycle where, cash is being burnt on both ends. Yeah. And so the public ultimately loses because there's only limited resources. Our tax base has shrunk. Our economy is not where it should be. So right. This is why you're asking for more attorneys and they're not getting paid. I did a quick Zip recruiter search for Florida. The average assistant attorney, the ranges are $63,000 to $81,000. Mm-hmm. Yours is a minimum of $100,000 or 92. So it's not like we're paying so low that it's not worth coming here and work. You're competitive. We have competitive salaries in the Virgin Islands, especially in this area. So true. I don't know if it's pay. I don't know what the reasons are. It's a beautiful place to come and live and go to the beach and all that good stuff. So maybe we should try recruiting out of Idaho or Nebraska or something like that to get folks here. But do you understand what I'm saying? We've got to find a way to recruit. If you're better, we all save money. Right. And your agency gets paid more than any.
Right.
So I'm asking you to seriously, when you meet with your senior staff, you guys think about the impact it's having on our government. I have no problems giving you more money, but you have to justify it by showing us that we could save more money.
Yeah, I think a lot of the court backup problem also has to do with we need more judges. And I'm sure the courts talked to you about that. The load that each judge is having to carry is so massive.
So let's pivot a little bit and talk about, since we're here talking about money, on the budget, there's some big differences, like professional services in FY 2024, $130,000. Now you're requesting $1.2 million. What would trigger that kind of increase?
I could refer this to my CFO.
Thank you very much.
The increase is for the upgrade of the, most of it is due to the upgrade of the CSAR system for the Battalion and Child Support Division. Professional services is where that money is geared toward to.
So that would be MIS type.
Yes, like no
systems, right?
Correct.
Software, subscription. Yeah.
Maintenance and stuff, and
Okay.
upgrade. Yeah.
All right, and then you talked about transportation. We've got 11,600 in FY 24. Where you're asking for less, 75,000. You guys plan to travel less in the next fiscal year? It says transportation, not travel. You guys aren't driving as many vehicles. What's going on there? All right, Mr. Chair, can you, the next question is the judgment indemnity. Attorney
1 minute.
Ray, is that the $250,000 we spoke about in terms of aggregate payout the last time you were before us? Is that why we went from 1.3 million to 250,000?
Yes, the 1.2 was a one-time payment that we had to, that the monies were placed for the Department of Justice to pay out at a particular
Okay,
settlement.
thanks. Professional services, again, we've got under federal grants, $1,089,000. Now it's $7.6 million.
seconds.
What's going on there? What's the payout? That's a huge increase.
That's the federal side of the same professional services contract.
Okay, and then let's go down here to other services. You've got $24,863 in 2024. You're asking for an increase in your budget
Time.
revised to $830,000. Why? Mr. Chair, if I just finish up one last. Okay, please hold my time if you could, and well, my
time was
overtime.
called, so yeah.
And the last part was other services NOC. It was 189,000, and you're saying for your FY25 budget, it's up to $408,000. What's the difference there? If you would, please forward this information to our chair, because this is important when we do our deliberation. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. At this time, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you listening and present. Attorney General, what is your ask from the general fund? For the 20, what is your ask from the general fund for the 26 budget? What are you asking for? Total amount.
General fund, again, if my CFO could.
CFO, get ready. You ain't losing the mic. Hold the mic. Let's go. Down the road.
The ask is for the 18,755,000.
216?
216.
What's your actuals in personnel right now?
In personnel.
To this quarter, yes. We're going to write down the list. Personnel, fringe, supplies. So don't turn your page after. Let's go.
Personnel, what you wanted to know what
your actuals right now.
Okay.
Yes.
To date, we spent 5,271,745.46 in personnel. Fringe, we spent $2,108,328.05. In
supplies,
we spent $155,529.06. Other services, we spent $1,923,428.15.
Utilities,
that would move out from the single payer, but I could get
Right.
a figure for you.
okay, you go get that. Capital outlays, zero.
Zero.
Okay, how many GS employees do you have?
We forward that to Director Wallace.
Okay, HR?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Please repeat your question. How many general fund?
GS, general service, I think it is, Carla. Unionized,
that.
non-unionized. GS.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
GS, we have 36.
36.
Yes.
Are there increases budgeted in this budget for 26? Because I think they do a raise in 26.
Actually, I think the increases,
Is it
I
a part
think
of the
they've
budget?
exhausted based on the negotiated the amounts. It wasn't negotiated, it was part of an executive order.
Right.
Right. But for FY26 currently, they have been, they're budgeted. Yes, sir.
They are budgeted.
Yes.
Okay, is there any retro owed to anyone?
Retro in terms of this particular increase?
In terms of from 2025 going into 2026, any retro owed, even in the 25 budget?
In the FY25, yes, those are the ones that were processed recently. There are a few actions that are still in process, so yes, that would include back pay.
So you had wage agreements in 25?
We had, okay, yes, I'm
Wage
sorry.
agreements in 2025?
Yes, there was the Assistant Attorney's General wage agreement that was still in effect in
Okay.
FY 2025. Yes, sir.
Okay, so did they receive their wage increases?
Yes, sir.
And they're owed retro, or did they receive retro?
They are entitled to retro. Some have been paid already, some are still in process.
Is that retro going to come from the 25 or 26 budget?
25.
Okay, is that already budgeted?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just in closing, Attorney General, when you mentioned HR, when you mentioned about your vacancies, what Majority Leader said, your budget is a wash. It isn't an increase because based on your 25 budget and your 26 budget, it's a wash. The only thing is like I said, to make sure we're covering all the wage increases for the entities that they were supposed to get.
Yes, sir.
Now, Attorney General, you mentioned your morgue system. It's sad news to hear about the morgue. So it's is there a active morgue on St. Thomas?
Yes, there is. The morgue on St. Thomas is totally functional.
And what is the capacity in terms of percentage? 90%, 80%? What? Yeah.
1 minute.
That information.
Maxine Cecil, Medical Examiner Operation Manager, about 80.
80%. Okay, so with having to deal with moving persons from St. Croix, does St. Croix have an active mortgage? A morgue?
They don't
Yeah,
have an
they do.
active morgue, they have a cooler.
Okay, they have a cooler. So those bodies have to eventually move from St. Croix to St. Thomas?
Once they have to come over for an autopsy, yes.
Okay, so is that a part of the 80% on St. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay, so it's totally 80%. So we
30 seconds.
That is such an emergency. So Attorney Rea, the mobile morgues that you were mentioning, what was the cost of those?
The mobile ones?
Correct. Yes.
Oh, cannot recall the exact cost. They were purchased before I was AG.
Oh, they were purchased already.
Yes, they were purchased.
So they're just not online.
They're just not online because of the problem of where to put them and the work that has to be done on the ground there.
Okay, that's a major priority because with the morgue here at 80% and we're taking bodies from St. Croix and St. John also, I mean, that's a very, very serious situation. So, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. As we round out this particular round, because we have to really head over to St. John. I wanted to ask you, Attorney Pryor, how long you've been with the Department of Justice?
Hi, thank you. I started in January of 2021, so about 4.5 years.
January 2021. And you're saying that you were barred in Kentucky. Are you still barred in Kentucky?
I am. I
Yep.
was barred in Kentucky in 1999.
And you have not received any disqualification in Kentucky?
No, I have not.
Okay. We getting reports that you had a situation in Kentucky that disqualified you in 2017.
No, I think I know what you're referring to. There were some, and this happens here, it happens everywhere. If there's a conflict with a particular case, I think that's maybe what you're referring to, is I was disqualified as the prosecutor in a particular case, but not as a prosecutor in general. And that was just based on conflicts within that case.
Mr. AG, I guess we'll continue to do our due diligence on that one. But do you have a case management system, a functional case management system at the Justice Department?
Yes, we do have a case management system.
This is an updated, a new system. I know that there was some discussion, I think, last time that you came before us in regards to the prospect of getting a new case management system.
Yes, because we do need a modernized one. And that's the one we've been working on. There's an outfit called Journal Technology that does those across the country for Attorney General's offices. They've actually come here. They've interviewed our various division heads and come up with the systems. And my chief deputy, Ian Clement, has been negotiating the terms of the contract, and it is virtually together and done. And so the next step is they will come down and start basically the implementation. So I hope to have the system, which I've been hoping to have in place for the last several months, finally off the ground going.
Okay. All right. Again, this concludes this round. We have a couple of requests, through the chair requests that will be sent in to you, Mr. AG.
Yes, sir.
So that we could be able to get some additional information so that we could deliberate your requests for your budget. The Orange Grove lease payment, who's that going? What property is that? The Orange Grove lease payment?
That's for paternity and child support.
That's paternity. Oh, okay, over there by paternity and child support. No problem. All right, understood. All right, so we'll send over some documentation in regards to the additional information that we have coming before us. What about this budget that gives you reason for pause? So what concerns you, keep you up at night in regards to your budget requests?
Well, sorry, this okay. Concerned by being the most important factor there. I think the most important factor is the hiring of new people that we really need. And I just wanted to mention that I've been working closely with our HR manager, trying to reach out, trying to get new applicants. I want to get as many local applicants as I can because I think it's important for people to be in the Justice Department who also really know the culture, know the communities. But given that there have not been a lot of local applicants for the various reasons we talked about, we're looking for them everywhere. And that's sort of a major, major goal of mine.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And again, we got work to do. And certainly we're all in this together. So we commit from this body to support and assist you in your endeavors as we move forward.
Thank you.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess. Well, we hand it over to St. John to be able to complete Block 3. We stand in recess.
la la